Yeah, Prime Minister Ding Dong, and that's when they censored BitChute and 8chan, and really YouTube really took a fall at that point. So yeah, this is 2 years now since they really ramped up the censorship.
Got you, got you. Hey, so listen, before we go further on this topic, I just want to mention this side note. So I remember how you did Cult of the Obelisk, and I found that very interesting. I mean, the entire documentary series, I have went on it before, and while it is like it's expensive, heavily expensive, especially the thing about the rocket. So I decided to do this side topic about a week ago, and it has to do with the specifically motorsports. And this goes, I mean, most of it's on T racing, but they don't mention obelisk or anything, as I said in the post. But I just can't help but know that over the years, I mean, the whole 3 decade period plus like the whole 33 years. I mean, it'll be 33 years next year since like the whole development was in. But F1 cars, F3000, and all that, I noticed that most of their fronts have a very obelisk shape.
Really? Okay, let me look into that, and I'll take a quick look. You said F1
I have it on
cars.
the Black Lodge Discord. So the thing is, if you were to look into like the whole comparison, and this is just a personal comparison too. I mean, over the years, ever since like the years 1989 to 1993, like we started with more with this like bulky kind of shape thing, and from that on out, it just developed more into a sharp nose. And ever since then, I mean, you can say that while NASA's rockets are a type of obelisk that go up to the sky, these chassis, I mean, I mean, most people watch it. I mean, it's lame nowadays, but I mean, right now they're basically just obelisks on the road, with tires and all.
Fascinating. D's with wheels. No, you might be onto something here. I have to look also into the other aspects of the iconography, like the phoenix symbolism that's usually replete with, I
Oh
mean,
yeah, and the paint jobs too. One thing T Racing does mention is paint jobs. So red for Royal Arch Masonry, blue for Scottish Rite, yellow and black for a Holy Roman Empire Corporation. Privateer company Aquila has very much a Holy Roman Empire Corporation. So yeah, I mean, do look into it when you have the time. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that side note. So back to the whole 2 year anniversary of Christchurch. My gosh, I mean, it's so amazing that one incident, and this is very akin to Australia. So one incident managed to change the entire spectrum for New Zealand. I mean, that's kind of a shock if you think about it at first. But then you also realize that it's always manufactured to restrict a specific type of freedom. So gun laws, I mean, that's almost always what it ends up being.
right, exactly. And this one, though, had an inverse effect on guns. I remember at the time, people thought guns were going to be banned, so it actually caused a spike. But what it did accomplish was it associated mass murder now with internet radicalized terrorists or extremists. So this shooter comes in and he says, "Shout out to PewDiePie," and then he shoots up a mosque. And so here you have an example of the new face of terror. It's this, white anti-immigrant racist.
Oh, certainly, certainly. And not only that, but to top it off, the whole Quinn, this also couldn't be well connected with Quenin. I mean, Quenin also has that sort of approach. And because they have that gun freedom kind of thing, I mean, it really molds the mind. I mean, it is a psyops in its own self.
Oh, sure. I mean, this was just a pretext to take away free speech, and it worked though. I mean, what they did with they realized here they chased us off YouTube, so we go to BitChute, and so now they go and they start blocking BitChute, and again, this is entire sections of the world not being allowed to hear certain viewpoints. So I think that this date though, this is the anniversary of a majorly transformative date, because again, 2 years ago after this date, they said we can't let people live stream on YouTube unless they have more than 1,000 subs, from your phone. Because it used to be if you had a thought, you pick up your phone, live stream it, and you could talk to the world. Well, after this Christchurch shooting, they blocked live streaming unless you had a 1,000 subs, which is quite a hurdle, and it's ostensibly
Oh,
for our
indeed
protection.
is. I mean, it's quite an obstacle too. I mean, like it used to be that in years such as 2015, I mean, and before, YouTube would always have such a wonderful platform on, I mean, restrictive, more or less, but they had a wonderful platform nonetheless. And for Chrysler to have prevented live streaming of certain specific demise, I mean, even that, I mean, as bad as demise is, I mean, especially death in the form of assault rifles pointing, 762 by 51. As bad as that is, I mean, they did not need to restrict live streaming. All they have to do is just ban the content. But unfortunately, no. I mean, it was loud and clear an angle to bring down independent slash natural slash real people, well, actual people. Let's put it that way. And it's really to just keep the gatekeepers such as corporation establishments and the whole T gatekeepers alive.
Yeah, absolutely. The gatekeepers, and they essentially want to monopolize the reporting on tragic events. And they kind of set that pretext after the Vegas event of 10/1/2017, where they said, we can't let anybody report because it's going to confuse the public and make things more dangerous. So they started setting the precedent that if there's an emergency, we have to get rid of free speech. And I'm like, well, that's kind of why we need free speech. We need the free flow of information in order to know what's going on. But they think, well, the public thinks that the media is honest, and I think that's what the error is.
Oh yeah, no, certainly. I mean, it's kind of like the way how major groups like say BLM, say MAGA, and even that like before then like nationalist groups like BNP per se. I mean, they've all been aimed not so much to go against the establishment itself. I mean, considering that they're all a part of the establishment anyway. I mean, the triple angle, the unholy alliances, but they're mainly meant to suppress anybody that questions ever, the narrative, like the ever so psychotic, ever so sociopathic narratives of restricting rights for thee but not for me. I mean, you get the logic.
Oh, yes. I mean, one good thing that happened last year was we were able to see the hypocrisy in just right there in our faces. Like one rule for them, they could go to the restaurants, we had to sit at home. So we've had this double standard put out in our faces. So hopefully that causes more people to be, well, disobedient. And I happen to think that radical criticism is at an all-time high. I've seen more people questioning whether Joe Biden is a hologram, a deep fake, or somebody in a mask than ever before. And also the theory that Justin Bieber might be moonlighting as the weekend has been touched on now by Super Recognizer, which means that theory that I think it's a fact. But anyway, that's going around.
Oh, indeed. I mean, this administration is the fakest administration of all time. The way you said Earth is fake, you can definitely say that it's fake, especially because we have to live through both hologram, deep fake. I mean, the mask came off too. I mean, somebody else managed to post that outside. I mean, I think yeah, it was faking space. So he managed to post that, shared it on Telegram, and my word, I mean, I think Bo Biden is purposely doing a terrible job. No doubt about it.
Oh yeah, and even if you're not on the side that it's actually literally fake, a lot of
Right.
people feel like the whole thing is so rigged anyway, it may as well just be fake. And by the way, I'm doing a test here. So on the screen, I've got PewDiePie in a MAGA hat pointing an AR, that is an assault rifle, at the screen. And I want to see if that is
Got
considered
it.
hate speech.
Yeah, it's actually hilarious. I mean, I remember 2019, the same year, they were hating on PewDiePie. I mean, not only that, but to top it off, I mean, they all thought that he was a wancist to say. I mean, really, I mean, it's not even hate speech. It's a clear reaction. I mean, you give person one picture, say of a candle, and they'll be like, "Oh, calming," and then somehow you give it the black sun symbolry, and all of a sudden they go full rage. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Now, look, I am a victim of the system of censorship. This channel, we've lost 80 some channels, but, I'm looking at this thinking, I'm not for it because they're censoring me to protect some innocent person out there who's had their feelings hurt, some snowflake, but it's an anonymous person. So
Yeah,
I don't get
exactly
it.
like the cry pillows, the cry bullies.
Right. And But I would be all for it. I would say, okay, YouTube, you can censor me, but I want the person to actually let me know how I hurt them. So then the person could call me up and say, hey, on this day you said this and it hurt me. And I'll say, okay, well, I will remove that. But they never let us talk to the victims of our speech.
Oh no, certainly not. I mean, they never come out. I mean, for some reason they just don't want to, come out or anything like that. YouTube never even reports who reported you. They never do that.
No, they don't, and that's kind of annoying because we end up getting bullied by SJWs, by the social justice warriors fighting on behalf of the oppressed. So they're actually defending an oppressed class, and this is my issue: is there an oppressed class that they're actually defending? Is there a group of people out there just weeping and gnashing their teeth because of free speech? No, no.
Well, the problem is that there's no such thing as an oppressed class. No, they're oppressing us. I mean, it's clear. Anybody that's funded by the establishment corporate, they are the ones oppressing. I mean, I don't go by this narrative at all. I mean, I don't know. I mean, nobody does really. But the thing is, I mean, the average person is constantly being seized at for not going for the tiniest little suggestion. I mean, it's really undoable in this case.
Yes, no, I agree. And here we are, 2021, and the censorship is continuing on very spurious grounds. It used to be you talk about 5G. Now you just mention QAnon. In fact, Mick West, who runs Metabunk, one of the major conspiracy debunking sites on the internet, he was debunking QAnon, and they took down his video and gave him a strike, just like they did to me after I made fun of it. And anyway, he managed to email them, and they gave him his channel back. But my point is, we have blasphemies now, taboos. You can't even talk about these things.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can't even talk about the fact that they had to completely appropriate Mr. Potato Head. They had to take the penis out and then turn it into a transgender, just like the other one. I mean, you can't even talk about stuff like that. It's censorship at its finest. And the fact that even though Metabunk managed to correct the whole Quanon thing for what it really is, and the fact that they would not even let him, go on and forward. I mean, it's really stupid. I mean, one day YouTube is just gonna have to wake up and realize that they too are nothing more than a bunch of stooges.
Or they're saviors. I actually think we're dealing with a religious mindset where the people in religions, the proselytizers, do feel like they have a mission to save the world. And so when they're silencing someone, they feel like, okay, there is a demon possessed, and I just took away the voice so that demon can't leap into somebody else. So they actually see themselves in a holy war. And in many ways, I think what we're experiencing now is a holy war. Only it's a war on behalf of scientism.
Oh, indeed, indeed. I mean, Rosicrucianism. I mean, scientism is a Rosicrucian subsidiary. So yes, I mean, they really do have they have their weapons intact, and they have their sock ups on good blast, I should say.
So you suggest scientism is connected to Rosicrucianism. I find this to be very interesting because I think that the Enlightenment was hijacked in the sense that all of the sciences have been more or less controlled by the same groups that have a mystic core. And so you could say Jesuit, you could say Masonic, Rosicrucian, but Rosicrucian, isn't their motto the aim of religion, but the method of science?
Oh yeah, yeah, certainly. And not only that, but Rosicrucianism is a all-in-one. So if you know one of their symbols, you would see a dot in the middle, but the background around it, which is also colored, it surpasses the all-in-one. So, oh my bad, like the all-in-one, meaning that any minority groups, you know how there's a minority majority, and the Hispanicism and the blacks and the Samoans, they all get their privilege and blah blah blah. So they basically encompass that as meaning all operating as one.
Interesting. I mean, the word Catholic, universal, is what that means. And there is a unity among all these different secret societies and groups. And I think one thing that really binds them all, it's the symbolism that you can see that connects them all. And that's one of the things that we've studied. And lately I've been talking to someone who's really deep into astrotheology. and how much of the religious myths are just coded references to the story that they've superimposed onto the 88 constellations.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, that last stream with Meek and Dank, oh, that was amazing. But I mean, I don't know. I kind of got bummed out that I missed it. But I mean, the way Meek and Dank says, I mean, we're basically in the we're in the era of Aquarius, and the previous era was Pisces. I find that interesting for another motorsport reason, but I'll post that like another day. But point is, I mean, since we're in the age of Aquarius, and unfortunately right now Aquarius just sucks flat out. I mean, this really it really just gives hint to like the whole air matter. I mean, that means like anything that comes out of your mouth, it's air. The fact that we have to mask up, I mean, cover the air. I mean, I was just at a farm earlier, but I mean, didn't even bother masking out, and they said nothing. But point is, I mean, the age of Aquarius, I mean, it really gives way to air, even though it seems like water. So air, oxygen, nitrogen through fluidity.
Interesting points here. I mean, when you get into the meta script, the zeitgeist itself, it's undeniable that breath and air is a huge part of it. You have all these reference. Last year, it was all about, I can't breathe. Then you had the affliction that would take away your breath. Then you had the mask dilemma, which is, do you wear a mask or don't you? And it's all about breath and breathing. And, I think all of this stuff is meant to set the stage quite literally, for the zeitgeist. And so I pay attention to all these different words.
Yeah.
So where are we right now? Dark winter has got to be over. Spring is next week. What do you think the next phase is?
So, I mean, Dark Winter, I mean, just kind of an opinion. I mean, if after Dark Winter, I mean, it looks to be that it could be more like a I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, that's the honesty about it. I mean, if not Dark Winter, the world just probably get the new stupid. Instead of the new normal, it'll be the new stupid.
Right, a decline, certainly, certainly. Well, on this channel, as you know, we've been analyzing the big picture story and how it seems to be more or less telegraphed.
No.
And I'm looking forward to
Yeah.
Space Wars, stuff falling from the sky. And I won't be surprised if it's Russia and China rather than Martians.
Okay. Yeah. So, have you ever seen any? Just a second side note. Have you ever seen any sort of techno, like kind of android based on humans, like humanoid videos lately?
Actually, I have noticed that ever since about 2019, cyberpunk as a genre on YouTube, as a musical genre, the art, the aesthetic has been spreading. And a lot of the imagery is transhumanist, android, cyborg, and masks in a future, a very
I feel
sterile
like
future.
for some reason, I kind of feel like that one day, if it's not the new stupid for whatever reason, that one day, some around like 2030, 2040. I feel like this will be a little bit akin to it's kind of a silly show, but on one part, but there's actually two versions of it. So there's the original Bubblegum Crisis. So it's a show originated in JP, not much for it, but so they had this sort of opposition, this factory that created androids. So in the first series, within the 80s, it was like androids that were more or less smart, were seemingly like humans, and like there was like the background of city versus the rural aesthetic, but nonetheless, the androids were they started going rogue, and it was some company named Genome, if I remember correctly. And then in the 90s version, the if the new stupid does come in, the robots just more or less are a little bit inclined to themselves, but tend to malfunction, and they just go out of control.
Well, the idea of artificial intelligence, as this is actually kind of a strange topic in itself, because lately Elon Musk has been tweeting a lot of things about the dog star, making these bizarre statements, but his wife has been talking, Grimes has been talking about consciousness being uploaded into a computer. This idea of a new form of transcendence. And like, here's an article. Grimes wants to send her mind to Mars inside of a humanoid-like machine, basically. So this is, again, part of the zeitgeist. And I think what they've done is they've recreated transcendence in the spiritual sense of ascending to heaven into this digital transcendence.
Oh yes, indeed. The religion, the how should I say? Yes, the religion of. Well, I mean, this is a lot of religions. It's as you said earlier, and it's as it's been proven. Though this is basically Christianity mixed up with Islam, mixed up with scientism, only to be turned into COVIDianism. So the new space age, the whole boring company. So I mean, going underground and all. I mean, that's exactly how it's gonna be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just a new paradigm, which to me just means it's the old one with a new paint job. And every facet of the old one they've been replacing. In fact, even the idea of the PPE has replaced the holy garment. And I've seen increasing numbers of mentions of nurses having to deal with the non-believers. And it sounds like you're dealing with nuns bemoaning the spread of atheism. It's like, what are we going to do with these
Yes,
non-believers?
certainly. And keep in mind as well, not to disturb, keep in mind that we have already had a couple of people within 2020 and 2021 that have already made space outfits. Like I'm talking like head masks, and they're already on it too. I mean, and there's already people buying it, and there's already people like just wearing it, rocking it out like it's the new style. But really, I mean, they're just taking us to the space age. I mean, the Earth is going to be space, and we're going to be restricted in the black.
Oh, I am on Instagram and I follow this one channel. I don't know why. Somehow I managed to start following this channel, and it's just taking high end modeling shots. It's all models, clothing models. But what they're modeling is a clear face shield so that you can show your face, but it also has it restricts you from spreading COVID. It doesn't fog up, but it's like fashionable. And so I think the vax is something of a status symbol, like I'm saved, you're not. And the clear face shield is, again, adapting us to this idea that now we're moving into alien environments where our immune system isn't good enough and we have to be covered up. And it's working. They're selling it to people. So that tells you they're not going to have to force you in a spacesuit. They're going to make it trendy, and you're going to look funny if you're not wearing one.
Oh yeah, no, no. I mean, clearly we'll stand out like how should I say? We'll basically just be these heretics to them, the opponents. The way the Catholics treated the Cathars, if you're into the Gnostics narrative, the way BLM treats anybody that doesn't agree with their mantra, the exact way that the neocons treated the Muslims, and I mean, just basically in the United States, I mean, just the whole laws targeting them, like within the first couple years of the war on terrorism hoax. And yeah, I mean, but also keep in mind that those clear masks, I mean, the space mask, like the big bulky space mask, they also have a clear setting for them. You just have to take the tin out and go from there. So either way, it's going to be if not a dark space age, at least a very obvious, all up in front of your face space age.
Oh, I'm expecting to see models on the runway with fish bowls on their heads. I wouldn't be surprised, at any of the stuff now. And the thing is, it has nothing to do with protecting you from a virus in that sense, because what you're dealing with is mostly just a religious garment. It's now part of a new paradigm. It's a new tradition to block you from the sin of the unvaxxed, the unsaved. Because real personal protective equipment is accompanied by procedures, standard procedures for decontaminating yourself and your PPE. And you wouldn't make PPE into a fashion garment because it's got to be disposable if you don't have some sort of a decon zone out inside of in front of your house. So it's just, to me, it's all just security theater. And the fact that it's becoming fashionable to wear a mask, well, I mean, you saw the rapper Futures had an album in 2017, Masks Off, where he was already selling stylized face masks years in advance.
Oh wow, indeed, indeed. I mean, there is even a jam by Trav that said "cover up, cover up," and I can't help but combine that, get a couple narratives, even that of like the balaclava, like going from the separatist movement that they had in Andorra, and they all had clan style masks. I can't help but combine those three and a couple others more, and notice that basically they more or less had all to do. I mean, they're all part of the establishment, so they all had everything to do with what would later come to be the masked era, the face up era, the Aquarius of restriction era.
Right, right. And I think you saw. I think there was a lot of foreshadowing in also the Gothic subcultures. Which, if you look at and I remember when I first walked into a Gothic nightclub once, they were all socially distanced, and they had their arms out almost to enforce the social distancing, and they were wearing gas masks. And I'm like, what the hell is this? Gas masks, dystopian music, 6 feet apart, and I think I saw the future. And I think what they do is they have the cultural vanguard selling people on the fashion that's going to accompany the changes in the future. The police state boots. Notice the Gothics all wear the police state boots. Well, they look like Antifas with gas masks for a reason.
Oh no, certainly. You look like a bunch of combative RoboCops with a bunch of Beacabas. I mean, a lot of people that play stuff like Battlefield 3 and Call of Duty and blah blah blah. I mean, they all saw the Beta Clubs. They all saw the mass. I mean, it really is mirroring. It's very requeening on one part, but on the other half, yeah, they clearly were putting something up. They were clearly shoving the narrative.
It's CIA sponsored culture. They do it in all the genres. All the major genres, I think, are pretty much created by or co-opted, if they're organic, for the purposes of course, driving public opinion towards certain ends. I cannot listen to a lot of the music I used to like because it's like, well, if I wanted to hear CNN, I'd go watch CNN. I'm not going to listen to some talented musicians.
I feel you, Tim. I feel you a lot in this case. I mean, I've been especially feeling that ever since like August, September 2020. And although a lot of it is due in part to tranny gates, I mean, a lot of it's also due with the fact that it's too chaotic. I mean, I can't listen to stuff like Death Grind anymore. I can't listen to stuff. I can't even listen to stuff like Incubus. I can't listen to raps like Fabulous. I can't listen to I can't even listen to like pop stuff like Jason Derulo because apparently he's another deep fake character as well. Same with Drake.
Right. Oh, that's funny. I've heard someone sent me a message. They said you got to look into this. They said that Drake, the person we all know as Drake, is actually a silicone hyperrealistic mask worn by another artist who Drake seems to have stylized himself off of.
Yes, Tyler Leapley, that is, and that's a Conscious X vid as well. And before Conscious X, there was a guy named I Exposed the MCs. He had a video on Drake as well, and apparently the first wave of Drake was played by a guy named Craig. I don't remember the last name. And then the second wave of circa 2015, 2016 was played by another guy named Leon Best, a soccer player.
Right. Well, again, and to your point, we grow up, we have these, not necessarily idols, but musicians and artists you respect, even authors. And then you find out, wow, they were all serving this agenda. And it doesn't detract from their
and it's
skill,
like you
but
realize all that content.
right. I mean, you might really like a song from a heavy metal band or something, and maybe it's about the world ending, and maybe you thought it was cool back then, but now you're looking and you're like, wait a minute, did Al Gore write these lyrics? And so looking at things very critically, even movies. I used to really be into movies. I was a film studies major for a little while before I got into journalism, and I can't watch a movie from start to finish anymore. Rarely, very rarely.
Yeah, it's very cringeworthy now. I mean, I still more or less try to do films, but out of more of a sense of the predictive programming stuff like the net per se, stuff like Brazil or stuff like even Mad Max. I mean, Mad Max especially because I mean it's this year, but I mean I don't know. It's like yeah, you get that feel that ever since they've been pushing narratives, and when you realize they've only been pushing narratives, and you keep going to newer frontiers of how it's, if not just a psyop, then also nothing more than pushing stylist fads, new policies, and stuff like that. I mean, you realize, I mean, you can't really watch this the way you used to anymore. I mean, there's no entertainment anymore. There's no such thing as entertainment. There really isn't.
No, it's the they live glasses. It's the ultimate spoiler for reality. So, I'm right now. I've been trying to get back into South Pole. We took a little bit of a break. I have to get a computer capable of editing a weekly show. It's really intensive work, and I want to extend the length of each episode to like 20 minutes. But mostly what we're doing is critique, mainstream media critique of the world in an uncensored format, animated. But on the world stage, the entertainment is it's just inherently dishonest. I listened to a comedy sketch by, I think he used to be a comedian, Dave Chappelle, and it just seemed like every one of
Yes,
his
Malcolm
jokes,
Barrett.
yeah, every joke he told was just reinforcing the nightly news. I was like, where's the humor in this stuff?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all agendas. It's all their point of view while suppressing ours completely out of the blue. I mean, it's so unfunny. I mean, do you remember George Lopez when he used to spill the beans on how he was pro Bernie and all that, and it really got boring with him, and like you stopped liking the guy. I mean, you don't even watch the shows anymore, stuff like that.
Yes, and I got bored with ethnic humor a long time ago, and George Lopez was one of those where, yeah, I just thought this is it's not even humor at this point. It was just kind of like shout outs to this mob, shout out to that mob, and then hating on
Yeah,
this
that
one mob.
bullshit.
Yeah, I got kind of tired of that as well. So this is the best form of entertainment for me, though, is media criticism. This is like literary criticism and film criticism wrapped into one because we're analyzing narratives and looking at the structures of these stories. And I think what we're doing here is far more entertaining than passively memorizing brainwashing.
Oh no, certainly. I mean, it's actually the best form. Yeah, I mean, media skepticism probably is the best thing to do right now. I mean, especially because all it's been is nothing more than a bunch of drags. I mean, you can't even go for. I mean, lowest hanging fruit is boring. I mean, I that's just an opinion, but it's old school. But on the other hand, I mean, media skepticism, the people that are just too high off. I mean, a lot of their hoaxes, a lot of their narratives and their words. I mean, especially Van Jones with the whole character thing, circa election. That's hilarious. I mean, it really is funny when you really dig to the bones of them. I mean, it's more immersing than films. It's more immersing than jams. It's more immersing than hell, even a conversation or two with a group.
Right, which is why this form of entertainment has been targeted for censorship. The term conspiratainment, like the term auto hoaxer, is a mainstream media term used to, demonize people who are entertained by conspiracy candy and the like. But I happen to think that we're occupying the same cultural space that X Files, Outer Limits, Twilight Zone used to occupy, and the government-controlled television shows like X Files would pretty much guardrail those topics. So now those topics have been decentralized and they call us conspiracy theorists for noticing anomalies in the system. But anyway, the term conspiratainment is a term that I'm appropriating because they've already used it to demonize what we're doing. And so I'm like, sure, I'm entertained by unraveling obvious conspiracies. What are you going to do? Censor me?
Oh yeah, I know exactly. I mean, conspiratainment had to be renewed into something fresh, something that cannot just be used, but also can also be turned into something of realization. I mean, clearly, auto hoax has been turned into that, and this time around, it will definitely be conspiratainment.
Yes, and look, this year, on the Joe Biden thing, I've seen more skepticism on the very existence of Joe Biden as a real person anymore. People are thinking he's an actor, a charade, and a lot of large channels, I'm surprised, are actually going out on a limb and saying, well, he used to have earlobes, he used to have blue eyes. So I think that media skepticism could potentially blow up based on the
Oh
level of.
yes, certainly, certainly, and I even did a transvestigation on Joe Biden, and I couldn't help but note that not only are there two different Joe Bidens, but the old Joe Biden had a more pronounced flat forehead. The jaw was more or less still thin, but not as minuscule. And also, I mean, the eyes were clearly blue. I mean, the skin was more tan, more, person-like. But this current Joe Biden, which is Bo Biden, possibly, it's just more, if not pale, then rather just rubbery. Like I mean, it's almost just a character at this point. It's nothing more than a mask, a costume. I mean, geez, I'm surprised they didn't even bother with the bodysuit.
Well, for the noobs here, could you please describe how one goes about transvestigating the president of the United States?
Sure. So, this goes for anybody as well. So, in order to transvestigate your major figure, first you have to look to the skull and bones to it all. So, if take a male for example, like if you were to look for a characteristics common of a guy, you would notice longer humerus bones in the arms, like each side. You would also notice that the hips are much less pronounced, and the shoulders would be much bigger in contrast. But if you're identifying a female per se, you would have to have more high sloped down shoulders, more noticeable hip bones, something that carries a baby, as you know, and also flat forehead, close set eyes. So that's kind of how you have to go about transvestigating anybody. Like sometimes, if not just bones, sometimes like the skin too. I mean, their mouths on males are very large, and mouths on females are much smaller. Like the lips are point more forward, and wow. I mean, this is just stuff that's been noticed. I mean, since like recent. I mean, it's really all up on your face at times. And if you were to watch television at any given time, any given place, you would notice that almost none of these like show hosts, these celebrities, these musicians, I mean, these so-called authentics, none of them are the gender slash sex or that they say they are. Like none of them are authentic. They're reversed. They're gender bendered.
Reverse. Okay, so this the theory though is this: we're dealing with a separate issue than uh, a certain.
Exactly.
We're,
When it comes to Joe Biden, it's separate.
yeah, we're suggesting here what you're suggesting in this theory is that the puppets that the elite use to control us are intentionally, for whatever reason, deliberately the opposite of what they portray themselves. And it's not that they had a certain disposition or something, but no, they're raised this way systematically, and it's an elite thing. That's the theory. And so you have people who are seriously investigating Joe Biden, not just to see if it's Joe, but to make sure that Joe's not really, not one of these. And I personally find it hard to believe because he's got a very massive cranium. Well, the old Joe did. The new Joe's skull is smaller.
Oh yeah, exactly. The old Joe at least had some buff on it, but then the new Joe is just, yeah. I mean, clearly it's lackluster, but also it's not really to attack transsexuals to say. It's just most of them are notably in lodges, chapters, and all that. And in today's day, there are such thing. I mean, in most days, there are such thing as poor transsexuals. So I mean, don't really take it personally. The
Right.
thing
That's
is,
what I
I
mean. It's a
mean,
separate
most of
issue.
it,
You're not talking about that. You're
yeah.
talking about this conspiracy theory that it's not reptilians that the elites are keeping a secret. It's that. So it makes me wonder. I mean, if this is all true, it's a very peculiar thing. It's a very
It's a
interesting.
major deceptive. It's a deception. It's a mass deception. So the thing is, I mean, like the overall narrative on that is the fact that they were making guys lust after guys, MTFs, and making women, girls, lusting over FTM, women, girls, essentially.
So, in other words, you have decades of women who are in love, fawning over Brad Pitt or whatever, and their husbands are fawning over Angelina Jolie, and this whole time it's been conflicting with their natural predilections. So it's an interesting theory. What's the point of it though? Because it's not stopping people from having children in regular families. It's not really
Oh
causing.
no. Admittedly, no. I mean, look, you. The thing is, I mean, they're so high up. You're never gonna find these people personally in front of you. I mean, most of the people you'll find around you are not gonna be like that. So, the thing is, the reason why it's not really stopping anybody or anyone or anything is because one, it's either too massive for them. Number two, they're so much in disbelief in it. Like the average person does not does not see that most are transgendered within the mainstream world stage, and like it's too hard for them to believe. I mean, they thought that everything was so normal, so fine, that it's in this process and not this process, or that sort of motto and not that motto. Like in other words, it's just like the lack of insight, like the lack of actual sort of research, or possibly even just like closed view sets even.
Well, political correctness would prevent most people from even considering the notion, because it's so topsy turvy to say that literally every single person on CNN is part of this subgroup, this elite group of people, or whatever you say, elite, you say separate, whatever. But so you could name names,
Yeah.
but you're saying like pretty much like 90% or more. And this is it's almost like the movie They Live, where he finds out that it's not like there's one small group controlling the world. It's that they're everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like the Jew narrative. I mean, I noticed that accounts like blackpill.com, stuff like Autism Central, and even that of KMN and even Epic Sellouts at times. I mean, most of them just say that it's one group, that it's always the Jews, or others say it's the Druids, but really it's a massive group. I mean, this is what Masonry is. I mean, they take a lot of the philosophies, like so much of them, from Islam all the way to something like Luciferianism, all the way to some like Anton LaVey's Church of Satan, and even that of something as obscure and completely empty as Sufism. I mean, they take all that, combine it, and at times use specific operations to make it seem like it's one who done it, all the way to another who done it, all the way to another who done it, and maybe collide the two or more. I mean, it definitely gives way to the fact that Pizzagate probably is more or less lackluster in that sense. I mean, they always say that it's Democrats doing it, doing the pizza and all, but really, I mean, it's the whole club if you were to look outside of the scope of Pizzagate.
Right. Makes me think of the Truman Show, where Truman was outnumbered. And, so whenever we have these conspiracy theories that involve this pyramid structure, you assume, okay, it's a handful of bad guys manipulating everybody. And if everybody just woke up, we could stop them. And it's like, well, what if it's not like that at all? What if it's not a handful? What if it's actually a larger percentage than we think, and it's far more pervasive and widespread? There's no way you could rise up against it if that were the case. So I'm more in the camp of, if there is a conspiracy that has the world on lockdown, its perpetrators are many and everywhere. I don't think it's a small cabal that you could just find and maybe even excoriate and remove. No, I think it's everywhere, whatever it is.
Oh, certainly, indeed. No, it's everywhere. I mean, usually the regular casual agent will just say, oh, no, outside the internet, you're not going to find masonry. But the problem is, if you go outside and look at some signs, there may be some color coding. There may be somebody with a very Royal Arch red outfit, and they just have a seemingly strange, out of bounds face, a la Trenigate. And if not that, again, they may also see something that seems very nice, seems very rainbowy, but they don't realize that the rainbow is a 22nd degree Mason symbol of the Scottish Rite Lodge.
Right. Yes, they're intentionally misled about the meanings of the symbols, and they give these symbols to the masses to parade around with. Meanwhile, they're completely unaware of what these things mean. It was very clear last year watching these protest groups marching around: hands up, don't shoot, Masonic; kneeling, Masonic; spray painting 1312, Masonic. I mean, everything they're doing indicates that they're being puppeteered by the powers they think they're fighting.
Oh, indeed. No, they are. I mean, like even last year, I mean, if you were to walk around on site and see like the billboards of let's save lives, stay home and stuff like that, I mean, it's really contradictory right off the bat. And pink and purple is very Rosicrucianist, even Rainbow Lodge at times. I mean, that's how you know. I mean, they just, it's everywhere. They have us right down to the brain.
Rainbow, I think the Order of the Eastern Stars, the female Masons, their younger group, their youth lodge is called the Rainbow Girls. And then the Freemasons have the De Molay, of course, named for the guy that was burned at the stake on Friday the 13th. But these symbols, yes,
Yeah,
all the
certainly.
occult symbols, they have an older origin. Someone in the comments says, I think it's a small group, but it's compartmentalized. See, that's been the story has been, it's just a small group, and that's why they remain hidden. But it's like, well, they're not really hiding it. It's so pervasive. I'm actually leaning towards the idea that it might be a larger group than we think. If we had to say, like, what is the percentage of people who are part of the conspiracy? Well, most of them are unwitting, but they're still part of it. So I think you're right. Compartmentalized, just
Yeah,
doing their job.
exactly. Yeah.
However,
And
it's not just a small cabal of like one group that you could isolate. I think that the technocracy, or whatever you want to call it, the control mechanism, it doesn't matter. It's colorblind. It's just a machine, and it'll grind anybody down, and it can be used in any context. Just like the post 9/11 infrastructure for routing terrorists out was the Patriot Act. Well, they're using the same exact thing now to go after QAnoners. So you can kind of see how, this template for control is really not about one particular group. It's just it's a machine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the entire thing. And you can't really say that it's small and compartmentalized. I mean, it is agreeable in that narrative, which is why I said yeah. So I mean, it's quite a decent narrative. I mean, even the band that made something about like being ruled by water people, it seems accurate considering that we're still on maritime admiralty law. However, I mean, they have to be much bigger and much more than just compartmentalized. The way it works. I mean, if you don't believe in, say, burning books, and they'll just send you to another kind of club. And if you're not really one to party it out, they'll just send you to another kind of club. So either way, they'll just be working together in liaison. So I mean, the whole purpose, I mean, is either way, we're still being plotted against in various manners. We're still being flashed signals telling you, hey, this is nothing more than BS, or hey, guys, I mean, we're gonna undermine your culture and so and so. I mean, not that you go with culture, I mean, bacteria and all, but we're all even being flipped signs and colors and backgrounds. I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, there's just you're just rubbing in our faces.
Well, my only question now is because, despite the fact that, you can look at this thing as a globalist versus independent nations, but there is an occult aspect to it. It's in the subtext of all the propaganda, it's in their actual actions. And so I can't overlook the fact that whoever is in control of this place, the metascriptors, appear to have a special place in their hearts for Saturn. Any particular reason you think why that would be the case?
Wow, Saturn goes a very long way. I mean, when phones were when TVs were first invented, their screens were not really black. First off, I mean, they look silver, they look green. So you would have thought that they looked a little normal, maybe mercurial. Then the phones came out within the 70s, and they didn't have the black screens yet. I mean, you wouldn't see black screens until starting somewhere around '07, where you start getting these strange, like the iPhone, for instance, you get this strange black vial on a screen. LG would come to pick that up within like the early 2010s. And like the reason why the whole Saturn thing it is like just out of this point of view, the reason why the whole Saturn thing is so pervasive is because Saturn comes in under a sort of an emulation, assimilation. I mean, it goes to the black screen. So anytime you turn on your smart TV HD 4K, you're basically just watching stuff eyes wide shut without realizing that they're just basically telling you stuff that you would not comprehend. I mean, it's to keep you in the darkness.
Well, let me run this by you. So the iPhone 10 came out on an 11/3, a date often associated with the reset and the Phoenix. Well, iPhone 10 phonetically sounds like I Phoenix. Now, they just reissued it black. So now you have this black Phoenix. And my contention is that Phoenix equals Christ equals Burning Man equals 33. These symbols are so correlated that I happen to think that they have been foreshadowing a black Christ, in other words, on the world stage. I've been predicting this for some time, but just yesterday I see this iPhone X jet black being released again, and it's like there's something being put out into the memosphere connecting the term black and Phoenix, and I've seen this for some time. All of the Batman movie
No,
symbolism with Dark
indeed,
Knight
indeed.
Rising, it's about the black Phoenix. So just pointing this out because yes, this is one of these black mirror instruments, and what does it have on it? An apple with a bite mark. I mean, is that not just an emblem of Satan's gift of knowledge?
Wow, yeah, yeah. I mean, putting it that way, that really scraps a lot. I remember like more than a decade back, like 11 years ago. I mean, Ford Motor Company released a model called the Focus RS 500, and it came in all matte black. It was meant to celebrate the 500th anniversary, but point is, it came in all matte black, almost no reflection on it whatsoever. And when it comes back to the whole Saturnian thing, I mean, they're really just getting in the wave of the Black Phoenix, the wave of Saturn. I mean, heck, maybe the wave of Kronos, maybe the wave of Hades, even. But it really just hits you to notice that the whole black thing is everywhere. I mean, it's very stylish.
Well,
I've known people that have all black trucks. I mean, they've had even shirts just all black. I mean,
which
BLM,
anniversary? You
Bell and
said
God of War.
wait. You said 500th anniversary of what now?
Well, so it's basically like the whole 500 run model thing of their RS models. I don't remember which one, but like it was the 500 anniversary of like their like program, their production vehicles. So that's basically what it was.
Okay, the reason I ask is that the Phoenix has been associated with the number 500 because it's said to die and come back after 500 years. But yes, the Phoenix has been also associated with the Black Stone. So the Burning Man Festival, which is a Phoenix, had taken place in Black Rock City, Nevada, and that was a 33-year run. So the Black Rock, also Bill Gates' dad, by the way, worked for Black Cube. After the coronavirus market crash for Black Monday, which the Black Monday anniversary is tomorrow. And again, the term black has been used very, very advisedly by the world stage metascriptors for the last couple of years. So we're having the Black Monday anniversary. That's actually tomorrow. So there's another meaning to this term.
Crazy, crazy. I mean, talk about black ops and everything. I mean, I did not know 500 was associated with the Phoenix so much. I mean, the Jesuits thing of being 201, which is basically 21, also seems new, but 500 in Phoenix. I mean, that kind of hits. I mean, it really makes a body just dislike a lot of that, not just vehicular stuff, but it makes a body dislike a lot of the interest that it had in the past even more now. It's like, wow, dude, they really just operate everywhere.
What is it?
But now that you mentioned the whole Black Rock, Black Monday, I mean, it really just goes to show you they're just giving anniversaries, they're shutting things down, so they say.
Well, what's more, after the lockdown, it was Blackstone. Blackstone was the one that handled the relief money. So 500 years ago, we had the Copernican Revolution. And so if there is a reset, you could say that the world changed quite literally then, the major paradigm shift. And so the Phoenix correlated with 500 may have to do with this. And I find this to be a very interesting starting point for our recent history, the Copernican Revolution, and even today. You might find this interesting because we're talking about the world stage and words and names, word magic. The Nicholas Copernicus. The name Nicholas is where we get colon or Colin. The name Kaepernick is actually derived from Copernican. So the 33-year-old football player, Colin Kaepernick, his name actually means Nicholas Copernicus. And here he is spearheading a revolution to change the world. And Ben and Jerry give him an ice cream flavor called Change the World, spelled WHIRLED, because it's world
I
ice
remember
cream.
you posted that now. Yeah, I remember that subscribe star post. So yeah, I mean that's really where it gets down to. I mean the 33 football player, the Black Stone, Ben and Jerry. I mean the way he spelled world. I mean WHIRLED. I mean it seems more accurate than ever now, but it's mainly because they proposed it that way. They said it as if it were true way back in 500 years back,
Well, look, his
accelerating
date,
forward even as far as.
his birth date was November the 3rd, this 33-year-old football player named Colin Kaepernick. So it all ties together very neatly in the sense that, the revolution, the reset, the timing of it. And if you look at his sacrifice on the world stage, and they constantly use that phrase, they sold his bloody gloves. For some reason, he had bloody gloves, which doesn't make sense. And this was the guy who was the quarterback when we had the 33-minute blackout in 2013. So I'm looking at the symbolism here and the Christ archetyping that they've overlaid over this character. And it all ties together very interesting because it's like, did they create this person to be a revolutionary or to lead a revolution? And is he more or less an icon? And if you look at how he's represented, even on the ice cream, he has his hair, which looks like a halo behind him, or an eclipse, a corona. Because the sun, when it's eclipsed, you have the corona around it. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing here. A lot of iconography being propagated. And, whether or not anything happens with this character, I think the narrative is what's there and the symbols and the play on the world stage. And one more thing, I think it's significant that he's a ball player because ultimately this the name Baal is the name of the earth god that all this ritualization centers around.
BAAL.
Yep, Baal. So he's a ball player, and I think that the world stage has to take place where everybody sees it, and I think that's one of the reasons why they've seized professional sports. It's bred in circuses, and it's also there for ritual, for our programming or whatever you want to call that.
So yeah, indeed. I mean, you touched the point on that. I mean, it's how they craft it. I mean, the whole games, the Hunger Games in that case. I mean, they really do touch up on that.
Right, exactly. And I kind of think that what we're looking at, though, next, as far as, because I've been following very closely the Stanley Kubrick narrative, so I'm convinced now that 9/11 was written decades before it happened, obviously, but I think the same metascripters wrote Corona. And I think that they wrote 2020 to be the end of time, and now we're in the new age. So I think we survived the end of the world, but whatever comes next, I think the next phase, and this is just my guess based on Kubrick for the most part, is they have to finish burning this thing down so they can build back better. And I think that kicks off when something happens above. I'm kind of predicting space wars this year.
Huh, more or less, I mean, but it does beg the question, what would they have to burn down? I mean, if not the International Space Station, what would they have to burn down? Would that be just burn down another facility, maybe say somewhere around Silicon Valley or say New York City? I mean, it really does. That's probably the only thing to look out for the most part.
I think that the iconography predicts the space station in particular. And for this, it's because if you look at the Stanley Kubrick's film Space Odyssey 2001, there's an iconic scene of the craft arriving on the dual-wheeled space station, and it looks like the plane hitting the towers. So I kind of think that the next 9/11 is something in space, and I think the space station, as far as its architecture goes, I think it's designed to call to mind the World Trade Towers. And if you look at the solar panels, they're constantly framing it in this way, and it's all about how the imagery is communicating to us, not what they're telling us because they lie. But Kubrick told us the truth in movies, and I believe that that's what's coming next. And I don't think calling it out will stop it. I think that this is also noteworthy that it's the 42nd year since Skylab fell. Skylab fell
Oh,
42 years ago.
good point on that. I mean, the 42 being the rise and set code, and in that case, they would really have to go out to the space station in that case. And I mean, of course, they'd have to have a LinkedIn. I mean, it couldn't be anything else then.
And it also ties in with the idea of, okay, space is heaven, so you got the heaven falling. It's the Tower of Babylon. Because if you connect the two, let's say the Tower of Babylon started falling 9/11. Well, the space station's the top of the tower that unites the world. So we're watching the destruction, I think, in slow motion. And so we haven't actually seen the system burn down yet. I think it hasn't, like, we're not even building back yet because they haven't actually finished burning it down. I think that there's still something yet to come. And this is what the Donnie Darko movie was predicting. And the reason why that movie has come into our conversations of late is that last February, plane parts fell on a house in a way reminiscent of the movie and symbolically. I mean, the house was on an Elm Street or an Elm Road, which obviously connects to the theme of sleepwalkers, which is one of the things that Donnie Darko was, among other things. So I kind of think it's been telegraphed also with the NBC movie Debris and the Leonardo DiCaprio film called Don't Look Up. I think they're preparing us for the
Yes,
sky.
the space junk narrative. So yeah, yeah, that fits also well. I mean, it's like going. This really connects just back to like the whole new space age, the new darkness thing. This really does connect back. I mean, they really would have to not only push, if not just push down the space station, like also make us wear hats that look exactly like space, make us, I mean, go completely dark and not even look at each other's faces. I mean, that last one, not really, but everything else. I mean, it really goes back into play. I mean, they need to make this. They need to keep up the myth of falling space junk. And just imagine if somebody really does believe in like the whole and it's this explosion of International Space Station as it actually being in space rather than really being a stage, and you just suddenly see space parts. So really, they're just the ones in charge are promoting this. They're promoting the use of media towards falling space junk, the space age, and back to all that.
Yep, they gave us our frame of reference. The public has a frame of reference for space junk, and last week they even had a piece that was visible from the Chinese rocket that was over Queensland or something. So the public's ready for it. I happen to think too that see, the space station to me is also the Tower of Babylon. Unites all the nations, one language, the internet. So the next phase, space wars, would also mean they would cut off the internet or something, some kind. I mean, which would be a disaster for mind control on their part. But it just seems like
Supposedly, a source said that Russia went dark in terms of their the official Russian internet services it went dark. So that could be a beginning, or possibly more or less a testing of.
well, okay, I have two reasons now for thinking the space station's going to fall this year, too. One, 42nd year since Skylab fell, and the number 42 is always being associated with falling. And we can get into that later. We're talking about Metascript. But the Skylab's was 7.7 tons, and it fell on July 11th, or 7/7. The significance here is that if you look back at the writings of Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard when they were doing that Babylon working back then, they started identifying the goddess of the night sky as Babylon instead of Isis. So the ISS, which we often refer to in this context as representing the goddess Isis, you could also call it Babylon, according to the New Agers. And if you look at the symbol of Babylon that Jack Parsons used in all of his ceremonies, you will see that it's covered in the number 77. So there's a strong correlation with that number, Babylon. And again, the Skylab's was 7.7 tons and it fell on a 7/7. And then one more thing, Tom Cruise has been in 42 movies. When he goes up there to film this, it will be his 43rd.
Hey, that's a major hex right there. 77, 42 being more 7 rather than 6. Yes, that really hits the spot. I mean, the 42 thing, I mean, rise and set. Yeah, that's very accurate. I mean, and there's not much debate on that one or much question on that anymore.
Nope. And in the movie Vanilla Sky, which I've decoded before, it actually tells the story, I believe, of what's to come, including, I mean, there's layers to it. The soundtrack in that movie has to be paid attention to as well. They encoded that movie with all kinds of Gnostic myths, but 33-year-old, basically Tom Cross, the Jesus of Scientology, and Penelope Cruz, or Cross, who plays Sophia. You have this Gnostic myth of Sophia, the Christ figure. He's 33, being reborn after falling from the vanilla sky. And like I said, the falling is the important thing here. So he's going up there to film a movie, and this was the guy who worked with Stanley Kubrick, the man who authored the 21st century and the 20th century, it seems, or at least directed it to a large degree. So I happen to think that Tom Cruise, his mission this year, might be connected to this thing. Maybe he'll go down with a ship.
Cool. Yeah, yeah, that's a good one. I mean, that's all the cross you need. I mean, St. Andrew's, Greek, Italian, etc. I mean, that's basically all the cross you need. I mean, X marks the spot, and it's also a hex as well. I mean, it may as well be. It's basically two sevens with the angles sticking to each other.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I think this could be it. One other thing, Tom Cruise divorced all of his wives at the age of 33. He had 33 wives. Oh, you turned 33, divorced. There was 33 years between Top Gun, where he wore a helmet, and the make and model was like UHG 33. 33 years later, he does Maverick. And when he goes to the space station, he'll be wearing an Omega X33 watch. I mean, you can find Masonic stuff all over Scientology, all over Tom Cruise's movies, and I think he's the chosen one for this particular mission, which is, I believe, this next
Oh,
mission.
certainly he is. And not only that, don't forget Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible. Well, Tom Cross in Mission Impossible. He had so many. action scenes of deep fakes where he tears the mask off and it turned out to be him, not the person that was supposed to be portrayed. I mean, yeah, Tom Cross is obviously the chosen one from those details and from that dissection on out. I mean, it's no debate. I mean, most people could bag at it all they want. I mean, there's a few people before. I mean, like Wild Smile per se, he bagged at Tom Cross because he doesn't look intimidating enough. But let's face it. I mean, they're obviously pointing all eyes on Tom, and also thanks to its Vanilla Sky, the Mission Impossible series, and even that of Eyes Wide Shut, especially. I mean, no, it's clear that Cross is in the club, and it's all going to be set in motion.
Right, and he has the skill. I mean, they probably already filmed it, which is the truth of it. They probably already shot the film because this again, this is the guys in the movie directed by the guy who more or less directed 9/11, and 9/11 has been connected through this movie to, I believe, what comes next. I mean, it's pretty clear to me the space station plays an integral role, and symbolically, like I said, it's the Tower of Babylon. Symbolically, it's this. It's the final thing that has to fall before they can actually separate or scatter the tongues, break the internet, and everything else. So that's kind of what I think the end game might be. And this being the 42nd year, couldn't be any clearer. The number 42 with the movie Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in the book is all about the sky falling. In fact, one more thing. Tom Cruise putting 42,000, I'm sorry, Elon Musk putting 42,000 cube sats into the sky. There's your Saturn and cube references. 42,000 of these things go into the sky. Well, the movie Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is where the number 42 is constantly being referenced with Musk, it opens up with a scene where cube-shaped UFOs arrive and blow up the Earth.
Wow. Yep. That's it, man. I mean, that's a bingo, man. That's definitely the target, the laser right on the target.
Yeah, I think so. And if it all goes down this way, I mean, I can't imagine they would really kill the internet, but I do imagine just more restrictions. I mean, here we are, 2 years from Christchurch, where they already established a bar just to get you to be able to stream on your phone. Oh, you got to have 1,000 subs. You got to be verified. We got to know who you are and know your opinions first. I mean, that's what they're doing. You got like 90 days to do your best to accrue subs and not say anything offensive in order to live stream on your phone. And again, this was all done because of, PewDiePie shooting up that mosque or whatever.
Oh, and keep in mind that drones are apparently being restricted as a means of getting them to register. So it could be so that this narrative may be a little shaky, but it could be so that drones will now be the equivalent of guns in terms of use and registration. So now you're no longer allowed to freely record stuff while, being at, say, at a bar or at a cafe, remote controlling footage that you could get. And I'm talking major stuff you can get.
Interesting. I mean, this is where's all the guerrilla filmmakers, busting up these psyops or just exposing stuff. You would expect it. And now that there's an opportunity, and this could also be a response to like the Film Your Hospital reporters, people who are checking out these sites to see if anything was really going on. Well, they kind of destroyed the efficacy of the psyop for people who saw their videos. If you watch on the news, don't go downtown, there's bodies everywhere, and then you go on YouTube and some guy's walking around like nothing's going on, it breaks the spell.
It'll contradict. I mean, right off the bat, it will not only wash itself, but it will completely contradict. And as a result, there will be no case of cognitive dissonance anymore. There will be no case of auto believing. It will be loud and clear from there on out. And it is loud and clear from now there on out that the hospitals have been empty as a means of serving the establishment so that they could push a narrative and so that the dancing nurses can get all impunity in the world.
Yes, and the dancing nurses are just really a symptom. That's just to me that's the insulting part of it. But anyway, it's been a great call. Appreciate you calling in. Again, it's the second anniversary of the Christchurch event. Is there any particular facet to that stood out to you from your recollection that told you it was a hoax, or did you just already by that time know?
Well, I mean, I didn't really start this thing until last year, but one thing I did get out of it was just the fact that New Zealand ended up bowing down. I mean, most of the people bowed down so easily to it. The fact that she's well, he, my bad. The fact that he suddenly just went fast forward on everything, and when then suddenly the footage comes out, and he realized that most of it wasn't graphic, if at all, a real shooting, but rather some sort of stage setup, and you're just thinking, hey, what the heck is it? That was the hint that really got to this 2 year anniversary of a stunt.
Absolutely. And I always bring these things up on their hoax anniversaries because we have to remember that, if we don't go back and re-auto hoax it, it kind of cements itself in the popular imagination. And people have to be reminded, and sometimes they don't know. People tend to believe 100% of the news they didn't watch. So I think it's helpful to use
Exactly,
these days.
stuff that makes it to history.
Exactly. I mean, they do it all the time. They use these anniversaries to rub it in our faces. Uh, Look what your gun laws did. So I like to use these anniversaries to say, hey, look what they did to our free speech because of auto believing fearful sheeple.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Hey, wonderful call, Tim. Thank you very much.
Yeah, call back anytime. Have a great day. All right, everybody. This is just sort of an impromptu live stream. It's going to be a very busy week for me, which is a good thing because what is happening is I'm implementing a lot of very, very nice changes to what we do here, improving things. The new phone system, for example, has a queue. Multiple people can call in, and nobody has to keep redialing. And then two, I can have multiple callers on at a time. So I'm going to start having guests frequently starting next week, and you will be able to call in and directly address them, which is a nice advantage, I think, to just relying on me to relay the comments through the chats. We're doing improvements on all the websites, the newsletters, the forum, and I'm really trying to make sure that everything's usable from mobile devices as well. Trying to get rid of the annoying CAPTCHAs. InfinitePlane.media is now focused primarily on the forum first, at the top of the page. Anyway, there's going to be a lot of improvements. We're also getting a schedule and a new theme song, intro music, as you'll hear next week. So I'll be around, but we may not be doing live streams every night. Sometimes it'll be earlier in the day, maybe both, but whatever it is, I'll keep you in touch, and the 24/7 stream will be here. So this is Murder Hornets, World War III. Have a great day. Subscribe if you're not, just to stay in the loop.
I'm so tired of World War III. I don't care for this riot scene. I've got a fever of 113. Watching my neighbors turn into zombies. Food on my face makes me feel uneasy. The commie world order is totally sleazy. Shifty eyed Bezos counting his cash. Now he can build his moon gulag. Nipsey, forgive me, I can't stay home. I'm going to the lake, gonna paddle my boat. thousand lives. Walking round the food kingdom satisfied my mind. Dancing nurses are boring me, wasting millions in PPA. No one is in the hospitals, you see. Must be practicing the dance routines. News keeps saying the war zone is real. They left out the facts, there's no one to heal. I'm so tired of World War III. Now we have riots in the streets. Better wear your mask, boy. Get somebody sick. Stay out of the sunshine. Find a TV show to pick. Don't worry about your money, y'all. Your truck check's on the way. Your COVID ID's coming and the vaccine's here today. You'll get your vaccine and your COVID passport too. They're selling us all doom and gloom. Are you buying it?
I'm at the Grove, Bohemian. I drink the juice, the chocolate milk, the holy cow. I wear the sneaks, tip up the beak, I'm the 33. Charles Manson, ranch dressing, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci, sound of the conch. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. bunch of important numbers. 481, a bunch of important numbers. 5, a bunch of important numbers. 0, a bunch of important numbers. 9, a bunch of important numbers. 23, a bunch of important numbers. 7, a bunch of important numbers. 11, a bunch of important numbers. 11. I'm in a cult, 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 I'm in a cult. Here's what I got, so when they
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Said the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak. Deep under my bubble. It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing it.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
La la la. La la la. La la la.
Just like the phoenix, we rise from the ashes. They fake our reality with pawns, puppets, and actresses. It's plain to see what their tactic is. Corporate communist takeover. Treat us like clowns, burn it all down in a fiery makeover. Then they rebuild from the ash, leaving the past in the past is the ticket to the last laugh. Phoenix, these maggots are more like scavenging vultures. They're twisting our culture. They got us living like drones in this dystopian vision of home. Just leave us alone. We're allergic to the bullshit. But they preach and they preach and they preach from on top of their pulpit.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. Don't take a genius to see the signs and symbols. They play with the phoenix. We see the lies they swindle and we don't believe shit. Fun the jokes and riddles. Now things are far from civil. I'm trying to elevate my mental and find some meaning. stuck on feelings, cause it's so appealing. Now it's open season, the elite be scheming. Now I'm painting pictures on the ceiling, like I'm a Venetian. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. These bastards have got you frantic with their systematic Babylonian sex magic. It's tragic. These psychopathic fascists wreak havoc upon each and every demographic. They got you falling down a rabbit hole like Alice. Pass me my chalice, for this world is savage. Who's gonna do some damage? There's so many stages to their evil planning. We're trying to learn to speak a universal language. Sometimes it feels like it's more than we can manage. Don't take this life for granted. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Harness roaring upward toward the heavens like the lioness. Heated hurricane, rebirth of the initiates. Segments scorching, blazing, higher fire priestess. So fly, wings ascend from the ashes. Just to be rising, since we hypnotizing. Higher angelic frequencies that come from struggling. Get the cut to introspective human consciously. Sacred serpent lick their ears for hearkening.
The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Rising from the deep, fly by just like a phoenix. Tips so wavy, got a bunch of jealous beaches. Won't go crazy, it's a nightmare for the dreamers. They think it's safety, but it's really just obedience. Time to tell the secrets, listen bitch, we gotta speak it. See at least don't like you breathing. There's illusion in your freedom. New normal, new world order. They've inverted all the meaning, so we do this for a reason. Keep it big, yeah, that's a beacon, that's a beacon.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
You're playing infinite things, man. The play society. Infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane. Doing my thing, do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Infinite plane, yeah. I live on an infinite plane. I live on an infinite plane. They telling me different things. That's supposed to be pulling the strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out today, I live on an infinite plane. I ain't playing no games. I'm on a different plane. I live on an infinite plane. Yeah. No, the news is fake. They're trying to choose my fate. I know the views is fake. They pushing the global stage. Fake news on the radio wave. All the hoax, the whole world is a stage. Body double like I'm Saddam Hussein. Doing my thing. Don't want the fame, just trying to make change. They took out my page. But an infinite gang, infinite plane, playing no games. Infinite gang, we ain't playing no games. Infinite plane, I'm on an infinite plane. Infinite plane, the world that I live in is strange. Cause I'm on an infinite plane. I'm doing different things, yeah, I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. Stay with the infinite gang. Step on the street, pull the strings. But they can't fuck with the gang. I'm on the infinite plane. Infinite gang, man. That's me on mouth. I just take more play. Infinite plane society, man. Yeah, man. All I do is black roll out, black roll out. Yeah, just do it, man. Can't take us down off the shit, man. You shake that, check the stats, man. Can't do it, man. Check the word is flat, man. Go for the whole man. I think it's down my shit right now, man. Shit, satellites are not real, man. I think satellites are real, man. I don't even know what the fuck it is, man. How about the news and shit, man? They already got it, man. I'm telling you right now, it's all the host, man. All the host, man. Shout out to Pewdiepie. What up, bro?
Living this life in some kind of Orwellian fiction piece. It's disastrous. Did we ask for it? 41, but I'll be waking people up till I'm in my casket. Get a grasp on it. We get up until the mandated mask off it. This fake ass reality, they're draining your energy. Come with me, we're bringing the synergy. From here to infinity, we're sipping the Hennessy, spitting the heresy. You're blindly following enemies. For the waste of your life, why do you let it be? When you play with fire, kids, eventually you always end up getting burned. That's what I learned. Lesson taught is a lesson earned. Like seeking the knowledge we speak of is bliss to me. Speak with conviction and blame the oligarchs for authoring history, controlling the minds of the masses, scrubbing their minds with their classes, indoctrinating a nation to keep us sedated. Waking up in this communist paradise, wearing masks with some sort of parasites fit for your life.
Still in heaven, your mind is a loaded weapon. They want control your possessions. They're selling Armageddon. They want you begging like a peasant. Man, I tried to tell them. Condemnation before investigation is the evidence of your indoctrination. It's blatant, you're a willing participant and a hypocrite. I'm partaking in mass shaming. Yeah, I'm different. These imbeciles are only used of innocence. They trying to condition us to a new norm with constant repetition. Cognitive dissonance got this fool tripping. Now civil war's imminent and BLM is a stimulus. People acting belligerent when now's the time to be vigilant. Why they didn't put COINTELPRO on the syllabus? If you think you came from a monkey, then you're primitive. Them idiots are thick as fuck, thinking they came from Australopithecus. I'm sick of these frivolous rituals and the ways that they try to belittle us. Coronavirus is an anagram for carnivorous. It's ridiculous. So now we meet at a paradox to which most are oblivious. With their nations of ignorance, no, it don't make a difference. I stay vigorous, chilling with syncretists, ever ambiguous with my gibberish. There's no such thing as a coincidence. This place is so magnificent. The possibilities are infinite. I'm just an insolent immigrant, freeing my mind from imprisonment, using my voice as a blunt instrument. These 808s are so militant. Now I've got myself in a predicament. I tell myself I'll be so hesitant. I strive for excellence. Immune to the pestilence. I'm a perfectionist. Shop up by etiquette door. I give you a taste of your own medicine. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit.
Yeah, truth music. Yeah. This is my medicine, I'm steadily fetishing to make sense out of this nonsense they relish in. Look at all the poison they're feeding us, always misleading us. All they're doing is bleeding us dry. I'll be red pilling to keep on with healing us. Why? I just want to open your mind. Open your mind. May take more than a minute to get it, but once you get it, you'll never regret it. Their lies are incredible. All this destruction was always inevitable. Fuck these elitists, they're up on their pedestals. Pharmaceuticals, they're pushing their chemicals. Some sort of federal tyranny up in your medicals. Are you really hearing me wrong? It's pitiful. Be a witness to my swan song, I'm a general. When we're gone, we're leaving everything to rubble. We're gonna watch you stumble through the fog. You'll find deliverance in the barrel when we're playing gods. Wake up, wake up. What the fuck? I'm trying to wake the masses.
Wake the masses with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the shift from your lyrical sword. Why know your tongue not suited for the war? Wake the masses with your vocal cord. Shake their minds with your every word. Remove the shift from your lyrical sword. Why know your tongue not suited for the war?
Nothing in your world works the way you think it does. There's a far higher, bigger picture going on the earth for at least 7,000 years of human history that we modern day people really just don't relate to.
Mind over matter, all I see is propaganda. Snakes and ladders up on every channel. Lights, camera, action, what's the latest fashion? Welcome to the coast of Saturn. Do you really know what's happening? When you watch the news, do you see the patterns? No, it's not hard to fathom. This shit is far from random. I see the puppet standing on man, sifting through the rubbish like that's a strong man. Where's the damage? Don't be unique and get some courage. It deep and do your best to make it flourish. Feed your soul the best of foods to keep you nourished. Stay on it and find your strength and solace and become a colossus.
Wake the masses with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the shift from your lyrical sword. Why know your tongue not suited for the war? Wake the masses with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the shift from your lyrical sword. Why know your tongue not suited for the war?
Man, I try so hard to learn the truth myself. And when I learn something new, I wanna tell somebody else. Truth is in plain sight. If you look, can't you tell? You allow all these lies. That's why you created hell. Wake up now. Who are you? Are you self? Are you truth? Are you calves of a cow? Are you right? Where's the proof? Can you tell me what it is that they put in your food? These are questions that I ooh, I'm not a rebel, but they're making me. I need truth for my sanity. Friends ask why can I let it be? Well, cause lies won't set me free. I am rooted like a walking tree. I think it's time for the better me. Express my thoughts by melodies. Least I can do is plant the seeds. Least I can do is plant the seeds.
Wake the masses with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the shift from your lyrical sword. Why know your tongue not suited for the war? Wake the masses with your shake your minds with your every word. Remove the shift from your lyrical sword. Why know your tongue not suited for the war?
Governments do not operate the way you think they do. Banks do not do what you think they do.
Have a look, all our rights getting took. First it's a pandemic. Now these riots got them hooked. Fuck the state, fuck the police, 33 times, yeah. But the ones burning the streets, that's by design, yeah. Stacks of bricks, play corners, order out of chaos. That's how they control us. They got us separated in every way. It's cold and soulless. Say that we're profane. Nah, fuck that, we got game. Genius as they are, don't matter old and late. If this their new normal, let's make a whole new lane. The ones at the top of the most of the crime. The higher you go, then the deeper the bind. They've done this before and I work every time. The world is a stage full of curtains and blinds. Typical people can lift up the line.
With your vocal cords, shake your minds with your every word. Remove the shift from your lyrical song. Why know your tongue not suit up for the war? Break the masses with your vocal cords, shake your minds with your every word. Remove the shift from your lyrical song. Why know your tongue not suit up for the war?
The Vatican simply took over the position of Caesar of Rome, and this is why all of the nations of Europe all come to bow down to the Pope in Rome, because he is, in point of fact, Caesar. His official title is Pontifex Maximus. That was a term that was given to Caesar of Rome. So the point I'm making here is that for 3,200 years, Rome has dominated Europe. And for 3,200 years, Europe has dominated the world. Therefore, there is an old saying that all roads lead to Rome.
With your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang is stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real ones gonna get this. Fake ones don't accept this, they can miss the message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host a message, squad are representing. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the oppa's getting better. Oh, you're so effective, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a setup. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Notice, yeah, it's honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no.
Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. 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 Fucking with the penguins. Yeah, with the penguins. Coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. Forget the general consensus, just pay attention. You're going to hell's paid with good intentions. I'm clenching my back benching, representing only the most superior, independent media. We got that real shit fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your bold claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing those events. Quick DIPS are making an entrance, busting doors down cause now's the time for interventions. Did I mention we're affecting so many men across the spectrum? We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum, there's nothing close resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like Tempin, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the Hawks army, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. 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 Fucking with the penguins, yeah.
what you don't see, the actual victims, you don't see any evidence of real mass casualty. The victims, the crisis actors, you never see tears. I haven't seen a single tear yet. Nobody cried, nobody died at any of these events.
Another angry white kid, just about kept away. Greta's going to be pissed.
Everybody know Mr. Raj came through the door and sang It's a Beautiful Day in the neighborhood.
Well, I used to be unaffected. Didn't care if the fish had races, only knew that it could save us all. What is real, I don't know, hard to understand. There used to be a cornucopia in my pants. Hit man, Shift us to the new timeline. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Bring me a giant check next time. Well, trouble ain't what people don't know, it's what they know. That ain't so, said the OG Cress's acting Marlboro Man. It's a miracle, it's true. I know my memories ain't no fool. I've seen the Chinese dude get mowed down by the tank. Seen it on TV, me eating Bates and smiling, a double bind that got your mind in, and a tasty cup of noodles for your soul.
Take a look at South America, and that's what made me realize, whoa, South America's like 1,000 miles over. And again, it moves more after that. It's even further than 1,000 miles. And I'm just guessing, you know, it's just way over to the right, way over to the east. And, you know, where I come from, I believe I'm still where I come from. I believe this reality is indeed in flux. Absolutely. You know, we're going to talk about flip-flops as well.
Well, what will you do when you find out you don't exist? You've been faked out. No gold notches, no box of chocolates in this neighborhood. Well, I was there, man. I ate the Fruit Loops. And I seen that movie with Tom Cruise. Please don't take these precious memories from my heart. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gas light on. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gas light on. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gas light on.
Get into a little phrase that I like to say called "everyone knows," because it seems to trigger the trolls and deniers. And they literally go around and, you know, these Mandela effect deniers will go around and they'll make videos about how Brian Staley goes around and says everybody knows and we are the best. We're going to talk about that today. How we are the best, everybody knows. And you can put the two together and it says everybody knows we are the best, right? Fucking double bang for the buck, you know what I mean, baby?
We be the Penguinati, the new Illuminati. We're to free your mind, your soul, and your body. They can't stop me, but they keep on trying and keep denying that they got all of the minds prying on our personal lives as the lies unfold. Truth is sitting around waiting for some truth to be told, but let it be known that we are the hoax. Questioning things of that'll take you out of your comfort zone. I'm not saying I know there's no dome, but it kinda feels like going right back to the globe. While the shepherds fight to fleece the flock, the doomsayers debate about their doomsday clock. Some say we're in a cult of believers, but how we in a cult when we're nothing but leaders? Thinking like think, man, you know that's the credo. We keeping that in mind everywhere that we go.
Day after day we open the doors of perception, finding more and more of the damned action. Armed with minds to unlock the hidden answers, interested in research, journalistic freelancers. Having left behind any model-specific proposition, opened eyes believing through direct observation. Having left the realm of fairy tales and fiction, sharpened beaks pointing the right direction. Making use of the tools we have at hand to fight against ignorance across all lands. Smashing absurdity with blue branches, uncovering idiocy and distributing pink ranches. Separating the wheat from the chaff, enabling the think tank with your tragedies. Follow patterns and make us yawn, badly acting human shields that randomly spawn. We do in fact call BS on your fabricated anecdotes, moving on without you, not even leaving notes. Activating infinite potential, lying fallow people waking up, speaking what they know. We recognize your fakes, empty the frames, we have looked through all your fancy games. Your green screen doesn't impress us anymore. Your fear tactics acting weaker despite fake gore. Not accepting false dichotomy thought cages, thinking freely from our hearts, writing pages. Entries to the book of life so keen, walking a new passes and lands unseen. walking a new passes and lands unseen.
All right, so let's see. That was "We Are the Virus." That's actually by JT33, who did part of the soundtrack for the first episode of this project we're working on, which I think you'll like. Zareth the Alchemist says, "Sounds kind of like Tool." Yes, I concur with that. I have a number of emails and photos that came to me from an individual who's been investigating the hospitals. So that's one thing I'm going to look into here. Millennium Falcon 1, Star Wars Clues says, take into account the 24-degree tilt on the Earth. Go 3,250 miles east, start anywhere, and you will end up on the equator. Fuck Bill Burr. I'm not sure what Bill Burr said. But yes. Okay, so we were talking about outer space and inner space and how the two are in fact the same. How they're not actually going into deep space, as in up there. They're going into deep space down there, and they're digging a tunnel of China, essentially. So you can go farm potatoes under the false pretense that you're saving the Earth by leaving it behind to go live an ascetic life on Mars. Here's a couple of memes. This is the meme review. If you go to a party, you go to jail because of coronavirus. If you're in jail, we will let you out because of coronavirus. There's nothing, the reason why we have these contradictory statements and orders. Part of gaslighting, in fact, is conflicting injunctions, different instructions that you're given that you can't do both, catch-22s, things that just literally make no logical sense. And that's the whole point. They don't want thinking to help you. It does no good to think reasonably about these things because it's not reasonable. When one appears, the other disappears. And this is a meme juxtaposing Superman with Clark Kent. Kent being the flu, Superman being COVID. And yeah, they did pull off some type of a switch there, it seems. Very clever. I mean, I commented on this back in, probably even in March, that you're going to see a decline in the number of people run over by steamrollers. And the commensurate bump's going to be on the COVID side. They're just shuffling papers around and it's working. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, caller? Anything in particular?
Hey. Yeah. Sorry, I'm listening to the podcast and a couple seconds behind. Should I not listen to it?
Yeah, go ahead and mute it. There might be a little bit of a delay.
Okay.
It could even be a Mandela effect, but yeah.
All right.
Your timeline could be like 8 seconds behind. But yeah, go ahead.
I just thought was interesting I learned this week, which was the I don't know if this is what you want to talk about, but there's a word Wetiko. You heard of it?
No. What does it mean?
Hold on.
Yeah, the word is.
You
You
there?
said yeah. Go ahead. Wetiko. I don't know what the word means.
Wetiko.
How do you spell it?
Look it up. W-E, like wet, W-E-T-I-K-O.
And why don't you fill us in on what this means and what it means to you?
I mean, I literally just I just heard it like 2 days ago, and I'm like kind of fascinated. But I'm probably not going to speak well about it. But it's a Native American term that basically sums up what we're seeing today play out, which is like a mental virus on society, which basically, in a nutshell, this is like the oldest concept of society that we're supposed to be aware of. And since we don't have language for it, it's obviously hidden, but I would assume the previous generations of, natives would talk about this as basically like maybe the dragon or whatnot, but it's like a virus on the mind of the human psyche.
Okay, I found something here. It says, dispelling Wetiko, breaking the curse of evil. It says here, the mind virus, which the Native Americans called the Wetiko, covertly operates through the unconscious blind spots in the human psyche. Yeah, I think this would describe the mob mindset, the loss of individuality, individual responsibility. Uh, yeah, absolutely.
I, I think it's cool to just have a new vocabulary word that really describe that's predates the current situation, and just if you look into and there's cool imagery for it, and basically the Wetiko is a spirit. It doesn't stop until we're all consumed by it, basically, and it's like destruction.
Yeah, interesting.
So
This is actually you're right about this thing too. We don't have the lexicon to figure our way out of this thing. Like, even
right,
simple things, crisis acting, hoaxes, psychological operations. We don't have words for this, and we don't have a lexicon of evil. Nobody believes in evil. They've kind of reinvented it as systemic oppression, but nobody really believes. At least the modern paradigm kind of removes the idea of a metaphysical or supernatural evil, something predatory.
sure. Yeah, and I've heard people maybe talk about this. The only way to destroy it is if you kind of embrace it as like a learning opportunity to say, "Oh, okay, thank you for coming into our realm. How can I learn from you now?" And you you know you can't like just fight it. In other words, like so, and I see that playing out now. Like the more you fight this, like the more people kind of double down and go into their you know battleground, I guess bunkers. and,
Right,
and
right. Like
so
that reminds me of you get the idea of like Adam Smith and the Wealth of Nations, where he had this idea that you need a system that takes man's inherent greedy selfishness and channels it into something productive. So the idea was that you can't change human nature. We will be greedy. So if you force equality, you will create injustice. So you have to let some people reach higher than others. But and so I think it's against nature. I think communism is unnatural. And I think it's inherently based on greed and evil and collectivism and having this covetousness towards what others have. And yeah, I do think that human nature is what it is. And that's exactly the issue that we have. The utopians want to reinvent man, get rid of your carbon footprint. I mean, that's what mind control is about. They're turning us into insects.
yeah, it's like a hive mind kind of taking over. And insects have that. They're all mindless, autopilot. Um, yeah, and I feel like this AI kind of program, I guess, or a virus, like the AI represents, is it's kind of like it's kind of destroying all of our avenues of thought. And like I think you were kind of describing this earlier, just how it's kind of it's closing in the universe of thought and ideas.
Sure.
And I feel like the AI is set up to do that. Like the AI is kind of set up to look for any ideas that are kind of expanding our minds, and it's like hammering it down on the edges and like shrinking it down to this point
Well, look, there's
of
one thing I've noticed. Okay, because I used to, before I really got immersed in the internet, I spent all my time in libraries and old bookstores, and I did my research the old-fashioned way. And when I'd go to libraries, I would look for one particular topic, but I'd find a lot of books in the area randomly, yeah, serendipitously. So you had coincidences or synchronicities, randomness, where the research process takes on a different type of there's a different process that goes into research. It's a little less direct than just simply searching things or going to a place where the library is all electronic. And I think they remove a lot of the randomness, which is where like life kind of seems to happen, where you make choices and decisions as a thinker. And they're getting rid of that. So it's like you automate everything. So you get a self-driving car, it drives you from A to Z. Well, now you don't even have the option of just impulsively stopping at a shop or anything like that. So they're getting rid of randomness and getting rid of randomness to streamline everything, which of course, yeah, they're making us into, it's like a beehive. The original symbol of the Illuminati was the beehive.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I mean, the way you just, I mean, I associate that with kind of left brain, right brain, and we're in a left brain society here. But I'm just a natural right brainer, so I'm always it doesn't you can't justify, you can't ever make sense of a right brain, but it's to me it's life, and I always find people have there's an audience for me, but I don't always I'm always kind of not excelling in some ways, but then I'm always coming back to people always come back to me. I notice, and it's, I mean, there's a left brain is like the most linear thought process, and it's like that's obvious to me, but I don't like to do that. So it's like, I mean, I think we all have that ability, but the right brain's kind of being hammered out of existence as much as it can be. It seems there's always here's an obvious. I think if we intellectualize these things and try to give vocabulary for things, we kind of box in ourselves always. So,
well, look, daydreaming. Like you think about things that they always stop you from doing. Daydreaming is one of those things. Like when do people use their imaginations, like as a thought experiments, like to even imagine the idea that the Earth is stationary requires original thought, conceptualization in the imagination. But they remove a lot of that. And I think that we're so immersed in movies and in CGI simulations that it's kind of displaced the right brain activity.
Yeah.
Like, so the government gives you your right brain circus. You don't have to use your own.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I see a lot. Yeah. I mean, I talk to like little kids today because I feel like I still tap into that kind of childlike brain in some ways, and I try to ask them like, oh, do you like 2D cartoons or 3D cartoons? Like, I personally don't really care for the 3D stuff or like the video games, but because it's like it requires you to use more imagination, like to not. I mean, it requires less imagination to watch like a 3D cartoon, but the kids like it because maybe I don't know why, but maybe that's why, because it's like less.
Yeah, you're right. It's like a dream.
So hyper realistic that it's boring. Like I don't like looking at like really hyper, digital screens. Like I like the more fuzzy. But maybe I'm just old fashioned.
No, there's a different process.
See.
There's a different cognitive process. One of them is a deep hypnotic, guided meditation trance loaded with junk food for the mind and propaganda, and the other is an act of communication with the author. Like when you're reading a book, when you're reading some analog, a comic book. I think there's more interaction, and then you do have to unconsciously anyway put the scenes together. It's animating in your mind, and yeah, there's a different process there. And I think they're purposefully allowing the critical thinking and the imagination to atrophy so they can replace it with this hive mind thing that it's going to be probably regulated by essentially AI.
Yeah, right. And I did like the thing you were just talking about this, Sputnik and like, the inner. I mean, I was trying to, it's like a new concept, and like it's like I always like when I hear a new concept of thought. So
yeah, well, what do you think about the deep underground military bases as having possibly even Mars bases?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, I feel like that realm is going into augmented reality and like simulating going to Mars. With these like the Hyperloop, and even just Mars travel. I guess that they keep seem to promise to people. I mean, I imagine that it has to be some sort of augmented reality. It can't be like. I mean, I was gonna say like the Hyperloop like won't have windows, for instance. That gives you an opportunity to paint your realm, and I think like the more you hammer into down like your imagination, like the more logical that makes sense to be able to trick some future kids that rely on these things.
Exactly. I think that we're looking at basically that they had the way being paved for the new age. And augmented virtual reality is a huge part of it. And it already is. I mean, when we went into lockdown, they already shifted the balance as far as now more of your person-to-person interaction is mediated through the internet than before. It's just a fact. They cut off your contact with living human beings. That's a major transition. That's a big deal. And it was seamless. They pulled it off. And
For sure.
that's, to me, that's us entering into a simulation.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned something about the mask, like hiding our humanity. Like I had this early thought too about that. About are there like beings coming in here that can't really control their face? And the thing is about the reptilian thing is I was actually told by someone really close to me. She's an older woman who's in these kind of elite societies, and she did say that she did experience that with somebody, but I don't know if they were maybe they were actually promoting that to this group of people, like because she was not the only one in the group that saw this person change into a reptile. But who knows if it's an energy field or.
Well,
I mean, I think they want us to know about this, but I don't know if it's literal. Like
when
I mean, I'm open to anything. So
when I first looked into the Reptoid thing with probably a lot of people, like David Icke, and one of the things he had said in his writings was this idea that the priesthood were taking sacrifices from the people they controlled, but that the regular people weren't allowed to see the faces of the priests who had their faces covered. And he said that the face coverings that the various religions use has been to provide a cover for the reptoids. It's an interesting theory. Wouldn't surprise me at all. I think it definitely though has to do with cutting down our communication, because our facial expressions convey probably more than our words do.
Yeah. Well, I always think there's so many angles to everything they do, to these things too, and that's definitely one of them. And I mean, also just dehumanizing people to getting to the point of trying to civil war. I mean, it also makes sense because it's so much easier to like look at someone like non-human now.
Yeah,
that's
true. That's true. They have they've said the media has done a pretty good job where it's okay to punch a Nazi, it's okay to punch a MAGA, and now the other side they're all looters and murderers and whatever. And it's like, yep, you're not going to see a lot of sympathy from either side when the bullets start flying.
Yeah. And well, like MAGA means like apparently is like the priest, like a magician, a female, I believe.
Yes, I was talking about that earlier. MAGA is the feminine form of magic. I brought that up because someone said the Whore of Babylon has Babylon the Great on her forehead in scarlet. Like MAGA hats are scarlet, and it says America the Great, essentially. It's not Babylon, but same thing. So I was like, that's interesting.
Yeah, it is. But I don't understand these high level like magicians. Like I don't know. I don't really know the end goal, but I do feel like there's something about the possession, and I think, I mean, I definitely believe the aliens are there, but they're demons, and they're trying to convince us that they're aliens because they can play out with the augmented reality, this scenario, but can really come into us kind of thing, and if we believe in them, especially.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, and that's one of the things here. I think it was Benjamin Franklin or someone said you'll live with the amount of tyranny that you tolerate, and I think you'll live, essentially you'll live with in a level of deception that you tolerate. And if we didn't push the brakes on stuff, if there weren't any skeptics, we would probably already have alien overlords having us work on farms or something in fiefdoms. But there's a little bit of pushback, not a lot. There's a small percentage of us who aren't going with the program. But what's your take on the UFO invasion thing? Let's say they have a bunch of flying saucers hovering over major cities, dropping bombs, bombarding them. Do you think that the population will fall for it and just say, okay, Mars has taken over?
I'd like to. I mean, up until this year, I would probably say no, but now I'm like, it's pretty. I think it's pretty easy to convince anyone. Convince the masses of it, because there's just a majority mindset that will go with whatever's told to them, and I mean, yeah, there's some level of like occult ritual magic, like with numbers and they do it on the right dates. So there's like this, I don't know, there's a spiritual like pushback in people, and you really have to like understand like back to the creator. I mean, whatever you call, I like Jesus Christ, it's come out in me when I'm in a situation. I've been in a situation before, and it's come out of my mouth, and I've never been like preachy or anything, and it came out at the right time, and I needed it to, and it shut down like this ritual that I was somehow found myself involved in. It sounds crazy, but
well, let me ask you this:
it's like,
so do you believe that there is a proxy war, good versus evil, and that humans are agents for either side? Is that what we're facing right now?
Yeah, I think we're all we're receptors. So whatever you think about religion, it doesn't matter. But the word Jesus Christ takes you to a point of undeniable like reset, whatever it is for you. Like like it doesn't matter like religion, because I grew up in the church, but I ignored it for went away from that, and like, but to me like it doesn't matter. It's like your mind knows what that means, and whenever you say that, it brings you down to like the most pure love that your mother gave you at birth, for instance. Like it's the most like powerful, it's like a diamond. It's like pure, untainted, and if you're ever lost, like if you say that word, like it will bring you, say that name, it will bring you back to that point. And I think we all can relate to that, and we can all be possessed, but when you say that word, it's gonna like kind of buzzkill you in some ways, or it's gonna.
Yeah, look. There's certain things that we're taught to mock and ridicule. One of these things,
right.
The idea of telepathy or psychic phenomenon, or if someone says they're psychic, it's like it's not meant to be taken seriously, and it's probably because of con men and charlatans in the past have given it a bad rap. But the idea that our minds, our consciousness it somehow can be a receiver for interacting with beings that may not have physical bodies, like it's not a new concept, and I don't think there's a lot of people who disagree that there's something there, that we're not purely just basically I guess what animals. I hate to disparage animals like that, but like the idea that we're just like automatons, we're just the end result of the Big Bang and everything's slowing to a halt. No, I do think that we're conscious players in this, even if our bodies are somewhat disposable.
Well, yeah, and I mean, back to being like animal-like. I mean, I do think at some point before the fall, like I think there was a time where we were sort of like animals, but we were like we didn't need anything. Like we didn't have to speak either. Like all this stuff is material world in some ways. Even the language is, and once we were, I mean, it makes sense to me. The serpent that tempted Eve. It's telling you like, you didn't need to like, your mind didn't need to wander out there. Like you were being taken care of. You didn't need to, you were guided like look at animals. They don't need to they don't need to really work hard, and they have everything taken care of for them in some ways. Even though it looks like they're in a chaotic world, they're actually at peace all the time, and they never worry. And I feel like if we can train ourselves to just be in that state, like we would be taken care of. And I feel like I've experienced that at my low points, like where I had to rely on faith, like something's watching over you, but you have to be but you don't need much. Like you're not going to get material wealth, from that.
Well,
state.
let me bring this up, because there's like a couple of points of view on the Garden of Eden story. Many believe that yes, that was ideal, and when man disobeyed, he fell, he lost the harmony, and now we're paying for it. The other perspective is man was actually a slave, didn't know it, and that he's potentially a co-creator or a god, and that he was in a state of ignorance, and once he found out, it was actually liberation when he got kicked out. So
well, yeah, of course. That's. Sorry, go on.
Well, I mean, there's two different takes on it. A third take on it is that the serpent was in fact working for God, and that the whole point of man disobeying and being cast out was so that he would go through the whole ordeal and somehow fix it at the end or something. I don't know, but I think it's a very interesting concept. And I think that the idea of a perfect world that we could bring back is something that the utopians have been trying to dangle in front of us. That's why they always promise us heaven or the communist paradise or sustainable moon bases.
Right, except for they're the god now in that case.
Exactly.
Where
Yes.
maybe we were an experiment. We were put here, and yeah, like I would think that everyone works under God, but it was up to us. We have free will, and free will brought about. But the way we use our free will brings about heaven and hell. I'm not saying like we're trying to get to heaven like on earth. I'm just saying like one action does lead to another, and the fact that we have free will lets us have evil, and this could go on for eternity until we decide we don't want it anymore. And but that comes up to everybody, and it's not really my role to try to convince everyone to get to that point. That's we have to go through these ups and downs. Just I mean, this is it's a exercise here.
Sure.
I feel like
sure,
and it's time. It goes on forever. I mean, it's eternity. We can't understand eternity, but
okay. Let me run this by you, because when I look at the world stage as it is, it seems to me that there is we'll say a group within or something. There's an establishment, and this establishment seems to have a longer memory than the rest of us. Possibly going back much further. I mean, do you get the idea that the world is in the grip of a singular cult?
Yeah, no, I do feel that way, and I mean, there's so many layers to that, but I mean, singular cult. I mean, but I think there's lots of how every group like kind of infights at some point. Even like the SJWs, they're eating themselves. Like every group will always probably infight. So I'm sure there was a singular cult, but they probably are branched off at some point too.
Okay, and final question here.
Hidden knowledge.
As far as how
What's
deep,
that?
okay, hidden knowledge, right? We're talking about like a knowledge disparity. So we're basically prisoners by the fact that we're that much more ignorant than they are. That's the Garden of Eden story. That's the story in the village.
Yeah, we're like, definitely. I mean, well, I can't compare it to the Garden of Eden, but I would say like some entities, or people. I mean, I guess you can kind of talk about bloodlines here, like with the reptilians again. Like, yes, there probably is some sort of entity that maybe survived a calamity that did retain knowledge from the old world. And if you're interested in like Tartaria, I'm kind of intrigued by that.
Sure,
I'm
same
not
here.
looking into that at all. But
well,
definitely there's like.
That is interesting. For people who don't know, the idea here is that maybe we had some type of worldwide calamity a couple hundred years ago, and that what we're on right now is a construct that they fabricated our histories, hid all the best technologies, and lied about when and where everything happened. And so essentially humanity was born into a matrix of lies, which is true, but it's much worse if this is true. Means we can't trust even our history back 300 years, and it also suggests that there might be a more advanced civilization among us.
Yeah, and I think there definitely is, and I think it's hidden in plain sight still. Like there's still like wireless energy up in the atmos, like above our heads. There's still those power lines that apparently are actually taking the energy from the air for free, and there was this is like the Tesla story, like the Nikola Tesla. How he wanted to make abundance. I think they had that world already. I think it was turned around on themselves with people who are, people who wanted to destroy the old world on purpose. And I think that this is just one theory, that led to the calamity of the worldwide mud flood, for instance, which set us back so many generations. But there was some, I'm sure some people have retained that knowledge somehow and saw a plan for the world, which was, I think they took the same energy, the free energy, and they destroyed the old world with it, and now have come out and this to me makes more sense because of all the whole like Tesla's laughed at, today. I mean, even Elon Musk like makes fun of him in some ways to say that Edison was better because
Right.
Edison wanted to profit off
And-
of it. So these people are living like kings, and this is where like a possession of some sort kind of to me comes into this, because there's something about like going, even like looking at the movie Metropolis. There's something about being like the worship of idols again. Like there's some energy that's harvested from us. And something is getting power from that.
Okay, now
So
that's
there's like these control points.
That's
Yeah.
a very interesting point there about the harvesting of energy. And so
Oh, yeah.
what you brought up also kind of reminds me of Atlantis, the story that there was a rogue faction that buried it, flooded it, and then they took it underground. And the symbol of the torch and the underground secret societies with a continuity of suppressed hidden
Yeah.
knowledge makes a lot of sense. I think there seems to be something to that. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
It's very, yeah. There's so many stories that like even like Lord of the Rings like shows you like there's a power that's like once you have it, you become like you just like you what the right thing to do, but you just can't because you're like, oh my god, this is like endless power. And it's kind of like I think that's the whole. I don't know. Losing my words here, but
well, look, David Icke also brought this up. He talked about words like the elders, the El, referring to the Saturnian cult, the Elohim, which refers to the lights who came from above. But he also said elect and electricity, suggesting that electricity and the story of Benjamin Franklin with the key and the kite was actually just talking about the secret of harvesting atmospheric electricity or something like that. All very fascinating considering Benjamin Franklin's connection to the Hellfire Club and that secret society network, suggesting that that the elect.
I haven't looked into that, but yeah, I'm looking at it. But no, I totally buy into that. I mean, the whole thing is like we're trained to think that energy is not abundant, and that's the whole like enslavement that we're seeing unfold now. We're it's the scarcity. It used to be abundance, and now it's scarcity, and now they're trying to make water scarce. The fact is, water's everywhere in the atmosphere. You can draw it with a dehumidifier. Anyone can. Like water's so abundant, we can't ever fall. We can't ever fall for this lie.
They're also saying though that land is now scarce, or everything is scarce because there's too many people. I was just looking at a magazine cover. One of these scientific magazines, and with a capital S because it's the religion of science, the way they worship it. And in this article, it said, "Oh, we have 7.7 billion people. That's too many. That's why the virus is spreading." So they're again putting the idea that there's too many of us, meaning there's not enough space.
Yep, and it's. I mean, if you just fly across the U.S., you would just know that there's like endless space, and it's like. We don't have to. When you live in an urban center, you can. I mean, where do you live at? I'm in L.A.
Oh, I don't live next. I live in a small town. Well, it's a city, but I consider it to be a town, and it's on purpose because, I think that the masses of sheeple have been triggered enough, and we know what they're capable of at their worst. And I just don't want to be front row seats at the apocalypse.
Oh no, I'm trying to get out. No, I hear you. I want to be out in the country now. Like I do, but I'm just saying. Like it's easy to think that there's when you live in an urban center, it's easy to think that things are overcrowded and things. But
oh yeah, I see what your point is. Your point is in the movies.
Yeah,
in all the movies that you were like, let's say you lived through your TV screen, through the TV shows, you watch Friends. You didn't get out much because you're always working. You're at school and in college, etc. Your worldview is actually more informed by what you saw on the screens. So yeah, you might think, oh, there's too many people, and you live in a small town. And so that's the world stage, in my view. The world stage is the false construct, that 95% mistake for the real thing. So they think, yep, the world's overcrowded. Let's get rid of 3 billion. Well, we don't even know if there's that many people.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I just think that there's two kind of mindsets. People that think they play. Well, when you kill God, like you feel like you have to become God, and that's what I think we see happening with the elites. Like they literally killed God a long time ago, and they have no faith. So they literally worry about everything. And I think, I honestly think some of this mass thing is partially to do with like, and this has become again like a possession, or they're grossed out by everything. They think that their lives are so important that they think that you're going to harm them somehow. I really think that's what your mind becomes when you worry so much and you feel like you have to protect your life so much instead of just flowing and like, it's kind of like just living with faith too. You have to walk in faith, because if you have fear, like, I don't know how else to cast out fear other than having faith,
Yeah, I see what you mean.
But
You know what? The elite have made it very clear. Like, here's what I think about. You see, you brought up AI.
They're scared. They're scared though too. They're really scared, and that's the thing. They really are scared.
Well, I agree with you about
And that's why they hide.
I agree with the hive mind AI thing, but I also think when I hear them talk about AI, they're like, oh, what happens when all the appliances become autonomous? Is there going to be a problem? Will there be an AI revolt or something, or takeover? And I think that might be an elite code for one of their fears of autonomous individuals suddenly not following the hive mind. So I think the real AI threat is actually us. And this is just a way that they can, like, they want us in the simulation, which is their world stage construct. And once we start disbelieving the lies, we become autonomous thinkers. Where are the rogue AI that they fear, if you ask me?
Right.
And that would be the thing they're trying to stop with this control of the flow of ideas and memes.
The human mind works by evolving like around the situation always. Like, you can't trap it. So like if you have creativity and imagination and it's abundant, like that's what keeps you alive, and that's what keeps you going. Like, and these people that want to control us, if we laugh at their system or we make a joke out of it, like they literally want, they command the worship, and I'm telling you, that's like whatever is taking them over, but it commands some sort of worship. And you see that with pop stars and things, and like they filter the energy to their occult, whatever they do. And I mean, we're surrounded by this. Back to the cult thing. I mean, if you look at it's the sorority and fraternity systems in the colleges. Like, every single person on TV, on the fake news, talking heads are all from the sorority or fraternity. They have to be, because they're mind controlled already, and they do rituals every week. I mean, they've already been inducted into some sort of secret society that consumes them, and they're the ones playing out all these mass events. They're the ones kneeling with Kaepernick or whatever. They're the ones putting up the fists for this BLM. This is all rituals. Like, these are all some sort of, and they need tons of people to do it, because it fuels whatever entity on the top.
Let me run one by you, because this is absolutely true what you're saying. On the anniversary, it was the 57th anniversary of MLK's I Have a Dream speech. On that anniversary, you had 250,000 people gathered around the obelisk in D.C., the Washington Monument, which is also the symbol of the black sun Osiris, the dead sun god. Well, MLK Day is being celebrated at the same time. Actor Chadwick Boseman dies, and he played Black Panther, and he played a king. So
I didn't know this.
You had Rip King was trending on Twitter that day, and you had the youth who had the Black Panther toy, bearing it in their backyard and crossing their arms over their chest and saying a prayer. Well, the arms crossed over the chest is the sign of Osiris slain when he's in his casket. So what I'm saying here is the entire group of people in DC around the obelisk and all the youth with this idol, and it's a literal idol, the Black Panther doll, burying it in the ground, grave, which is symbolic to Saturn. It was a big Saturnian death rite, a mass ritual involving the youngest you could think of, like 5 and 6-year-old, 10-year-olds, as well as all of the adults here who were all about the political movement and Black Panthers. The children are about the Marvel character and the Marvel universe with a fake king and the Marvel character Black Panther. But the symbolism and the iconography was very consistent throughout. And I'm saying, that was a mass ritual like you're describing.
That's interesting. That's exactly. I mean, I can only kind of describe it. I'm not immersed in it, but I've seen it. Like, I mean, I can see this happening constantly. And there's always like some sort of blood sacrifice. There's necromancy involved, though. The thing is about these entities, these hive minds, these like fraternity, sorority things, they really are a hive mind. and they actually pray to something, and they say let it take me over. I mean, they're like cells. They all act as like cells. They're all in one unit, like one entity that takes them all over. And they literally say a spirit of whatever takes them over, and they're giving their sovereignty to this entity, and that's why I'm saying we're all vessels for things. And so there's definitely people that know how to use that, and the magicians or whatnot, and they're priests and they're religious.
Okay, so
And they know how to organize this stuff. So.
Yeah, what you're talking about, and you kind of talked about this earlier about energy extraction from everything we're doing. Our computer screens. If you look at the history of magic, it involves the consciously directed will, and it also involves projecting the will through black mirrors. A lot of the technology that we use in our social media seems to replicate a lot of this. Oh yeah, a lot of it is very much. It looks like, funnily enough, it seems to resemble by its trappings in many ways everything you would do to interact with the other side metaphysically. So I think all that is possibly very likely on purpose, intentional. I don't think these things are unintentional. I mean, we could be, I thought about this. The human race, we could be walking into a trap intended to catch 7 billion souls, and somehow, I don't know. It sounds dark, but I mean, isn't that what the script seems to play out?
No, you're right. I mean, I have lots of dark thoughts like this all the time, and I think that's kind of the overall goal for the hive mind at some point. So we have to keep speaking out. We have to keep diverse thoughts, and we have to not, like do rituals and things. I mean, and again, you can pray, you can declare the name of God. I mean, that's the only name I know. And I always question this too. Like I can always say like, oh, is this name actually what it means? But to me, I know what my mind goes to, and I know it neutralizes like my ambitions, for instance. Like, if we call on that name to reset us, it's because we need it. Like, if you ever have a spiritual attack in the middle of the night, and I've gotten these lots, like, I mean, I will pray like out loud, like, Jesus Christ, like save me, like, kind of thing, and it works. It works every time.
So in the movie The Matrix, the Matrix is the template that everybody has to obey, and it's a hive mind. And when Neo breaks out of the Matrix, now he's a problem. He's a virus. And if you remember the symbolism there, he's hanging out with Trinity. He dies for 72 seconds, which I think symbolizes 72 hours or 3 days. So there is this character of the dying and resurrecting this individual who sees through the Matrix, and he goes through this death, or symbolic death, or spiritual death, and then he comes back. It seems to be a reoccurring thing. And so I find it very interesting that these archetypes and these stories are always being played out in front of us, like it's in our faces, like this is what you're in. You're a pod person, and we're just one generation away from having a soy feeding tube implanted directly into your mouth and having you plugged into an Oculus 24/7.
Yeah, well, I think there's something out there that knows how to control reality, but it needs to trick us into it first, and that's why the mind control's what it's all about. And yeah, I do believe it goes back in some ways it goes back to the fall again, because it's like, I mean, I always hear this thrown around that Satan controls the air. To me, I take that as the material realm. This material realm is a farce. It's fake. We don't need any of it in some ways, but we're in it. But you can attribute that back to the Eve, like, biting the apple, because she chose to deviate outside of like the animalistic kind of. I hate to compare it to animals, but in an innocent sort of way, though, of like they're just there and they have everything taken care of for them. But in some ways, the fall could just be like a fall spiritually, like of awareness, maybe, or like,
yeah, I thought of that
I'm
too.
in this realm now. I'm curious. Like, what does this taste like now? I'm getting cold now, or like, I'm naked now. Like all these thoughts that I never had before, but it's because like I wanted to now be in this realm. Now we're in this 3D realm, but I think maybe the fall was like there were timeless beings. Maybe there are angels here. I don't really understand that part, but
I've heard this concept that the fall from grace, the idea that we had a higher state, and this is kind of implied in a lot of these theories about resets. Like the mud flood theory is the idea that humanity was doing things right, and now we're doing things wrong, but it's because everything was wiped out and we were put into a false paradigm that works against our own interests. And don't think there's I don't think there's anything wrong with that assessment, especially if we look to the future at where we're being steered, which I think we're being steered into, well, neo-feudalism, slavery by being, we'll be arrogant, thinking we're the brightest we've ever been. But really, the average adult today, and this is sad, but I see it on Twitter, they're visually illiterate, and they can't tell if they're looking at a cartoon, CGI, or real footage unless they're told. They have to be
told. That's what the round Earth's about.
Yep, exactly.
That's what the ball Earth's about. It's an idol, and we're forced to worship it, and it's created by, you could say Satan, or the worst of control. It's the manipulation, the rebellion.
Baal. It's Baal worship. Baal, the old word, the old Canaanite.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
exactly.
Obelisk actually means shaft of Baal. That's what obelisk means.
Okay, yeah.
So you got the Washington Monument, the shaft of Baal, and what you talked about earlier. This is one of the most fascinating things about this whole thing. The more, because I'm very immersed in the news cycle and the worldview as it's being propagated and promulgated, and it is 100% timed astrotheologically, just like the fertility rites of Mystery Babylon. We're in a system that I think is very ancient, but it's given iterations, and I think that we live in a world that's pretty much dark ages. We're in a dark age. We're visually illiterate, but we've been deceived to think that we've actually advanced from whatever was before. I really get that sense.
Well, and that explains like the old world, because I mean maybe there were giants then too. I'm moving any possibility from before, but there definitely seems to be. And if you look at all the old architecture, I mean, it's all set up for. They're all antennas. They're like the Hagia Sophia, like these. They always have like a tower tall in the middle, and then like outer towers that are lower down, and that makes sense for like wireless transmission of electricity and things. Nodes. There's nodes everywhere that light up, and I think, if you look at a lot of old photos of people coming out west, like they discovered these old buildings in some ways. I'm kind of on the fence about that, but like we have these primitive technologies discovering these beautiful old buildings that are buried under the mud, in fact the whole Seattle was like half underground.
Right.
And we were told that's because of modern toilets, but it doesn't. Like other cities aren't like that. So there's so many. The mud seems to be more in other areas, and that would make sense. But
look, you got to watch. Well, there's this. I don't recommend Netflix anymore, but on Netflix there's a show called I think it was called The Chronicles of Shannara, and it's like this Lord of the Rings looking thing, elves, trolls, the whole thing, middle aged looking. Middle Ages. Well, in one scene, these two characters are running through a forest, and they fall through a hole in the ground, and they end up in a 20th century ballroom. And the story is the 20th century the 21st century was the end of the world, some kind of nuclear holocaust. And the thing is, they fell deep. So in other words, the 20th century was like beneath the ground, like whatever had followed afterward had literally buried our world that we know. And so I was like, well, that's kind of interesting, this idea of burial.
I mean, even the Sphinx was buried underground, and so was under sand, and all there's the Easter Island heads, for instance, are buried. Like there's so many old worlds buried under. So I think there's definitely something to that. There's I mean, I really don't. I definitely know the lies of the time period, and I don't think it's like the Greek and Romans. I think that's like a big cover story. I mean, that's what the Tartarian ideas are. Like the Tartaria was like a whole world empire, but at some point, like you can say the darkness or whatever took over, and they turned around the technology on itself, like destroyed itself.
Yeah, sure, makes sense.
In order to build up because it was a world based on an abundance, and now we're entering the world based on scarcity, and that's why we have wars, and they make us fight, and that's why the oils became a monopoly, and everything's a monopoly now. So
Look, when I saw people fighting over toilet paper less than a year, earlier this year, to me, I think that the elite probably engineered that so they could laugh at us fighting over
Definitely.
worthless paper. So the people who weren't invested in the stock market, who saw their paper turning worthless, were the poor who had their own struggle over worthless paper. And I think it's some elaborate joke because they knew this was going to happen decades in advance, and they're up there eating their popcorn, watching as this controlled demolition.
For sure. It's well, the Hunger Games was like the model for the future, is what they say, and there's the Sandy Hook event attached to the Hunger Games director. I mean, they're all these events are related. Is my point.
Oh yeah, the Hunger Games director was connected. In fact, a couple of things. The writer Sandra Collins lived in Sandy Hook. The director was the father of Elliot, or was it Elliot Rogers, the shooter at Palo Alto, who was one of the
exactly. Oh God.
And then check this out. His grandfather, Rogers' grandfather, was one of the first ones to do Holocaust photography at the various concentration camps. How weird is that?
Oh yeah. Well, to me, it's not weird anymore. But yeah, I mean, I think all these things are connected, and once you tap into these, you can meet some people face to face that you can tell have knowledge of this, and it's really interesting to see the interaction when they know something. Because I've encountered that.
Sure. Look, a lot of people are under the spell that they have the best educations, and that if there's anything else out there, they would know, but that they've already achieved the limits of human knowledge. And you just watch one of these documentaries about space. Now you know how the universe started and where it ends. So they've been given this illusion that they have all the right answers. But if you look at the old handbooks of these various secret societies, even Albert Pike wrote that you're purposefully misleading the lower levels. And I consider the public,
and that's the thing,
we're the lower level initiates in the world cult.
Exactly. Yeah, we are. And the thing is, we stick out like short thumbs, like when you're not like programmed. So we are like the Matrix, like when he comes out, like it's so obvious. And that's the thing is, like, that's why there's this. Everyone's trying to get each other to wake up, but it's like, we're going to be singled out with directed energy, and the more reliant we are to the grid, like it's going to be easier to take out people and the AI is going to seek you out. So it's up to the minds, like.
Oh, look,
the evolution.
Think this out, the Matrix, right? What was it that distracted Neo when he was getting his first lessons about the Matrix? Do you remember?
No, I don't. But tell me. I love the movie. I just can't. I'm not good at like remembering everything in the movie.
Okay, it was the woman in the scarlet dress, the red dress.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that was like a tie-in with the Siren, I think, or something. One of those people, they testified there was a woman in a red dress that like triggered him into mind control or something. Do you know about that?
I remember Saran. Yeah, exactly. MK Ultra. There was a trigger.
Talked about that.
But the idea I was thinking was in the movie. See the New Age movement. They described the world, the Whore of Babylon, as scarlet, or a scarlet woman. So I kind of thought that might have been he's seeing through the Matrix, but then the Matrix is seducing him back into the deception.
Sure, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, the Matrix is supposed to make us complacent in indulgence, and it's built on the fact that we're, psychologists have mapped out our minds to know that we're irrational creatures. So just like feed us indulgence, let us dig our own graves that's how we're controlled, and but I think just people wake up, like, I mean, at least myself. I mean, I don't feel satisfied with this life. I never did with all the stuff that they want to try to get you excited about, and it never worked on me. I'm not saying I'm unique in that sense. I know there's lots of people like that, but I never had an idol. Like I don't know what it is. An inherent, like, I remember around elementary school, they come around and say, like, oh, like, who's your favorite idol? And I never know what to answer. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, that question doesn't. Like, I don't have I mean.
You know what? I was reading this.
All this, like, weird.
Look, I got this book by Colin Wilson. Great book. It's called The Occult. It's written I don't know, it came out probably in the 60s or 70s. It's called The Occult, and it goes into a history of all these banned ideas, witchcraft, and where it all came from. Anyway, he had this theory at the beginning of the book that there is a small percentage of the population who will just not fall for the bullshit. And the small percent, and he said that you could look at POW camps.
They go crazy typically.
Yeah, that you could find, if you could find that small group of instigators, the rest of them will be complacent. And I thought that's a very likely thing, if you ask me, that they know exactly how to find the nonconformists, that they can target them. That's what you would have to.
I think they'll I think they do look for those people early on, and I'm probably not one of the more. I don't know how to describe. Like, I was probably not like a higher level one. I was probably like just kept to myself. And I think they've already scouted those kids out early on with tests and things. And those are the people they put in the CIA and programs like that we would never even know about. And I think that's what happens. They go through and they find that there's some people that are obviously like that, and they coerce them early on. But there's also people that are like sleeper cells. I feel like they're constantly like it's an intuitive thing, you know.
Right.
I don't know.
When the New Age movement really got started, there was this book called Morning of the Magicians that addressed the idea of what would happen if you had people who were born exceptionally psychic. Would they network? And it posited this concept, that they would probably be drafted. Anyway, I think that's where like the X-Men and a lot of these different shows come from. And I think that psychic phenomenon has been buried as a serious research topic for this very reason. It'd be very inconvenient, I think, if that kind of thing was let loose. And that's why magic is you say magic and people want to laugh. It's a joke line, but why would you laugh at what appears to be one of their main weapons or one of their main secrets?
Right. Yeah. Well. Yeah. No. Definitely. I mean, there's magicians everywhere, and there's definitely cults everywhere, and there's covens everywhere, and I mean, I think it's pretty rare if you're not in some sort of group of some sort.
Well, even if you're not, the cultural default is you are. Last night I was watching Mike Pence and a few other people, and they were observing that rocket launch. And the thing is a SpaceX rocket called the Dragon, and that's and it's the capstone on the obelisk, which represents the top of the pyramid and everything else. But they're watching this burning obelisk fly into the sky, and they're clapping like robots, like animatronics. And I'm like, why are they clapping like that? Well, that's part of the hand gesture, the prayer to Amun-Ra, the sun god. And the rocket, I think, and even phonetically, they give away a lot of their spell work. What you're actually looking at with the burning obelisk is the burning man, the phoenix, the Christ, or Osiris risen. And when the rocket goes to the night sky, that's when it's having its conjugal visit with Babylon or Isis. And that's when the earth god and the sky god has conceived the sun god. I'm saying that this is a Babylonian mystery religion fertility cult. And the vice president is playing along, clapping along with it. And I think the clapping and all this stuff, it's all part of this sending their energy, their consciousness. It's worship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it is. Again, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I can only observe it, so I don't have the answers. I'm like you. I'm just trying to describe what I see and repeat it over and over again. I can see the same kind of things going on. And who knows what they're I mean, like all these stories of revelation, like I think there's some truth. Maybe there's some truth to that. Maybe there's something maybe there's some big entity that can emerge, like based on all this. I don't know. I'm open to it all. So
cool. Well, hey, this has been a great call. A lot of great comments from the people listening. So definitely appreciate you calling in.
If you want to take other calls, yeah, for sure.
You have a couple of other people trying to call in. I don't know if they're going to call back. That's fine.
No, I've heard them. I feel bad. You guys should call back because I want you guys to take more calls. So
no, we're on every night, so it's no big deal. In fact, I used to do pretty much nightly. Recently, I've been a little busy, but we're getting back on track to where the Infinite Plane Radio. What we try to do is we keep the phones open, especially when a lot of stuff is happening in the world, because we get callers from everywhere. And no, it's always good to hear from people, especially people who are interested in this Tartaria. That's all very fascinating to me. Alternative cosmology, all this stuff is very, very fascinating.
But it's all about rituals and.
Well, hey, there's the call coming in. So hey, have a great evening. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hi, Tim. How you doing?
Excellent. Hey, thanks for calling Zareth the Alchemist, correct?
Yeah, this is Cole Cracker from Pennsylvania.
Oh, wrong one. Somebody said he was calling in. Zareth, because Zareth just said, I had to read his comment. He said, I saw a shapeshift of a beautiful woman named Pam Stonebrook into a reptilian. Okay, anyway, what topic are you calling in on tonight?
I wanted to call and ask you if you happen to see the Amazon series Utopia. Did you get to see that?
No, I haven't seen it yet. What's it about?
It's well, basically, it was filmed before the COVID-19. It was filmed in 2019, I believe, but now it's out during this, and it involves a deadly pandemic, suspicious vaccine, mind-controlled slaves, massive conspiracy. You know, it's just it seems like it might be some sort of warning, or and definitely MK, definitely you know, everything that you talk about. It's something that you just have to check it out. There's so many signs in this. It's just crazy. And that Gillian Flynn, she is the one that wrote it, and then all of these critics are saying that should have never been released. Time magazine doesn't want you to watch it. It's just crazy, the symbolism.
I'll check it out. Utopia. I mean, when I hear the name Utopia, you know, instantly it tells me where it's going. But yeah, I would call it predictive programming. I would call it conditioning, and I would also call it the echo chamber. Like, isn't it crazy how it's like you can't go to any sort of entertainment without getting the same exact message. We're all getting the message. Like, we get it now. They want a virus to wipe us out so they can create a perfect world.
Yes, and that's the whole point of that movie. And it talks about the Zika, how it was made in a lab and so forth. But you're absolutely right. It's just the whole population agenda, supposed. But this movie here just hits the nail in the coffin. Just everything you talk about, predictive programming, the whole 9 yards. It's just they're just pushing it right in our faces. I mean, they've been.
Well, I'm looking at the cover right now, and it's got a carousel where they're riding on white rabbits, which is probably an adrenochrome reference. And they're on a carousel. They're scared. That could represent a lot of things. But the character who's looks kind of possessed has a sun on her chest, which is like a big solar crown. And of course, so yeah, it looks very ominous. It looks like typical what I would expect, you know, for so-called entertainment in 2020. Which is all just mind control. Entertainment's a side effect.
Yeah, the White Rabbit ordeal there, I think, is supposed to ends out. I don't want to be a spoiler alert, but the White Rabbit ends up being the CEO of Big Pharma. So he's the one that's, you know, mind controlling all these people and getting them to listen under his command. But they have the riots in there. They have everything that's just been going on prior. Obviously, this was filmed prior to the events that happened, but the events happened totally as they happened.
Okay, well, that's a couple of things. Here. One, I'm always okay with spoilers because the world could likely end soon, and so there's no time for us to watch everything. Like, I'm not even recommending people read Atlas Shrugged. Like, there's not enough time. Just read the last chapter. The White Rabbit symbolism, very significant. Even ties into the space program and this underground mind control bases, Wonderland. And one other thing, a pharmaceutical CEO and White Rabbit, that's probably another adrenochrome tie-in.
Yeah, definitely. With the symbolism with the children that's in there, I think the girl is pretty young. So yeah, without a doubt, definitely. And then you had to bring that space up. I think today I just had to jump on the live watch, and they were trying to get 4 guys the first time ever up there on the space station. I just had to laugh because the view that they gave of Earth as they had to switch they kept moving the camera, but there was one point that you didn't see the eyefish lens, and you actually got to see you didn't see that bubble. So they kind of screwed up, but they flipped the camera up real quick. It was very interesting. I was just watching that before you come on, and I just had to laugh.
Yeah, I was watching a lot of it, and I was, I wasn't hoping, but anyway, I was just like, well, something's going to happen. But I did see something. That little, I think
Fly?
what is it? Is it a Mogwai? No, no, I'm sorry, it's not a Mogwai. It's the Baby Yoda. It's the same thing. They just colored it green. So Baby Yoda's floating around like a balloon, just bouncing around. But the craft itself, the capsule, is perfectly still at 17,000 miles per hour. And I'm like, wait, how can it be so perfectly still in space, and yet the little toy is bouncing around? What's the difference?
Yeah.
I think that's a
Yeah,
contradiction.
The Yoda was trying to take the seat. I seen that. It was going into the seat belt, like more or less. They had to crack a joke about that. But if you look, the scene right after that where they showed Yoda going in the empty seat, right after that they'll show that five-fish window, and you'll see what appears to me. It appeared to look like a fly on the outside of the window. It could have been now moisture, so forth, which shouldn't have been at 17,500. But if you look at it, it's almost like they blurred it out, but it looks like a fly.
Well,
I tried to make wings and a leg on it, but
Well, I know a rocket enthusiast. His name is Reds Rhetoric, a big fan of NASA and SpaceX. And if I had to consult his professional opinion at 3 a.m. about the fly that you saw, I would probably just rule it out and say it was a smudge.
it moved. So, yeah, I mean, it's plausible.
No, actually, I'm with you. It's probably the same. It's probably the same fly that was on Pence's head. They do this stuff as jokes. It's like probably a little shout out to Beelzebub or something. Like they're constantly flaunting how good their special effects are, to where they've got a puppet like Mike Pence on a stage and a giant fly on his head, and nobody pays attention to the debate. It was an epic move, but clearly that wasn't a real fly. But with the ISS, yeah, there have been flies, bubbles in space, so many gaffes. It's a 20-year blooper reel, and every time I watch, there's something they got wrong. But they're getting rid of green screen, so the next generation of space stations are going to be perfect, and we won't be able to debunk them so easily.
Yeah, that's because they come out with the PlayStation 5 and the new Xbox. So we'll be seeing it in 4D maybe. They'll get rid of that green screen.
Oh yeah, they have it all figured out. I think they've already tested out the new tech with Starman. I think that's how they did it. It's a form of rear screen projection, but it uses LED, and it goes all the way around the room and on the ceiling. And it's tricky enough to fool people, the visually illiterate. But the 8% of us who see through the moon landing aren't really fooled by it.
Yeah, just like the TVs that they come out that are curved. Same aspect, I guess. Curved TVs make that aperture like it's looking, like you're looking at the globe, I should say.
Oh yes, every TV show, every cartoon, every animation, every video game that you play. This is the thing. I mean, maybe Minecraft, but I don't think there's any flat Earth video games. I think they're all on balls. It's all based on balls in space, and if you jump high enough, it curves at the bottom. That's just they put a perceptual bias into our minds. We've been curverted. We're curverts, essentially. We see curves where there aren't any curves.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's just since birth. I mean, the first time you open your eyes, you've probably seen that light that looked like a ball. Yep, it's all. They're starting to pick up a lot of lights now, or balls, or some kind of. They've seen it from the ISS, supposedly down, projected going towards the clouds, and then somebody from the ground actually got video of these white orbs, or balls, or eyes, or whatever they want to call it, moving good rate of speed. And two people caught it. One person viewing the ISS caught it, and then a person on the ground caught it. Happened to be at the same time. So that was very interesting as well.
Right. Well, we'll see what they come up with. I'm pretty sure they've got somebody from NASA and someone from SpaceX monitoring free thinkers so that they can catch whatever errors that we've spotted for them. So you can bet that the next time they dock SpaceX with NASA, there's not going to be a fly in the window. Somebody's going to be sent out right now, like even right now as we're speaking. There could be some NASA agent up there with a fly swatter.
Yeah, and your buddy Elon, his that Neuralink or whatever the heck he's doing there, it's not coming too well for him. I think it's crashing from underneath him, from reports that I heard. So it's not going too well for him. So.
All right, wouldn't surprise me. He's got COVID as well, so he's got a lot of problems to deal with right now.
Yeah, 2 positives and 2 negatives. He took 4 different tests. So he said that there's got to be some misconception. Something's going on. It seems fishy because he got come up positive twice, and then he took a different test to come up negative twice. So, yeah, it seems kind of strange, but we'll give it to him. He has all the money, right?
I think he seems to think that the last one you take is the one that counts. So as long as you stop on a negative, you're healthy. Kind of like a horoscope. If your horoscope sucks, just read the next one or the next one.
All right, Tim.
All right. Hey, thanks
Have
for
a
the
good
call.
night.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Cole Cracker. Yeah. All right. Excellent caller. Appreciate all the callers tonight, both callers. And if you missed this or any part of it and you want to get the restream tomorrow, it makes sense just to go to infiniteplainsociety.com and join. That way you get notifications whenever the archives are updated. And you'll notice a continuity that we've had since I've started this way of organizing the site. Jason76 No BS says Elon is partly positive. Well, there was one actress who was only positive in one nostril. It's like, just go to a BLM riot, inhale some tear gas. Apparently it cures COVID. No one dies of COVID if they've attended a protest where there's tear gas deployed, but yet strangely, you go to a Trump rally, and yeah, I mean, Trump had COVID ostensibly, and he shook hands with Herman Cain and killed Herman Cain. Donald Trump killed Herman Cain with a handshake. And yet these activists out on the street for 4 or 5 months, and they don't even shower anyway, they're on the left, not one single case of COVID. 90 of them have been hit by cars, not one COVID. I'm like, when are they just going to go protest against the Department of Transportation? All right, this is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. The edge is in your mind. Subscribe below. We'll see you all tomorrow. You can get all the music at tinyurl.com/infiniteplainradio, or just go to infiniteplainsociety.com and click the button on top.
it's like we're all going to die someday, and if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. If we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Give us each our daily bread, and forgive us our sins. For we ourselves forgive everyone who is indebted to us. And lead us not into temptation.
Did you drive your car to Mars? Do yourself make space? Hiding behind a Tesla's name, afraid the sheep will wake. Will you save us from our sins? Will you help us to begin to feel the pace we can't call home? The Mars colony of our playing a game with all the souls who don't know deception is your name. Oh, belong.
And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
There you go. Wait for the sonic booms.
So these guys, this group, they call themselves the Infinite Plane Society. Sometimes there's a lot of penguin usage, right?
They actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it, they're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxer.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxer. Auto hoaxer.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
We've taken over auto hoax. The term auto hoaxer was meant to attack people who jump to conclusions too fast. Until we realized that no, actually, we were right. We wanted to do it this way.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxing really has to do with a very tight grasp on the facts of reality. Auto hoaxing is based on logic, and automatically believing what you see from your media sources is actually the opposite of logic.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxer. Auto hoaxer.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Legitimate auto hoaxing is the only legitimate threat to the mainstream stranglehold over mass perception. The auto hoax meme, the auto hoax concept needs to be mainstreamed, and I think more than ever people will understand it when it's explained properly. Because what we're talking about is shifting the burden of proof back to the online media.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Ready, real.
CIA be lurking. I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing. Older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education. Streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing. Do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols. You can learn about these things. Live by 9/11. Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah, bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Them Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies. Everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto close. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Get it, that's an auto hoax.
You tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
Real, that's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, antichrist out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies. Everybody in the Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Not even a proven fact. The floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that.
Globe is an auto hoax.
Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be.
Yep, that's an auto hoax.
So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim that's missing proof, then you label it.
Exactly, it's an auto hoax.
Wow, sports is scripted by the number code. What do I really don't? Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Squad.
Turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home. Cause boy, I tell you, these kids today is tripping. I ain't tripping, he must be tripping. Cause I am not tripping, not one little bit. I know my things, I know my shit.
It's amazing to watch the White House continue to argue that the Earth is flat. watch the White House continue to argue that
For as long as I remember, my mom never was able to surrender. Yet if this shit keeps going on, I need to find me 24/7 bartender. Society's now so far astray that they love the masses to which they pray. Total fanatics liking all that which treats them like prey. They can't stay away. And if you dare to say out loud that for this state you got nothing but doubt, your peers will make sure you experience serious cash flow drought. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not setting freedom for feeling secure. They co-opted every venture of the human soul, all the while marching towards that fucked up end goal, selling communism and laying out the psychological ground. Kids being propagandized and molded since early playground, killing the feeling of self to suffer for the greater good. This fairy tale even most leftists never really understood. Doesn't matter, now we're all wearing the hood, lost the places wherever we stood. Music's now about selling drugs, coma, drinking and sex. CA's been given hippies hugs, drawn upon the hacks. Band's been manufactured, branded, used and suicided. Lead the counterculture and church divided. Bent over idols raptured on TV for a fact of tragedy. Fake reported real is a new baseline melody. Journalism's now nothing but a mere parody. You need an auto hoax to retain your sanity. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not setting freedom for feeling secure. It's all fucked up wherever I look. Children have no interest of reading a book. School hammered it out of their little heads, having them learn useless shit, bought to be dead. Listen and repeat over and over again. No wonder they close their minds according to plan. When parents ain't there and the state plays its game, no brain, no shame. Every dictated curriculum is lame. In 1984, all were laid out what 2020 would actually do. Just a little late, we've been overdue. The street was paved long ago when the federal dirt got its go. Total control brought to a wider scene, delivered by the screen. A hijacked financial system at the base for the greatest scheme. In the halls of mental asylums, echoes what critical voices scream. Division is on every level, but have your dream. Allopathic drug dealers, botchers, and psycho rapists thrive. Disease management at the road that healthcare does drive. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not selling freedom for feeling secure. Retirement provisions co-opted by father state, making sure no one really owns any real estate. Mandatory payments directly subtracted from the loans, no questions asked, like they're all just drones. The taxation is theft, knows even skull and bones. Secret societies infest all campus life. You'd have to be corrupt to join such a half. Members to compartment to the murder crew. Students specialized to lose the broader view. Concepts meant to divert in disguise. In the end, no one's able to theorize. Same goes for the heavily censored interwebs, where J-tricks, trolls and agents set their traps. To lure in the light-minded to the dumbest theories, meant to be laughable issues made up of fallacies. Government guard rating its sensitivities. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society had, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not selling freedom for feeling secure. Society's being divided on every level they can. Fear is spread by virtually all me over all my lifespan. Countless narratives being laid out to create illusions. Nobody being allowed to come to sensible conclusions. Economic hitmen used to force the wanted solutions, further extending control on people's confusions. Painfully evident if only ever searched for, admitted and swept under the rug like pedal gore. Yet the sheep can't see the world's a stage. Smurf level blue pilled and caught up in rage.
I worry about you, Eddie. I really do.
You don't need to, man. I'm fucking better than ever.
I know
dude.
you're
You have
doing
no
great,
idea.
but I worry about you going down these rabbit holes of thought.
What's the big deal? Who cares if the Earth is round or flat? It's entertaining to me. I went full flat Earth on it. That's got to be some kind of CIA psyop.
Why do you think that's fake?
That's fake as fuck. If that's real to you, man, shit. Tyrannosaurus Rex is a giant kangaroo. That's what it is. You're on a ball, you're nowhere. Don't try to go anywhere, just stay there and work.
Oh, hell no.
Nobody figured it out. Oh, some scientists figured it out. I'm like, everybody's not Catholic? I thought everybody was Catholic. What's a Jew? Radio has been used as propaganda. You could believe that shit. You want to believe that shit? Good luck. I am.
You just apply this to everything.
Dinosaurs are for kids. Radio, TV, and the movies have always been about propaganda. Listen into it. Listen.
A Yellow Spiral Show.
So you think we went to the moon?
That's not what I asked you.
Telecommunication satellite.
You don't think satellites are real?
I don't think so. If you look into the experiments to prove that the Earth is spinning, all of them failed. Look into it. You guys are fooled by the fisheye lens? Come on, man.
I'm so confused, I think I've got a real bad coop. I need to get out of the house instead of doing what you tell me to. I caught the COVID cuties, now my life is like a movie. I'm not staying home. I'm filming all the empty hospitals. Supposed to be Christ exact and sheep running through all of these psyoptic smoke screen.
Auto-believers of the television programming.
WWF. Now you're out of breath. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. Faceless cock, another NPC. Uh-oh, I think they made a typo. Just like Tuttle Bottle, but the R is the S. Double E, yeah. WWF. Now you're out of breath. It's the mask of the beast, 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 mask of the beast. Faceless cock, another NPC.
or deceit. Shut up, shut the door. Government media bent you over like a whore. COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84.
Shut it, shut up, cover your mouth. Soap opera dynasty bullshit. COVID-19 1884. COVID-19 1884. COVID-19 1884. COVID-19 1884. What?
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't let it. Said the sky was not the limit. He fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep under my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Cartoons, 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 doo-doo. Cartoons, 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 doo-doo. Space is fake.
Research Eddie Bravo.
All right, that's Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Space is Fake AF. That's an acoustic version with the tractor backing up in reverse, and some other sound effects. And that was in fact in front of a mural of Don Petit, who's something of a hero out there. I believe it's Portland, which is now under lockdown. No one gets in, no one gets out. I think it may even be the place where everything goes down. Worth noting that Oregon is the 33rd state. Might mean something. Washington's the 42nd. All right, phones are open. Let me go ahead and play a message first. Again, 833-311-1984. We take voicemails 24/7. So if something happens, you see something, find a bag of ballots, you're in the trunk of a car, whatever it is, you have to send a message to the world. I will broadcast it here. So let's see what this person has to say. Again, this is Infinite Plane Radio voicemail 833-311-1984.
Yo, IPS. Hey, man, I'm wondering if you've seen all of the people that Joe Biden's hiring into his cabinet. They're all like big pharma tech company people. And if you've seen all the censorship that Facebook and Airbnb and PayPal's doing to the Virginia Tea Party, they're shutting down their emails, all kind of stuff, brother. It's getting wild. Then also the mask man, they're never going to go away. Dr. Fauci's saying wear masks forever. I mean, I see people, I ask, like, some people are like, oh, I'm going to wear it to be good and just save the world and just, what's it to you to wear the mask because if you're saving somebody's life and blah, blah. And then other people are like, dude, I'm going to wear this mask because I don't like my real face and I like my mask face better. And just, yeah, dude, we're screwed. So, yeah, man, just seeing if you would start talking about that because Zuckerberg's got some kind of Centra. It's like Centra or whatever, but it censors everybody, man. So, yeah, I wonder if you could hit on that.
Yeah, very interesting point here. And I didn't know about this, but I know that PayPal is shutting down people. It's very politically motivated. They will shut down a channel if you talk about the earth being shaped like a velociraptor or a taco or a pancake. You know, yesterday actually now, today's November the 18th, 2018. I'm sorry, 1984. It's the 18th. Yesterday, the 17th, right about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, my YouTube channel was taken down. And this one was approved for monetization. I mean, I met the requirements in terms of views, subscribers, content, everything. And I was waiting for approval. So for more than a year, they sat on it. They sat on this YouTube channel, and it's because they know the power of it. They don't like the idea that you can, counter official orthodoxies, counter the state church, contradict the MSM. They wouldn't want you to make money on anti-media. They wouldn't want it to be lucrative to burn down their system because it's so easy to poke holes in it. And it is rather entertaining. So, of course, they don't want to monetize it. They know better. So I didn't expect them to, but I was just noting. It's like, well, let's see how long it takes. So they sat on it for a year, and without warning, they removed the channel. No warning, no strike. They just pulled the plug on it mid-live stream. Now, a few days ago, I said, one of the reasons I believe I've been censorship proof is that I never turn my videos off. It's like you never stop moving. When Jason's chasing you, Jason Voorhees with the chainsaw, you don't have to sprint the whole time, but you don't trip. You just have to just keep moving. And so my tactic was just keep going. You have a 36-hour video. Okay, reboot the computer. Well, they got a huge file. There's no way they're going to render it in order to censor that huge file, and it's worked. But then last week, I started with the Flat Earth Report, which is a news brief podcast. And I think that made it very easy for them to target me. Instantly, I was beset by trolls. In fact, I might even have some comments from some trolls on my channel. I was actually noting it today. So it's not a coincidence that I was shut down. Here it is, actually. So here's a long comment, and I was kind of nice. I corrected some of his misspellings here so no one would blame me for it. But this is Ed Haynes, a committed Glober, who says, "This is a video from those who deny reality." Now, everything about a syntax everything about his tone and really just the sentence structure. Like, I don't think the guy's dumb, but I do think he's probably Russian, a Russian bot, even possibly. So I'm just going to read it verbatim. A video from those who deny reality, but if you're going to believe in a flat earth, you must deny many things. If somebody wishes to offer for a flat earth, why not offer indicating earth be flat rather than anti-globe making claims about every single conspiracy? What it is about flat earth that threatens the establishment the most? Anyway, he goes on for a long time and it hardly makes any sense. And I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I tried to understand it. Such impossibilities, conspiracies are required before the planet could be flat. Yeah, I understand his argument for the most part. I think what he was trying to say is that too many people would be in on it, which isn't really a great argument. It's like saying there's no way Santa Claus could be a hoax. You know how many people would have to be in on that conspiracy? But that's the difficulty, I think, with this concept for a lot of people is they're not able to accept that compared to the elite who built this thing, who built the machinations of mass deception, this new state church, the TVs, the Bible. I mean, it's literally a cult, a doomsday cult. We've all been born into it. But they're not able to come to grips with the fact that they are like children compared to, in terms of the levels of ignorance. And, Santa Claus is a fairy tale for children, and modern scientism presents superstitions and fairy tales for adults. If you behave, Santa gives you presents. If you don't, you get coal. So it's a very easy to understand punishment reward system. And they still use it today with every other really trick that Big Brother gets you to believe in. So you think that you're always being watched, always being monitored. Think about all these different invisible things that people base their lives around. I mean, I thought climate change was problematic, but mostly a joke. I never thought they would actually achieve their goals of shutting down society to save the planet. But now they just shifted their tack a little bit, and they're shutting down the world to save humanity. And they're saying, hey, while we're saving mankind by shutting everything down, we're noting that the earth is healing. So let's not go back to injuring the earth. I mean, this whole Great Reset thing is a thing. My hometown newspaper here says this shutdown is for the reset. They keep saying reset, as though they have some button and they just push it and everything gets fixed. That's kind of a farce right there. But this is all just insider lingo. And I have some theories about how far this goes. And by the way, for the record, this thing about 2020 being very terrible and all that, I think that's mostly hype. I really do. I know a lot of people aren't having the best of times right now, but I think they want to demoralize people and make us think it's hopeless. But I do see a lot of coercion, mass coercion. And I think we're being moved into a new form of life. And this space age is really it. I mean, it really is a reset. But I guess it's just obnoxious hearing these out and out technocrats just rub it in our faces. We got Dr. Fauci saying, well, I know a lot of you still have a sense of individuality. I know a lot of you still think for yourselves, but now's the time to obey. Flat Fact says time was reset in 2000, covered up by Y2K. Now, I remember Y2K. That's the first time I actually heard Alex Jones. And I think he was ranting and raving about everything's going to shut down, fill up your cabinets with canned goods. That's when I first really came across the notion of the world's about to end, like a new form of doomsday. And I'm highly critical of doomsayers for a few reasons. And it's because I do believe that it's a fear-based control system at its core. And I find it very peculiar that you can be on the political left and you're scared of the sky because global warming. You're on the right, you're scared of the sky because wrath of God. And these are generalizations, but I'm just suggesting one believes in eschatology in terms of judgment. The other, it's because what man did, the globe is judging us. But then you have those who don't believe in global warming because they know it's a hoax, and they don't believe in manipulative threats from religions. So they fall into the middle ground where they tend to find some other reason to be afraid of the sky. It's like, look, you escaped the big ones, and now you're going to be afraid of condensation trails. And they're very look, chemtrail believers, just to point this out, they operate with the same fear-based response that the climate change believers, or even here's an interesting parallel. I remember a couple of years ago I was having a talk with a few friends, and one of them was talking about chemtrails, and the other said, I don't believe in that. And the other person said, well, how dare you? You not believing in chemtrails are responsible for my children at school having to inhale all the toxins. So he was blaming this guy's non-belief for the chemtrails. And I was like, that's a very religious way of responding to this thing. But it's the same thing with COVID. Oh, you didn't wear a mask? Well, you're the reason why we had another wave. You're the reason why we have these hospitals where they're so full that they have to bring in freezer trucks because the morgues are full. Tents. They're digging mass graves. If you notice, the skies are black from all the crematoriums. And it's all because you won't wear a mask. They always have a way to blame somebody else for why the sky is falling, and it's always the non-believers. But my point is, I think there's some primal fears here. One of them is fear of the sky, and it might be just something programmed into us, kind of like how when it's a very cloudy day, it might rain, some dogs or animals will go into hiding. They start shivering in advance because they know what's coming. And maybe it's just very primal. Yesterday I had a caller. We were discussing how certain fears are being played upon, and it seems to be very partisan and calculated. Like the same party is wary of open borders and open skin, referencing vaxes. Like, why is it anti-vax a right thing? How come there's no liberals who are anti-vax? Well, it's because it's too calculated. Now, the chemtrail conspiracy is one of these undebunkables, and it's all based on the fear and the Chicken Little effect. So the Chicken Littlers, they think, well, I can't do anything because I'm powerless and I'm just a chicken. But what I can do is I can warn all the other animals. And then once there's enough of us, we've raised awareness, we're going to solve it, like that does anything. No, all it does is it brings out the fox, who says, yeah, I've got the solution. So you got this fox named Jim Bridenstine who says, yeah, bring all your hen friends and get into this cave and I'll protect you from the falling sky. Jim Bridenstine, of course, is the chief of NASA, who's telling us that the gravest threat to your survival is not COVID, it's space rocks. That's the main thing. They bring space rocks and falling space junk. Whatever they can get you to believe in. And that's the whole point of it. Do you remember when people used to use hairspray and then they found out about the hole in the ozone? Like, it's really that simple. They're creating guilt trips, fear complexes. Guilt trips are huge. Guilt is a huge coercive tool, and it's a simple psychological manipulation tactic. All religions use it, and politicians use it. The Green Movement is based on guilt trips, 100%. It's one of the dead giveaways that you're dealing with a religion. If you're enjoying your life, well, there's got to be a way to extort you for this. Oh, you feel bad for it? Well, recycle. This is the thing. Recycling is like confession. It's a way of separating your actions, your decisions. So these ones pollute. These ones are sustainable. I'm going to take my polluting ones, the cans and the glass and the cardboard, and I'm going to go recycle it. So recycling it is to expiate your guilt because you just sinned. And it really is a new secular replacement for confession, not a coincidence at all. I mean, I used to watch this ritual over at the recycling center back before COVID when we were free. I mean, we still are, but people are insects for the most part when it comes to just obeying stuff without thinking. But I used to go to this place where I could have coffee and I'd watch down below where people would recycle. And you have these cube-shaped recycling bins. They're all green and they have the 3 arrows. And if you ask me, because if you look in the negative space, you definitely see a hexagram, a 6-pointed star, which is a symbol of the earth god, Osiris or Saturn, the original vegetation god. So what you're actually seeing here with recycling is their offerings. It's not only a confession where you give some of your money, it's the selling of indulgences. You're basically negotiating with God, like, look, my carbon footprint has been atoned for. It's a form of atonement. But I'm suggesting that it's actually a form of genuflection to this earth god, Osiris. I mean, you might as well say a prayer when you're at that recycling bin, because you're not saving the world, and that's my point. You're not saving the world. You're meant to think you are. And if you didn't recycle, it's not like this entity is going to cause a flood to punish you. And it's not a coincidence that NASA also uses the name NOAA. They have that side organization that is basically warning us about floods. Every time there's a flood, they tell us, well, it's because of global warming. Commenter says, of course, the Amazon series Utopia is all about the environmentalist planet religion, covertly advocating genocide for the planet. Well, they're not even covert anymore. Greta Thunberg, who may even be the Antichrist, the crown-conquering child, this Martian androgen, the herald of the new Martian age that Aleister Crowley was talking about. Anyway, she teamed up with the Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and the Skull and Bonesman John Kerry for World War Zero, which is about cutting our carbon footprint in half by 2030. And it's a very ominous thing if you think about the character of the Terminator and his role. And then you go into Greta Thunberg saying, don't fly, don't walk, stop breathing, how dare you. Then you got John Kerry, Skull and Bonesman, Saturnian death cult, cult of Osiris, who is kind of tying all this together. Very, very ominous, if you ask me. Commenter says, I just Googled genuflection, my new word for the day. It's actually good you didn't know that word. I mean, it's not part of your way of thinking. You don't go around bowing and scraping. I mean, right now you can walk into any grocery store and they have the holy water for you to cross yourself. But nobody gets the irony. And in America, it's so political, the mask thing, that you don't have any real resentment towards it. It's fascinating to look at how in other places the police are using their fire hoses. They have the riot cops out for the people who don't like the lockdowns. But here in America, that response is reserved specifically for the Antifa. All right, this thing though, one of the common themes when it comes to the science fiction in general, which is always strangely prophetic, is the world ending unless we do something to save it. And what is it exactly that's destroying the world? And this is key. So if you want to understand the new religion, and it's our religion, we're all a part of it, I don't think there's an opt-out. I mean, we can try. But we were born into a doomsday cult, a world-spanning cult without an opt-out. The fact that you're now having to wear the mask of the beast just to go buy your bread or go to work, you have to let them basically fondle your brain blood barrier with a Q-tip just to make sure you don't have some sort of that's such a ruse, if you ask me. But my point is this. One, just so we don't get censored, because this has been working. I've been saying for a while that we're pro-vax. So it wasn't misinformation that got us. It was hate speech. But we are pro-vax. We want to vax the left, especially the MSM. Vax the athletes, vax the celebrities, vax all the astronauts, vax the Pope. Take away his Instagram. Did you see what the Pope was doing with his Instagram account? And I don't think it's cute or funny, to be quite honest. So if you look up Pope Instagram, It's probably going to pop up first thing. Pope Francis's Instagram account likes bikini model's photo. Vatican investigating racy Instagram like by the papal account. By the way, the phone can hold COVID cooties for 29 days. And where's his mask? Why is he's wearing it on top of his head? But now here's my problem with this Instagram thing. Now, she makes some pretty dumb jokes. She feels blessed. She's going to heaven. She made light of it. But my problem, it's not even a huge problem with it. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but she's dressed up like a schoolgirl at a locker. Now, nobody over 18 uses a locker and dresses in a schoolgirl uniform. So it's like, is the Pope also liking cuties? Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's up, IPS?
Hey, what's going on? I was just reading a transcript of your last message.
Oh, wow, okay. What was I saying? Oh, okay, about my voice message. Okay, cool, yeah. Okay, yeah, I wanted to add to that. Okay, so I was at work today, right, and I'm looking at a COVID poster about wear your mask and wash your hands and all that, and if you look at the bottom right-hand corner where you got to read the fine print because it's at the bottom, but it says May 13, 2020, 11 a.m. So, it's kind of like that 11 Hermes symbolism with it, too. It says 3/11/2020. So that's the day of the lockdown. Or it might have been the 13th. No, 3/13 because it was Friday the 13th. Yes, 3/13 at 11 a.m. they printed that. Or they came up with that or whatever. And then the other thing is with Division 2, right? I have Division 2. I've always played it. I thought that it was that the day COVID, almost before COVID even dropped into the mainstream media in America, I already knew about COVID. And I bought this game. They had it on sale for $3, dude. And it's like a $60 game. Well, they just had the other part of it on sale for $20 right now. So it's 67% off right now for the second part of it. So I'm going to play that for the predictive programming. But Ubisoft just fired one of their voice actors for posting bad stuff about the mask mandate, that she don't agree with the mask mandate. So they fired her, plus they pulled all of her voice from all the games because her voice must be that offensive too.
What? Okay, so wait. She spoke out against the mask mandate. She works for Ubisoft.
Online.
And they pulled her.
Wow,
they memory hold her.
Yeah. Yeah, and when this game loads up, it'll say Ubisoft and show the Ubisoft, and then right after that, it's a Phoenix, bro. I just seen that right now. Like, oh, dude, besides, gotta spot the second part right now because it is predictive programming for COVID. I've seen this when I first started playing it back in like January when I was watching Wuhan.
Well, for people who don't know, the symbol of the Phoenix has been used to forecast the revolution we're living through right now, and the Batman series made use of a bat phoenix, which in particular refers to the exact catalyst for the revolution, because the phoenix means burn it down, build on the ashes, and that means it just means conquer and of course dominate. And the COVID-19 has been the catalyst for this. So all these games, all the movies predicting this as the means for transforming the world, it's just so consistent. It's like nobody didn't know this was coming on some level.
Right. Yeah, that's like I didn't see it before, but yeah, going back in all the different predictive programming, whether it's like the Avenger movie, if there's like a Corona bottle and then there's like a virus on the billboard, I don't know if you've seen that one before.
Yeah, I've seen that one. There's quite a lot with Marvel in general. In fact, this has just been a remarkable summer. You have this Marvel character played by Chadwick Boseman called Black Panther, who happens to die coinciding with MLK's speech anniversary that was being celebrated. They've integrated the games and all of the fictional universes with the mainstream media. It's amazing.
Yeah, dude, I've been trying to prove it wrong, but dude, that's the only shit that makes sense, dude. And I hate to even listen to some of the shit you say, dude, sometimes, because I'm like, oh my god, that's fucking no way, dude. But it's it really is. It's true, dude. It lines up, man. It's too nuts how it coincides so fluently, dude.
Well, look, someone sent me a link. There's something on Netflix or I think it's HBO called Snowpiercer, and it opens up, and on the side of one of the trains, it's got 3/11/20. I mean, the insiders have obviously
Same way
telegraphed.
with one of the first movies, but it's the John Hopkins Association, or it's not. It's the sign John Hopkins something. It's not association, but or university. That's what it is. But it's got like 313 or 311 in the beginning of that one too, in one of those Purge movies. You know what I mean?
Right.
And yeah, we're getting led by an occult, dude, or something, bro. Basically, in that, yeah, it's in everything. They have all these same repeated numbers and symbols and signs and references, and it's all like they got the metascript. That shit I don't want to believe, but there is a metascript, bro. There is. It's the only thing
Yeah, I
that
don't want to
makes sense
believe it
to me.
either, but I think my take on this still is that if there's anybody over the rails who wasn't accounted for in this meta script, it would be those who have gone full on questioning the authorities to the point where they're actually thinking the world might be flat and the news is all fake. So I don't know if we can influence it or not, but I'm just not gonna not call out the strange things that I'm noting. And earlier tonight, I was looking into that book called The Last President that was released in 1896, and it has way too many coincidences to be coincidences, if you ask me.
Hmm. So it's kind of like the what is that Shattered Union, huh? That book, is it like Shattered Union?
Well, funnily enough, okay, so this book came out in 1896. It's about a kid named Barron Trump and some guy named Don Pham, kind of like Donald, kind of guides him. He finds some sort of a portal to time travel. But anyway, the story actually starts on November the 3rd on a Tuesday, right after a contested election, and New York falls into chaos because nobody likes the outcome of the election. And the book that came out 4 years later in the series is actually called The Last President. So you've got Barron Trump, you have all the dates, and a number of synchronicities, even the fact that the guy in the book lives on Fifth Avenue, just like Trump does.
Huh. Too coincidental, man. It's not coincidence. It's not, dude. I don't know, man.
Well,
They've got to figure out how they're going to control everybody, dude, in that. Now we're going to totalitarian control, bro, and COVID's not about being sick. It's about control and implementing that control over the masses ASAP. And that basically, I think that with all this truth movement the last 20 years and the internet and everything building up like it has and everybody attacking their ass, and like, dude, yeah, you can't, just like that one caller was saying, dude, that you can't keep doing shit against God like that, against everybody's will, and not always be paranoid about shit. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's actually a good point. And I think what this is ultimately about is time control. You know, controlling our sense of history, where we are,
And perception.
and exactly, it's literally about controlling all this stuff. And so I see these stories like this thing with Donald Trump and his connection to this book, The Last President, that's more than 120 years old. This has been analyzed by Snopes, and they couldn't debunk it. And to me, it just suggests that what we're actually looking at is a level of pre-planning where there is a world stage to guide us and there are characters on this stage. It's not a metaphysical thing, it's a form of governance through theater. And apparently it works on the majority of sheeple.
Hmm. And yeah, dude, they got the social media, they got the media, they got Hollywood. Just you put that all together and run a program of controlling someone's mind, and it works, I guess. I don't know, just
Well, Machiavelli said, never attempt with force what you can accomplish with deception. Art of war is always about the greatest form of war is the one where you don't draw your sword. And so I just think this is Psy-War. I don't know if it's ever been different. I think it's always been the same balance of power. But I think right now it might be a particularly disruptive time. But by all indications, it was planned. It was expected. Like maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Because I still feel like we're in the midst of a reformation. Like I feel like the system is falling in all the ways it should, but they're trying to reconsolidate it. And I didn't see COVID coming, and I think COVID is about stopping the flow of memes, not viruses.
and you seen COVID coming, dude. You were just you were calling the wrong disaster at the wrong year, dude. Like, 'cause I was just watching some old stuff on your other channel, bro, today, and just like, dude, you were calling 311, dude, and it didn't happen that way. It was a Boeing crash or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought they were going to, in some way, exaggerate climate change, and they had been working on that. They were heating up the climate change, but it couldn't do it fast enough. But you can see it's the same exact agenda. But
Well, that Cruz guy, I don't know his first name, but he's in the government, dude, and but he talks about all the climate change, and he's been asking questions about like this could be the most extreme threat to humanity, and how are we going to ignore this right now? And just his biggest level of education is a book he read, maybe like a magazine, science magazine he read or something about climate change, and that they're just totally washing out anybody that is a scientist and more qualified. They're not allowed to ask questions and run the scientific method, that they're just blocking that all out, just like with COVID, that they're only letting so many experts say stuff, and then as soon as one person snitches, yeah, like the one guy, dude, like you said, that Ron Paul or whatever snitched, and then the next day that his son got COVID or whatever, but he cashed out, you know what I mean? He cashed out for snitching, and then he shut his fucking mouth, and then his son got COVID and came up, you know what I mean?
yeah, absolutely. The day that they declared this thing, the very next day, I was like, wow, this is not going to
They
stick.
had gave Trump money too to fucking put a mask on and buy the shit. You know what I mean?
Oh yes, absolutely. From day one, I thought this is like a communist revolution without having to burn stuff down and smash windows. All you do is you dial 311 and you shut down businesses. And that's what blew my mind, is that for like a month, people were dialing 311, which this is all very occultic anyway. And that's the number of the Phoenix and the revolution. So they're dialing this to burn down businesses figuratively, snitching on their neighbors for violating quarantine. And so I thought, okay, this was genius. The oligarchs figured out how to shut this system down without actually having us do it. We're totally sheep. I didn't know they were going to
Well, yeah,
actually
'cause
follow.
I would tell people, like, if we were going to shut the system down, then all you have to do is not go to work for like 2 weeks, and that would cripple the economy so bad. And then, yeah, they just did it reverse on you.
Yeah, it was masterful, and at the same time, it left us in a strange quandary because we didn't have flying saucers to point at. We didn't have anything to point at. It was an invisible threat, and we had no way to really fact check it up
Yeah,
until.
and the proof's on you now to say otherwise, and then you can never, you're not qualified enough to come up with a new opinion, you know?
Right, right. But I think the system is this whole paradigm is so threatened by certain types. Have you been following the story of that Canadian flat earther who was temporarily jailed for violating quarantine?
Oh yeah, the yoga instructor died. Well, I heard about. Well, I didn't follow him, the flat earth fucker or whatever. But there's another dude. He's in America, I think like New Jersey. But he tore his whole gym door down, so they quit boarded, so they couldn't board him up and close him down. And they would carry out like thousands of pounds of weight every day into the parking lot so people could work out. And then yeah, they tried to jam him up the same way. Maybe it's the same guy. I don't know.
Same story, actually, very similar story, where they try to make examples out of people, and I just don't see it working. And the one thing that we don't have to worry about, like, despite all the insanity of this last year, the fact is, how many bodies have you tripped over on the way to work or just going to the store? Like, the fact that the whole thing is a psy war is actually good news, as crazy as it kind of sounds.
You yeah, that it ain't the worst case scenario, and it's all real. Yeah, that it's all fake actually, and you just gotta free your brain from it.
But then I see people walking around like insects with these cockroach shells. It's like a cockroach backpack with a visor. So you're walking around like an insect, like a beetle to protect people. And it's just become such a clown show. People playing along with it. And then Trump catches COVID for 3 days. And then he comes out saying, I cured it. Like, how does that even match the rest of the script?
Yeah, because his body was better than everybody else's body, and that virus is no match, that it would have killed Joe Biden 3 times over.
Yeah, exactly. And apparently they had to stop him from having a Superman shirt when he came out. And people were chanting Superman at his rallies. And you know, and here we are in this weird position too, as forecasted in these games, and as forecasted in that Barron Trump book, where we're in the midst of a contested election, and one side is a little emotionally unbalanced.
Oh yeah, now dude, like they got all those tech companies up their butt. So like, dude, if you don't want to be on their side, then dude, we're just gonna pull your account, dude. And you don't get to have PayPal anymore, or you don't get an email address with us any longer. Cause yeah, I heard about the Virginia Tea Party wanting to rally for a recount, and they were gonna spread out all of their stuff through email. Well, I forget, it's like Mail Monkey, or I forget the company, dude, but they pulled all of their accounts supposedly. It was on Tucker, man. Tucker did a little piece on it, man. It'd be cool to get him on your show, but he would get fired if he came on your show.
Yeah, Mailchimp was basic, and that's messed up too. So you got a mailing list, and it's to your private subscribers or whatever. And yeah, they have they're censoring it just as much as Twitter does, or as much as Facebook. And like yesterday, like I said, I had a channel, not a big channel, because they never let the channels get that high. Right when it got close to 2,000, they just terminated it. And the last time they left me alone for like 3 months, we accrued 12,000 subs. We'd have 1,500 people on live streams. And I don't think they like that, because it does create a lot of, well, what they call toxic misinformation. Right.
Yeah. Uh-huh. They got it figured out, dude. They're coming out with their gloves on this time, you know what I mean?
Oh,
And,
yeah.
the technocrat oligarchs are really going to take this shit over. And Joe Biden put a bunch of them in his cabinet, and some big pharma company people, and just we need to see what's going to happen. You know what I mean? Looking at the people he picks right now is going to tell a story, I think, you know?
Yeah, well, I'm still of the mind that the powers that be are so damn manipulative and sinister and cold-hearted that I think what they're doing is this is going to go to the Supreme Court, and it's going to create a rift, and that's what we're waiting for. And it's so we'll know by December 12th how well this thing goes down. But I think that they're engineering a major conflict, because they know that the right wing will lose gracefully, but they also know that the left wing is so unhinged at this point that they'll go full on ISIS.
Oh yeah, they'll go full bowl cut on some right wingers, bro. Mhm.
Yeah, speaking of bowl cuts, where are the bowl cuts? I thought we lived in a racist country with bowl cuts just waiting to get out of their basements, and here they've had 4 months. It's open season, no resistance.
Especially all this racial tension, and like, yeah, that we might not be going to school, baby, but I still see you in the street. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And the only bowl cut we had wasn't a bowl cut. It was Kyle. And you notice he only shot like Jewish convicts. He didn't shoot any BLMs.
Yeah. It's pretty weird, man.
Anyway, hey, I appreciate the call very much.
Yeah, one more question, bro. Jim Fetzer, dude, what's the book that he wrote about Sandy Hook that you can buy, man? I need to buy that.
The Capstone. I'm glad you brought that up. The Capstone Event by Jim Fetzer. So yeah, I actually ran this by him. I said this, and this is proof that this works. He was censored for his book on Sandy Hook after he sold like 500 copies the first day, and I was like, kind of like, that's terrible, because you could make a good living if you can get a good ebook jump started like that. So I said, let's just republish it, write it as fiction. So I had a ghostwriter take his book, make it into fiction, so you can get the Capstone Event paperback. And if you look at the cover art, and this is on Amazon, this is why it's funny to me. They can't censor it. I'm like, look, man, we're using fiction as code. And if you look here, it actually says the Capstone Event, they never thought they would lose control, and that's David Hogg combined with Adam Lanza on the cover.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because they looked at alike, man. And Greta Lynchburg looks like him, too. Or whatever her name is. They're going to be looking like David, too.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that Adam Lanza and David Hogg are the same. And I think this is why I think they do it. I know it's kind of a stretch in a way, but the way Stockholm Syndrome works is that your savior is also your abuser. So they terrorize you with Adam Lanza, and then they comb the bowl cut up, uh, give him a tan, and have him speak out against gun violence, and suddenly now he's the anti-Lanza. Same face, same person, but different persona. And I think that's part of the mind control.
Yeah, the duality and then it's the yeah, it's the duality of it, you know what I mean? That you have the both extremes, and it's the Hegelian of it as well, and it's you're always stuck left to try to figure it out, man.
Yeah, I think there's a whole science to manipulation that we've been kind of left out of. I mean, just the fact that none of the most, like, how many conspiracy theorists were clueless about, well, I'm just like, for example, speaking of, David Hogg and company, even the most well-researched conspiracy theorists wouldn't have had an accurate picture of the world if they weren't accounting for crisis actors and staged events. And just how fake things are wasn't really common knowledge until 2012.
Yeah, and yeah, dude, that makes sense, dude. That like all the reality shows, because I even had a friend that went on MTV, like he was in that SPCA for School of Performing Arts, that MTV did like a TV show about it, and like yeah, I mean he graduated from there. He's a wonderful artist, you know what I mean. But he was in that show, and he said that nothing in that show is real, and it was all scripted, and that even some of the drama ain't even real that happened at school. Like we weren't even mad at each other, and just it's all fake. And that's when I really got into like everything reality TV is fake. That was like the first step for me, And then it's seeing how it like I don't know, just goes into the media. It's crazy,
Yeah, it's remarkable because if you think about the long term effects of it, like lies, you're lied to about little things over time. Someone can actually hide entire sections of the world from you. It's just amazing how we have been lied to consistently with these manufactured events. And just wait until they start making space junk a regular thing. Then suddenly it's like, well, now we have to deal with this new thing. I'm just glad they haven't brought out Godzilla or something, absurd like that.
Like what is it, Pacific Rim, those monsters that come out of the ocean. And yeah, what was it? Shoot, man, I lost it. But yeah, just it's crazy, man. Oh yeah, the characters, man. Once they do all these different reality shows and have random people play different people, then they see who plays who best, and then that's like their pool of crisis actors that they can, that they can bed. You know what I mean?
Oh yes, I mean, this thing with crisis actors is the game changer. But I remember when I first started looking into it, because I was already interested in a lot of these topics, but when I started thinking about what that crisis actor thing really meant, one of the first things I encountered was pay no attention to that. Auto hoaxers or disinformation. I remember Alex Jones's sidekick, I think his name was Paul Joseph Watson, was berating people, saying, you can't call it a hoax. We don't know it's a hoax. And I remember he was muting people on YouTube live streams for calling the truck attack in Nice a hoax. And that's when I realized, okay, so the mainstream conspiracy theorists aren't allowed to use that word. They can call it a false flag, but they can't call it fake. And because the difference is, in one case, people are dead. In the other, they aren't. And I'm like, why is InfoWars protecting mainstream media psyops? Are they just not that good at their job at spotting this stuff? Or are they actually protecting MSM assets?
Yeah, that makes sense, because Alex Jones was like real good at first, and then just something happened, dude. Just even watching his stuff was different. Like I don't know what it was, but it just started to be more random and more random and more random, show after show, and then it's just like he'd just be getting off topic too much. You know what I mean?
Well, he's definitely an entertainer, but I find it interesting too that he was sued by the Sandy Hookers, and he was given everything he needed to tear that case apart, and he refused that information, and he said that he believes that it's real. So he gave in, and I'm like,
Yeah.
why? What was he losing by holding to the truth?
What were you saying? One actor that was related to the Sandy Hookers, but I think they were on like maybe Dr. Phil or something. But then they ended up being related to the people that in Sandy Hook somehow.
Oh, I'll have to check.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, because there's some connections. Like you got the author of The Hunger Games, who's the movie director, had a son who did one of these fake shootings in Palo Alto.
Oh yeah, that, and then that other San Bernardino shooting, that one I know, dude, that had to have been fake, or maybe they did. Man, shots were fired, dude, but it might not. It didn't go down like that, and that they were driving the same kind of car the police drive. So if they were getting chased by like 4 undercovers and one marked, then it's easy for him to get lost. You know what I mean?
Well, in the last year, we've seen a number of cases where they've used what you'd call simunition, where they do fire rounds, but they're like they call them spark paintballs. Like if you remember last year, there was, I think it was in Florida, it was a UPS truck that had been hijacked by a couple terrorists, and it was a big chase scene. It was really slow, but it was a chase scene. Anyway, the police end up firing into the cab of this thing, and wherever the bullets hit, you see explosions of sparks. I mean, they use simulated ammunition all the time, and it's essentially like paintballs.
And squibs if they have to. But then the one I'm talking about in San Bernardino, like they definitely shot this SUV up, but they said that SUV was returning fire out the windows. But if you look at it, dude, like the glass is like shattered, but the windows are up on it, dude. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
Like glass breaks out, but it's still stuck. Like you could tell the windows were up still. Like.
Well, if this was that San Bernardino Christmas. Was this the San Bernardino Christmas party shooting where they supposedly shot like 14?
Yeah, where they went to like the daycares or something. I can't remember, but yeah, it was like the Muslim extremist couple or whatever.
Yeah, there were a couple things about that one. One, they allowed mainstream media to go into their apartment and say, "Oh, look, there's some pipe bombs." Like they actually let the news crew go around in an active crime scene. That's when I knew it was a hoax.
Yeah, that's how all of them are, and just everybody's it's like, dude, you haven't even talked to the police yet. You know what I mean? And just and then people just doing random normal stuff like nothing even happened. Dude, I lived in Oakland before, dude, and like I lived in like the 60s, but you could hear gunfights in the 40s, bro, from the 60s. You know what I mean? So I mean, everybody's gonna know what's happening 20 blocks away if something like that went down. And like, why are people acting all normal, waiting for the bus and shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And I think the simplest answer here is we're looking at drills that are presented as real on the news because it's legal to. And it's also, this is something else.
And it's entertaining and it gets ratings, yeah.
If it bleeds, it leads, absolutely. And so they're getting paid, they're doing a job, and they probably feel like they're changing the world in a positive way by scaring us about dangerous things like guns.
And viruses, yeah.
Right, and you're now a loaded gun. Like you, even if you have a mask, if you're within 6 feet of somebody, you're deadly. So now we're all loaded weapons.
Masks aren't going away either. They said that masks after vaccines, and like, dude, my girlfriend hates me for denying the mask, and she's like, "Oh, you're just gonna be a millennial crybaby, and everything revolves around you, and blah 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 blah." And I'm like, dude, yeah, right. Like, not only millennials believe this shit, and that something's up with it, and that she's just like, oh well, her opinion is, what's it to you to wear your mask for a little bit just to save someone's life? And then I was like leaving my apartment, and there's these 2 black dudes in like a brand new Benz, and they both got their mask on and their windows cracked, and I just started laughing at him and pointed, and then he's like, what? And I'm like, dude, take your mask off. You don't need it in your car, bro. You don't need your mask, dog. And he was like, well, I don't want to be my real self right now. You know what I mean?
Right. Look, the mask is the uniform of. It's a uniform. It's a uniform of a cult. It's a religious paradigm. It's a puritanical cult, It's like ISIS's mask,
Yeah,
and the idea that
same way with
you're
the Nick and all that, dude. Like, yeah, like I even like, dude, I wish I had a black friend I could ask him if there's like some kind of deeper religious shit to it, dude. But I mean, like, there already is, but it's just like
wait. Well, you bring
they
this up.
really like
You can
they
find
really like
many people
softer
love
them,
it.
you know what I mean?
A lot of people love the mask. There's nothing like even the MAGAs, even the people who were against the masks on principle. Even they seem to be wearing it with some element of pride or something, and I think it's a disturbing development. But the idea that you're being selfish, that's what I find kind of curious. Like, so it's you are being selfish by not wearing the mask is the main thing, because the opposite of that is being selfless. So covering your face is part of taking away your sense of self. And if you remember, Dr. Fauci, aka Dracula, he just said you got to get rid of your individuality, get rid of your individualism, and just obey.
Yep, and you don't matter. Your life doesn't matter. Well, no one's life matters. I don't know that guy. If you've seen that, no one's life matters. I mean, he got a lot of good points, man.
Oh, are you talking about Tom
His
McDonald, the rapper Tom McDonald?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Somebody actually sent me that video, which actually it is, but they said, "Hey, that guy," and you're not going to believe this because I don't believe it either. But they said, "Yeah, Tom McDonald is actually a side project of some guy named Macklemore, who just put on dreads and tattoos on his face." I'm like, "Yeah, they do look kind of similar. If Macklemore got a nose job and some tats."
And that's what I was gonna ask you. What can you get the Deftones dude on your show? That'd be tight. But then what if he's like Bob, where he's just gonna play like he's cool with it to make some money and then cash out? You know what I mean? 'Cause
Nah,
that's why I kind of like VOB, you know, because he kind of just dropped it.
I see what you mean with that. Well, no, I was listening to this one, and actually, I think he's actually into it. This Deftones, Stephen Carpenter, and the reason I think so is he coined a term that I might even start using. He said when he learned about this, he lost his space fear. So even he gets that we're living in a paradigm based on fear, artificially, restricting what we have, so we feel scarcity is the main thing. But I think he's probably legitimately into it, and he definitely does auto hoax the virus, and that's the real reason that they're so mad about him, because he doesn't have a tinfoil hat. He's got some credibility with his fans, and they don't want him influencing them to think for themselves. I mean, it's just amazing, right? How you got a heavy metal guy, they're trying to pull him back from the edge for being too extreme, when that's the genre you're in if you want to cross all the lines.
Yeah, and I mean the Deftones were the shit, dude. You know what I mean? And I mean, even their lead singer, dude, was so outspoken, man. Like, watch some of his interviews, man. He was cool.
Now, as far as I know he got some responses, and his friend stood up for him and I guess the guy apologized a little bit too. I mean, I don't know. I would be interested, to be quite honest, in hearing how he arrived at this and where he thinks it goes from here, because I don't think everybody arrives at the topic and says, okay, now I'm going to believe in the Bible literally, and there's a overturned salad bowl above my head and I can't get out.
Yeah. Like, you can't take it literally, even when like the bull was worshiping the wrong age. Like, I like his analogy of that it wasn't like they're worshiping a physical bull. It was just the air, like the age or the era, you know. They were in the wrong time frame. They weren't hip to the new shit yet. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Now, the mask thing, a commenter here says people wear it for fear of the virus or for fear of being ostracized. And isn't that kind of interesting? So the people who are critical thinkers are still kind of wearing it because of pressure, social pressure. And that's what this is ultimately about. And I called this on 311. I said, this is World War III, and it's a war against individualism. It's not against America. It's not China versus America. It's the oligarchs versus individuals. They want to extinguish individuals, so we all become hive-minded, insect-like people. And taking away your face, cutting your communication, removing your ability to gather with other people without them. I mean, this is all, I think, a war on essentially the self. And you see it's the mob mentality. If you walk into a place and you're the only person without a mask on, well, they're all going to point at you and screech, and then the police are going to come after you. It's that crazy. It's like that movie Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yep. Yeah, man, it's crazy.
But
I like it, dude. Here, man. A lot of people don't trip about you not having your mask. Some people look at you scared, and I don't know. And then everybody that's wearing their mask on their nose, I just tell them take it off because I ain't even wearing mine. I just walk in, I'm like, take it off. Well, you ain't even wearing it right anyway. And then they just start like some people laugh, and then everybody else looks at me like I'm crazy. But man, what are we doing?
well, look,
But yeah, man.
I appreciate the call.
Bill Gates. I hope you have a good night, bro.
All right, yeah, thanks again. Have a great call. Have a great night. Appreciate the call. Yeah, yeah. When it comes to the mask thing, the people who think that they're saving other people and you're being selfish, you need to ask them, oh, why aren't you putting your mask, which is infectious waste, it's a COVID rag, why are you putting it in the regular trash? You should actually be putting it in a red biohazard container. It should be sealed, and it needs to be transported separate. You can't put it in the regular trash. It can't go in the garbage truck with the municipal waste. It's got to go somewhere to be autoclaved and documented. So there's a whole process involved in disposing of your infectious waste, but none of them do that. And it's like, don't you realize that your mask is like that original bowl of undercooked bat soup that started this whole thing? You know, think about what started this whole thing in general, 2020. A fake $20 bill in a bowl of bat soup brought the world down. Let's see, Lloyd says, here's the problem. If the virus was real, a mask would make sense as a desperate device. Well, look, we've had how many months now? How many months are we into our 2-week lockdown? Like month 9. So the issue is, and this is why I don't have any sort of concern about this at all. The issue is there's no piles of any bodies anywhere. You know, there might be people here and there who are, you know, have Munchausen syndrome, or they're celebrities. And I've been saying for a few months now, it's like if it's only taking out celebrities and politicians, why do we even care? By the way, Rip the Rock, right? I think he caught COVIDs. No way you could survive that. Chloe COVIDs, Kardashian's little sister. I don't know if she also has the 6 toes and the vestigial tail, but she's got the COVIDs. She's probably dead. Tom Hanks magically survived. Don't know how. Now he's donating his plasma. But it's only hitting celebrities, athletes. Athletes are getting it. I mean, I think it's all malingering, Munchausen syndrome, crisis acting, and opportunism. That's all it is. And I don't know how many of you are looking, and I'm not really here to dispute the numbers. I'm pro-vax. Vax Bill Gates, please. I'm very pro-vax. I'm not disputing the numbers, but I'm pretty sure that if you notice, the number of people who normally get run over by steamrollers every year is way down, and there's a commensurate bump on the COVID side. So I think they're shuffling around the paperwork a little bit. Johnny Chainsaw says, rest in peace, Sharon Stone's family because of Refusenix. Oh, that's right. Sharon Stone actually said that her mother-in-law and I think her sister, she had a few people in her family all died because somebody didn't want to wear a mask. And Alyssa Milano, speaking of tragedy, Alyssa Milano lost her hair because COVID. And I'm like, well, she's the one who said, where's yours? And she did a selfie with her mask, crowded in her car, not socially distanced, with her children and her husband. And her mask was crocheted. Like, she literally crocheted a mask. I mean, as it is, you could have a mask made out of, you know, a medical grade mask. And is it going to stop the virus? Well, kind of, in the same way that a chain link fence might stop a mosquito. Like, it's a nice thought. Maybe it's a placebo. It makes you feel safe, and feeling safe is that's really what it's about. Feeling safe. That's why I'm waiting to find out who the vax junkies are. Like, and I'm not trying to shame any addicts here, but I'm looking at Andrew Cuomo as a likely candidate. The guy's probably addicted to vaxes. He's probably hooked on the COVID-20 vax, black market stuff. Addicted to the euphoric rush that comes with the feeling of just safety, pure safety. You inject it, you see Bill Gates, and you just feel safe. I'm not going to catch that strain. And there's 33 strains of COVID-19. I haven't caught any of them, so I'm not even sure how people are handling COVID-20. Like, can you jump, or do you have to get all the updates in order? Lloyd says they're misidentifying flu season. I happen to be close to people who work at a major hospital. They're panicking. Oh yeah, who didn't know? I mean, look, they misdiagnosed gunshot wounds to the head. You get a gunshot wound to the head. Oh, COVID-19. Oh, this guy, he passed out from wearing his mask too tight, crashed into a telephone pole, dead. COVID-19. So I'm not surprised at all. Anything you get is going to be COVID-19. Flat Fact says, not in Australia. The sharks here are going crazy. Well, look, there's the threat, and then there's the actual implementation. Like, we have to remember, nobody welded our doors shut. Nobody forced us into our homes. This has all just been a big, well, I don't know what you call it, a spell, a drill. But no, we haven't really seen any real coercion, if you ask me. And even in New York, 300,000 people left. No, people aren't having it. Like, I don't think we're going to be. Here's one thing I want to just sort of allay, one fear. They're not going to send you to a FEMA camp. FEMA camp's at home this year. Like, you are already. This is your FEMA camp. It's a state of emergency, and FEMA is all about managing emergencies. And what makes more sense? Round people up and send them somewhere? For a lot of people, it would be an upgrade. You're going to take care of them. You got to feed them. You got to keep them happy, and now they're crying about rights. No, instead, you just make them stay home, send them a crisis actor check, stock up Netflix, give them a lot of drama on TV. Oh, okay, so there's something else I had to bring up. Guess who got looted? Guess who got not only looted, and I bet he's pissed about it. You know who's got to be so pissed about this? Nipsey Hussle. His store, his Marathon clothing store, was vandalized and looted. He's got to be fuming. And he's fake dead, so he can't come out and say anything about it. Nipsey Hussle's Marathon clothing store had its windows smashed. Now, this is how you know people are a bunch of hypocrites, though. It's like, now somebody cares. You know, how many privately owned small businesses, how many entrepreneurs like Nipsey had their businesses destroyed in the last 4 months? Not just from the rioters and looters, but also from the COVID-19 thing. No sympathy. But now suddenly, because it's Nipsey's Marathon store, somebody cares. Anyway, one thing that's interesting about this, if you didn't know, the Marathon store is the world's first smart store. This is from World Star Hip Hop.
Whoever did this shit, they will crip. Nigga, ever find out who did this, it's ugly for you, cuz. I swear to God. Nigga.
Well, people are mad about it. Personally, and I've never been on the inside, but I think it looks like I think they could have done a lot better for the amount of money they supposedly had going through this place. But supposedly somebody looted some of his t-shirts and stuff. I don't know. They're mad about it, though. It's like finally they're mad. I was mad when a retired cop guarding a pawn shop was murdered during a looting spree in Vegas, and nobody stopped to help him. But no, this got people. Give me a break. What did he have anyway? The Marathon store. What is it? Supplies for long distance runners? I haven't really seen the inside of it. But I do know it's the world's first smart store, cashless store. He died at 33 on Easter. Very Masonic, ritualistic, fake death. No doubt about it, Nipsey Hussle's not dead. You saw him get carted away in ambulance number 57 after the paramedics, who had white gloves, just pushed him in there and slammed the door shut. after doing one-handed moving chest compressions. This is the thing. If his death was real, the family would have sued the paramedics for doing one-handed chest compressions while moving on a gurney. And have any of you seen the COVID-19 CPR? I thought this was a sick joke at first. The COVID-19 CPR procedures. It's way different. So now it's like you couldn't actually do mouth to mouth. I think what they do now, if I can find a graphic, is you put a rag over the person's face and you sit, I think they said 6 feet back, and then you call an ambulance. Okay, COVID-19 CPR rules. Yeah, this is how we do it now. Step 1, call 911. Step 2, again, somebody's dying. Cover your mouth and nose with a face mask or cloth. Then cover the unconscious person's mouth and nose with a face mask or cloth. Perform hands-only CPR. No more mouth to mouth. Put the rag over their face. Like, how is that helpful? You're trying to find out if somebody's responsive. Just seems like it's kind of counterintuitive. Okay, let's see. Lean Dion says the Nipsey Christ hustle. Oh yes, it was a great hustle. I don't know if there was a better example of someone using a death strategically to sell records, but I think he made like $10 million. They made like $1 million a month after his fake death. Let me see if I can find that here. I think it was $11 million. Yeah, check this out. The late Nipsey Hussle made the Forbes list top earning dead celebrity of 2019. Last year, the Victory Lap rapper earned $11 million, which put him at number 10 on the list. Back in March, Nipsey Hussle was fatally shot outside his apparel store, Marathon Clothing, in Los Angeles. So top earning dead celebrity. Nipsey Hussle, $11 million. Musician died 2019, age 33. Right, nothing fishy about this. So Nipsey joins, oh, look at this list. In fact, I have some others too. So Nipsey joins Whitney Houston, death faker, Michael Jackson, death faker. Let me go through the whole list. There's a few of them. So we're looking at a list of others who have done pretty well posthumously. And I think they're all probably death fakers. You know, in fact, Nipsey's grave is on the same row as Paul Walker and Naya Rivera, who's also 33 and a death faker. Okay, so his family launches something. They're supposed to put a tower up, a Nipsey Hussle remembrance tower. I didn't see it, though. It's like somebody forgot. Flat Fact says $11 million. Oh, yeah, that money is ridiculous. Like, did he sell $1 million worth of records and T-shirts and shoes and swag? I don't know. Not quite sure. I honestly think that he was almost manufactured out of thin air. In fact, I've done a study of his career, and it's not just his death date, the Easter thing, that stood out as very symbolic. You know, 33-year-old dies after carrying his son, his name is Cross. He carries Cross to the site of his death where he's shot between two thieves, two individuals who just got out of prison. I mean, this is a scripted event, but if you go back in his career, every major milestone coincided with a solstice. And the marathon, in this context, the marathon story, actually it's an allegory, or it references the journey of the sun. So he starts his career at the very beginning on a winter solstice, lunar eclipse, and that's when he drops his mixtape. Then he opens his store on a summer solstice. He dies on a astronomical Easter. His biography was, I mean, this is, again, I have a document on this. This is a character on the world stage who was clearly personifying in a very ritualistic manner the sun. And this death was during the same time period that we had the Holy Week where the cathedral burned, the Notre Dame. And this event, the burning cathedral, this assassination, these things were not disconnected. There's a whole story here. So if you look up Nipsey Hussle and you look at all the murals, you'll often see him represented with a crown. Again, he's 33 years old. You'll find 33 and crown always used together. But you'll find his murals, more often than not, he has a crown like a crown of thorns like Jesus. And the reason why I believe this is very intentional, the iconography, is that they created him this way, this persona. Take a look at this thumbnail. A lot of people noticed this when he died because his friends, Nipsey Hussle, crisis actors on the scene, they all said they believed he was literally Jesus Christ. Nipsey was Jesus reincarnated, Mason, false idol, Black Messiah. You find all these videos on this topic. Very fascinating. This is just one example, but last year it was a ridiculous year. Just say that. 2019 for 33-year-olds, musicians dying. DJ Arafat. This one was pretty funny. DJ Arafat, top Ivory Coast singer, died. And I saw the video. Is a motorcycle accident. I think it was fake. You have a picture of him on a gurney, which to me is kind of strange. It's like, what do you mean they're actually following him through the hospital? Yep, DJ Arafat, top Ivory Coast singer, dies in a road accident. Now here's where it gets interesting. At his funeral, nobody believed he was dead. And this was just shortly after Nipsey, and thousands paid tribute at a concert. But look, mourners open the coffin and they began ripping his shirt off. So I'm not sure, but it looked to me, because they had to send in tear gas to break up the funeral, but it looked to me like it was a dummy and they were going to call it out. So yes, says here, a police convoy escorting the coffin of the late Ivorian singer DJ Arafat. Mourners in the West African nation of the Ivory Coast forced open the coffin of a beloved musician and began stripping his corpse in an attempt to positively identify 33-year-old DJ admitted to a hospital for a skull fracture. They want to see his distinctive tattoos. So my take on this whole story is that they were checking to see if it was a dummy or not. But more likely, the ones who were checking it could have been actors, so they could reassure everybody that he did in fact die. Okay, let's see what else we have here. There's another one too we could probably get into. In fact, there's so many from last year. I said 2019 was ridiculous. There was another rapper who was shot and killed. His name was Trey the Kid. He was an Annapolis rapper. And the interesting things about this one is the city he was in. He was a 32-year-old, I think. The city he was in was doing some type of, I guess it was some sort of ceremony for the police or something, and they had draped everything in orange, like orange spotlights. I got to bring this up. We're going to have to do a retrospective now that I think about it. So here we go. Annapolis remembers the rapper Trey the Kid. He was found fatally shot. He won the National Gun Violence Awareness Day Award. And I think his death was faked. But anyway, when I looked into this story, we found all kinds of strange things. Like, for example, the city was celebrating National Gun Violence Awareness Day by draping City Hall in orange. Everything was being draped in orange. But I found some interesting symbolism connecting his death to the Nipsey Hussle death. And then I mentioned the DJ Arafat, another 33-year-old. And again, they didn't believe he was dead. Okay, anyway, I'm going to move past this topic for now. There's so many deaths. We're going to have to do a retrospective on 2019. We'll just make a plan. We'll do a month-by-month breakdown of all the major psyops of 2019. It was a big year. I mean, that's when you really had, like, for example, the New Zealand shooting. And I played a documentary we did on it here, where you actually have actors on the ground who are supposedly dead getting up and walking around. Getting up and walking around? Lean Dion says, Pop Smoke song Christopher Walking, released before Kobe died, has a crashing helicopter for no apparent reason for a track. Yeah, makes perfect sense. Another person who's not dead, Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant, Nipsey Hussle, not dead. Okay, someone says, for all we know, the pyramids could be hundreds of years old instead of thousands. Yeah, what we have here is more of this time control I was talking about. You know, they can tell you that the universe is billions of years old, the Earth is 400 billion years old. It's time control. It's a completely different story. And monuments are created for them to be able to say, yeah, this is established as a fact. So you have, for example, a skeleton of a giant prehistoric kangaroo or a T-Rex, whatever you think it happens to be. And you say, hey, look, this is proof that we were here 65 million years ago. Pop Smoke, Death Faker, confirmed, I think so. I've heard some bizarre theories about Pop Smoke and a few others, which I may go into. Because here's the theory on that one. There's this theory that some of these rappers are actually constructs of older, more experienced musicians and record companies who are creating these little tragedy stories to sell records and tap into younger demographics that they may not reach as easily. I mean, I think it's almost absurd, the number of these deaths. And of course, look, I was talking about Forbes. $11 million. Would you fake your death for $11 million? I mean, I wouldn't. But I can imagine the appeal to performance artists, I guess. But I think it's beyond just faking their death for money. You know, it's actually you could call it a baptism. It's a cult thing. So it's, and it's not even far-fetched to talk about if you want to get into the topic of death faking. You know, I'd go so far as to say every Mason is a death faker. 5 million. I mean, it's not something you just do. Like, hey, let's pretend like we're killing this guy with a blow to the head by a hammer. Reenact the death of King Solomon's architect. And then resurrect him from the dead. But we're not going to tell him we're going to do this. We're just going to trick him into it after having him sign a non-disclosure agreement. Like, that's not normal. It's really not. You know, faking your death, non-disclosure agreements, oaths. Oh yeah, if I talk about this, you can rip my guts out, slit my throat, cut out my tongue and whatever. So my point is, no, there's a lot of this going on, and it's an interconnected thing too. It's not like these are, like, someone will say, well, there's no way that this person faked their death and got away with it, and they resurfaced as this person. Somebody would have called them out by now. Well, they do. They subtly call each other out all the time. They subtly do. They do so with jokes, inside jokes. They out themselves with inside jokes. Okay, so let me go ahead and go through my notes for the day. We got disrupted slightly, but not really. So we lost a couple thousand subscribers on one channel. It doesn't matter. This channel is like a hydra. We just replace and replace and replace. In fact, I will have a new channel up tomorrow. And one other thing too, anything that gets taken down, let's say you can't find the source video, just go to infiniteplainsociety.com and you can get it there. There will be a continuity. And this would be my 86th channel removed, which is quite an accomplishment. I think it's actually like we should get a badge or something for the channel. We'll have to give ourselves a badge. 86 channels. I mean, what is it that we're saying that's so terrible? You know, I want to print out the note that they sent me. So here's the actual notification. I'll put this up on the screen. We'd like to inform you that due to repeated and severe violations, man, I'm starting to feel guilty, of our community guidelines, your account has been suspended. Infinite Plane Society. Content inciting violence is not allowed. We don't allow content that encourages hatred. We review documentary, artistic, and scientific content on a case-by-case basis. Limited exceptions are made for content with sufficient and appropriate context. So I appealed the case and I said my channel is conspiratainment and satire. Sorry you don't get the jokes. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, to me, this just makes my point that we're doing something right. Richie from Boston was actually kicked off YouTube recently. All of his channels. Richie. I used to kind of joke around with the guy a little bit and be like, yeah, he doesn't really drive around the country with his Jeep. It's a green screen. But now I've seen that he's been kicked off YouTube, and that to me says he's pretty legit. So he went off the grid for a couple of days. Totally off the grid. He came back, he's on Twitter, and he's like, I just got back from off the grid. I don't know where the hell that is. And he's like, I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, Richie, I said, Richie, I'm going to delete this message. Don't trust anybody. 95% of the population has been vacated. Like this message so I know that you read it. There aren't many of us. So I just left him a very paranoia-inducing tweet. I don't know if he took it seriously, but imagine if you left for a couple days in 2020, you come back and somebody tells you, yeah, everybody's been vacated. That could mean a lot of things. I mean, I think it was March 30th, he was saying on April Fool's Day, they're going to shut off the internet and you're going to see Chinese tanks driving down your streets and they're going to shoot you up with vaccines. They're going to make you take your medicine. That never happened. But he probably spent, I mean, he even said, guys are going to come for me. They're going to show up in a black car. They're going to take me out of my basement and they're going to stick me with a needle and I'm going to fight it. I'm like, God, I mean, that's fine. I understand the fear and all of that, I guess, but not really. Not when so many of these things have turned out to be actually fake. That's what we're actually, and there's a term for this. It's actually called the Bubba effect. And the Bubba effect is it's a name for a stereotypical redneck name. But it has to do with this idea of being ready for anything. So here is, I think this is the best definition I can find for the Bubba effect. It's basically this. Everywhere you look, there's a very active conspiracy. The U.S. government is going to institute martial law, enslave the citizens of the United States because of some impending collapse, financial meltdown, NWO takeover, war with China, or rapture. As a result, readers are estimated to drop everything and head for the hills on a bi-weekly basis or whenever the price of gold fluctuates. As if lifted right out of Red Dawn, this scenario seems to include only those in rural America who would be able to resist occupation through force of arms, based out of various fortified survival compounds, weapon of a gun in one hand and the word of God in the other. Now he calls it the armor of God. What he says here, in practice, the Bubba effect amounts to a histrionic overreaction to threatening fake news and vague rumors, in turn springing from the scrap heap of survivalist ideas and various conspiracy theories. Despite this, The Bubba effect has proven surprisingly broad. So this is kind of condescending, the idea that you should be mocked for being prepared. However, Chicken Little is something I was talking about earlier. How many times has the sky fallen? And just about 6 weeks into the lockdown, Alex Jones said, and supposedly it was satire, but he said that he was sizing up his neighbors so that he could make sure that if they don't reopen the economy, his daughters wouldn't have to starve, and that he would be targeting his leftist neighbors for cannibalism, and he would eat them like, quote, corn on the cob. And this was 6 weeks. So that sent a ripple of panic through his listeners. That, okay, if Alex Jones is ready to eat his neighbors, then things are pretty bad. And again, this was like 7 months ago, 8 months ago. And I was thinking to myself, well, that guy's got a garage full of MREs and prepper goods. So why is he going to eat his neighbor's buttocks? And that's what he said he was going to eat. He specified which body parts he wanted to eat. So he's going to eat neighbor's buttocks. Meanwhile, he's got enough food right here to feed his family until 2030. Commenter says the Bubba effect sounds like a really cheesy bluegrass band. Well, here's my point about the Chinese tanks. Let me just bring this up. Because at the exact, and I'm not trying to single anybody out, but I'm just pointing it out. The people who go off the grid often sell a great deal of fear. And let's just pretend we went along with it. So let's go back in time. We have Donald Trump's time machine. Go back to, we'll just say the end of March, when he's about to go into his basement, into hiding because they're going to shut off the internet and send in the tanks. Well, let's say they had dropped off tanks in every neighborhood, as in Chinese tanks. Well, a lot of people would have stayed home. The news would say, okay, we're Chinese now, so surrender. You're not going to leave your homes for the next 6 weeks. We're going to reorder society. Well, most people would have reordered their entire existence. We would change everything. Except for those people who decide to go see if any of it's real. And they would probably leave their homes. They would go look at the tanks and find out the tanks were all inflatable. They were drone-delivered inflatable tanks made in China, but not full of Chinese soldiers. So how dumb would we feel if we had been conquered by a bunch of inflatable tanks? Well, guess what? We got conquered by a bunch of empty tents. And what's the difference between a bunch of empty tents and empty hospitals and a bunch of inflatable tanks? None. We're talking about a standard decoy operation to inflate the appearance of overwhelming forces, when in fact it's all just air. And if we had that attitude of, let's hide, let's stay in a state of fear, let's run off the grid, we wouldn't have found out that the hospitals were all empty and that the COVID was a hoax. We'd be scared, waiting for Bill Gates to show up in the middle of the night with a Freddy Krueger glove with a needle and a different vax strain, from each fingertip, so he could come in and just poke you in your bed or whatever. Like, that's not going to happen. And the fear doesn't help anything. And one thing that I'm really happy about as far as 2020, and these are silver linings. I mean 2020 has been gold. If you really look at some of this stuff, we saw the emergence of an authentic people's media. In fact, even today, and I should bring these up, I've been getting a lot of contacts from the Film Your Hospital website. So I'm going to have to update it. Here because we're getting a lot of contact. But to me, that's one positive here. We saw the real media promoting fear of virus. I'm sorry, the fake media. But then the independent media, they came out saying, well, no, the evidence does not actually corroborate with that. And then you have the guardrailed, probably CIA-controlled agents who are in the middle saying, well, the numbers are fake, but the virus is real. They're just exaggerating it, but still, just vote. Vote for this guy. No, the truth is the whole thing was just a big psy war. And that is the truth. I mean, a lot of people don't like it. They will censor you for it. But I don't feel like I should not speak the truth. And especially because this channel's so emphatically pro-vax, why would they want to shut us down? I got a list of people I want to vax. It's like 5 pages long. In fact, if you want to vax anybody, just call 833-311-1984. I'll play it on air. Or you can just call and we'll discuss it live. Lloyd Miller says, filming the hospitals must start up again. They're claiming that the hospitals are filling. Well, precisely. I kind of set that issue to the side. But in the last few days, I've been contacted by a number of people around the world, or across the flat disk, or around the velociraptor, whatever shape you think it is. I've got messages from people. Here's one, I think this is in Brazil. It's quite a few. I'm just going to have to put them all together. I've got pictures as well. Maybe this is why they shut my channel down. We're starting to talk about this again. Okay, well, I'll get to the empty hospitals. I want to update the website first because there's, the website gets a decent amount of traffic. It's filmyourhospital.com. But let me go and play a message I didn't get to yesterday. And I believe this one is from Zareth, the alchemist. And it pertains to the topic of the semicolons, the reptoids.
Hey, Tim. It's me, Z. If you'd like, at some point, I'll tell you the story about the girl shapeshifting into a reptile in front of me and then the aftermath. That's a really good story. It happened about 20 years ago, but I had to tell that story to somebody the other day. And because he was privy to their presence, our presence, really. It's a vibrational thing.
All right, yeah. You know what? I'm going to definitely text him, and I'll just have him explain it over a phone call, because there's a few questions I want to ask before we go any further into it. I think we got into the topic because we were suggesting, or I brought up, that maybe the alien overlords are disgusted by the human face, so we have to cover it up. Someone else suggested maybe it's because the reptoids, sometimes they shift. They want to make sure that if their forked tongue flickers out and it whips a fly or something, you don't see it, so they got the mask. Commenter says, I overheard a conversation with a woman talking about how amazing the news of the vaccine is. She said, unfortunately, it would need to go to the first responders first. Okay, one more thing for vaxophobes. Let's just say you're a vaxophobic. And I'm not. For all we know, I might be vax damaged. I received many vaccines in my life. But for all you vaxophobes, let's say that it does indeed contain nanobots that will seize your pineal gland, turn it into an antenna for some demonic entity to take over, or whatever you think it's going to be, or just instant death or sterilization. Whatever they're going to do to you, it's going to happen to first responders, military, media, and true believers first. And you have to think too, most of the people believe it's real, and they will probably kill you to get that vax. They really will. So if there's a limited supply, it's going to be a status symbol. They're going to flaunt it. And I actually think that what we're looking at is going to be incredibly divisive to have the vaxxed and the unvaxxed. I think it's going to be a rift akin to Protestant and Catholic. I think this is a counter-reformation. And the people who don't buy the big lies are obviously the ones who don't want the Holy Sacrament. It's easy to identify you. Okay, now again, I'm not even too concerned about that. I'm thinking 2020 is still not over, and we still have less than a month until the awakening. I mean, it's going to be a pretty dismal day, I think, for the people who put all their hope in Biden. Commenter says, I don't like calling people NPCs. Well, when I call people NPCs, and I don't usually, but non-playing characters, we're talking about extras on the world stage. People who are staying on, they're staying on point. They're on a script, but they don't know it. So you can't fault people for being obedient and for taking precautions. But it is kind of ridiculous how they're conflating mask refusal with a whole lot of other things. Like I said earlier today with the term conspiracist. I'd rather be called a tinfoil nutter or a conspiracy theorist than a conspiracist. Now, as far as people being NPCs or all that, I think a lot of people are just too busy to care or to think too deeply about some of these things. And there's other considerations. But now we've had a good, 9 months. We've had 9 months, and where are the bodies? Numbers on the TV screen can only go so far. Marve says, WHO, NHS says nobody is educated. Right. We're not properly educated. We're speaking out of ignorance or hatred or whatever else they come up with, but they never address the facts. And it's the same weak arguments they've used for decades against the 3% of scientists who don't believe in global warming, because it is alleged that 97% believe it's true. And apparently if 97% believe it's true, not because facts. So science isn't really fact-based today. It's belief-based, which technically makes your scientists wizards because they're controlling reality. And if they get a great enough consensus, they actually make it so. So if we could just get 97% of the scientists to agree that the world's flat, the world will actually flatten out, by this way of thinking. And that is what they've done. They're a bunch of curverts, and they have curved the world where it's not. They really have. They've bent everything. It's all a distortion. We live on the wrong side of the funhouse mirror. Well, not we. There's at least, how many people are listening now? Okay, there's at least 100 people here who are on the correct side. So we're in Realville. I'm one of its mayors. And the rest of them are in TV land. The Truman Show. Okay, let's see. Let me go ahead and go through my comments. Oh, this is what I wanted to play. Give you a link to. We have a new main YouTube channel. So it's not a new YouTube channel. It's a new main YouTube channel. Like I said, this thing's a hydra. They chop off one head. And it's worse. They're better off leaving me alone. Because what happens is they shut the channel down. I tend to retaliate. I wasn't going to live stream tonight, but this is my way of getting back. I put an extra 3 hours of work into the animation and decided to go ahead and make sure they know that we have an ongoing presence that really isn't going to go silent. By the way, you'll never miss anything if you're on Spotify. If anybody here is on Spotify or iTunes, you will always get the updates there. SoundCloud, I highly recommend SoundCloud because SoundCloud has the ability to play as just the audio file, but if you download it, it's an MP4, and I always make them available for downloads. They don't let you start a new channel. You have to sign an agreement that you won't. I think when I lost my first channel, they said, you can't come back. So I've been 86 times now as of November the 17th, 2020. I sued YouTube in 2018. They did change their strike policy as a result. They've hated me ever since, I think. But there's nothing they can do about it. I know that I'm banned. I spent so much time in Facebook prison, more time in Facebook prison than not. Most of my friends from Facebook are actually people I met in Facebook prison. We never actually had accounts together. It's like we meet in other platforms. But no, we are persona non grata. And that's probably for life. I've actually I read somewhere that if some of these sites like Twitter flags you as a thought criminal, they pass it on. So Jack Dorsey is like, hey, you know Infinite Plane Society? And Zuckerberg's like, yeah, we know him. Yeah, ban him. And then they contact LinkedIn and they contact Gmail and MailChimp. Like they go to their Mason meetings and they have like a slideshow and they put the names and the dossiers, the files up of whoever is blackballed. So yeah, I've been blackballed from the internet. One Trick Pony says, just call this story time with Tim. Right. Well, this is something too. So we seized the term auto hoaxer because to them that was the worst you could be, when it's actually the right way to look at things. Well, another thing they've been attacking is the idea that you would be entertained by conspiracy theories. Like you shouldn't be entertained by conspiracy theories. And I'm like, wait, what about fiction? And this is the key here. They want to control all of the content that you absorb, especially fiction. And one area they don't control is a lot of the creative reinterpretations of reality that you encounter when you surround yourself with conspiracists or free thinkers, whatever you want to call them. So I think what they've been trying to do here is shame conspiracy theorists and really attack the idea. Oh, it's just conspiratainment. Well, if it's just entertainment, leave it alone. But no, it's conspiratainment, so it's bad. So I saw where they were going with this. So what I did was I thought, okay, well, let's take that word over as well. So conspiratained.com will take you to a page where you can sign up. If you're already on my email lists, this will be redundant. It won't sign you up twice. But I have a book on the topic, which is essentially my thoughts on free speech, free minds, and how to keep it that way, and why we need to protect our right to be wrong, to be factually wrong about everything. Like, I might just decide that I believe that the world is, in fact, a pancake-shaped plane on the back of 4 elephants who are astride a tortoise, who's on top of a tortoise, and then it goes down infinitely. Like, does that have to be censored, or am I not allowed to be? Am I allowed to be right? Or another example, Roseanne Barr is convinced that Donald Trump is a woman. Now, is that comedy? Is it mental illness? Is she factually wrong? Is she right, but it's politically incorrect and we can't talk about this right now? No, they want it off the table. Borderline content. Push it over the edge. So, Lloyd Miller, great point. They put out conspiratainment all the time. James Bond movies are always conspiracy movies. That's a perfect point. See, the thing is, they don't want us to be engaged in content creation. I think that's what it comes down to. It's all about monopolizing our imagination so we can all be good little matrix batteries. Imagine if they controlled your imagination, filled you full of fears, then you find yourself wearing a Glad garbage bag like a body condom, wearing a dust mask, which wouldn't help you from COVIDs, and you're fighting over toilet paper out in front of a Walmart. Like, it's a desperate and absurd thing, but it's just a reaction. It's an overreaction, histrionic, based on fear because somebody else is controlling your mind. I saw a meme today, and they're still legal right now, but they won't be forever. And this meme said, control your mind or someone else will. And it's true. I think the default is the hive mind. The hive mind wins by default. All right. I'm going through your comments to see what else we've come across. Lloyd Miller says that would be religious freedom. Right. Hey, do you remember back in, it was like 2008 or something, when the anonymous masks first became popular? It was this thing called Project Chanology. Like 4chan? And this was all about stealing the private information of Scientology, as in their secret rituals, and publishing them on the internet. So, Anonymous, this group, they put on the mask, they went out and they protested against Scientology, and they released all that information. And at the time, I was somewhat critical of them because I thought, if they want to believe in intergalactic warlords and C-140s full of souls being deposited into volcanoes, let them. Or if you're a Mormon, or a Christian, whatever your religion is, if you have a different concept of the afterlife and the before life, have at it. I didn't really believe that it was appropriate to attack people just because they were provably wrong. Like, are they not right to be wrong? And for all we know, we don't know. That's the whole point. Maybe there's another reason to it. But my point is this. I didn't really approve of their intolerance. And that's what I find so obnoxious about today, is that it's the intolerance of some people who look, I would like it. Like, if you're listening, whoever it is that works at YouTube and that made the decision to delete my channel, to burn my book, because that's what they did. If you look at it, let's say this was just an audio book, a protracted work of fiction. This was all an audio book. I don't have the greatest penmanship, so I decided just to freestyle it, just read it off the cuff. This is all just extemporaneously speaking my mind as a work of fiction. Nope. Some snowflake decided that offended them, so they burned it. It's like, well, can you just call me 833-311-1984 and explain to me the rationale? Like, how did I hurt you? What meme hurt you the most? So I know not to retweet it. But they'll never tell you exactly what you did. Kindle Fire, little book burning. Yeah, Kindle Fire, that's very ominous. They digitally burn books all day long and nobody complains. They really burn books and flags. They knock over statues. A lot of stuff is happening now. They didn't really notice or have a problem with it, though, until it was, really, it's been like 4.5 months, and we have two different sets of two different worldviews, two different mobs, and one of them is completely in denial of reality. And we'll see what happens. Like, I'm really thinking here, when we get to the point where they tell one side who the president is, that's when things are going to get a little more interesting here. Commenter says Stephen Hawking's about to call in. Hey, I saw this conspiracy theory today. Again, this is something they would want to ban, and it has to do with Stephen Hawking's. So there were a few theories about him. Many people think that he died years ago, or that it was an animatronic. I think that Miles Mathis was behind that one, that he was an animatronic. But here's something that I think is probably more likely. So if you know who John Nash is, John Nash is the only person to be awarded both the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences and the Abel Prize. He's the one that was the basis for the movie A Beautiful Mind. So I'm looking at John Nash Jr., and this was pointed out to me. They said, you got to compare the two, and you don't really see them mentioned side by side, and this might be why. They think that Stephen Hawking was a character portrayed by John Nash, wearing a mouth prosthetic, posing in a chair, pretending to be smarter than anybody. It's very consistent. Makes more sense to me than an animatronic. It really would make a lot more sense. And this individual, John Nash, died in 2015. And I believe Stephen Hawking would have passed 2 years after. And his death date, in fact, look at this. This is another example of how these world stage characters are written on and off the stage. And their entrance and exit points are very significant. So his death date had some bizarre coincidences around it. It was Pi Day, 314 Pi Day. There's a few of them here. In an unfortunate coincidence, Steve Hawking's death on March 14th coincides with Albert Einstein's birthday. While his birth was on January 8th, that coincided with Galileo's death. Hawking and Einstein both lived until the age of 76. Those are just a few of them. So when you follow the logic here, the death days, the birth dates, you kind of get the idea that they're engineering kind of like this idea that this person was destined for this role. Hawking was nicknamed Einstein in school. Says, again, just remarkable coincidences. And of course, Pi Day of all days. So what do you think? Anybody? John Nash or animatronic? 420 says, whoever played the weird teeth Hawking seemed to have tried not to smile a lot. Oh yeah, that's one of the dead giveaways that this was an act, is the teeth weren't the same. The haircut, look, there were a number of problems, continuity problems with the Stephen Hawking character. So I'm looking closely at John Nash, and it kind of makes sense, but I'm going to have to do some Photoshop. If anyone wants to look at that for me. Who is John Nash? He's an award-winning mathematician, but he was the subject of a movie called A Beautiful Mind, which starred Russell Crowe. And it was about a genius mathematician who was so smart that he saw numbers everywhere, like Matrix style, like Neo in the Matrix. And that he was so smart he went crazy, is kind of the thinking here. That he became paranoid. He thought he was communicating with the government. It's called A Beautiful Mind. Now, the person it's based on, John Nash, this supposed schizophrenic, I don't know. I haven't looked too much into him, but I'm starting to. Yeah, it is believed that he may have played the role of Stephen Hawking, which would be a scandal if true. I mean, think about that. Faking a condition, I mean, it's pretty low. But not too low for the PSYOP entertainment complex, which is constantly portraying atrocities for the purpose of exploiting people emotionally and financially. Like, isn't it fascinating how they can fake kill people, and then people with actual empathy will donate blood and actually cry? So they fake it and they get actual blood and tears, like the next day. But they get it regardless. Okay, there's one thing, I don't think it's all that impressive, but apparently an asteroid the size of a truck almost destroyed the Earth last week. So it kind of like passed right over our heads. Listen to this. An asteroid the size of a Ford F-150 flew less than 300 miles away from the Earth last week, setting a record for the closest known asteroid to fly past without hitting it. So what are the odds that a year after doing drills for falling rocks with FEMA and NASA, that they actually have these NEOs, these near-Earth objects, just suddenly coming by, and that this is the biggest one ever? Since what, the dinosaurs? Since that rock came down and hit the disk and flipped it and caused the dinosaurs to shoot off into space? So it was discovered by the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System run by NASA, so we know we can trust it. It was a $69 million contract. This is unbelievable. That they just gave to Elon Musk for an asteroid deflection system called DART. So Jim Bridenstine is the chief of NASA right now, and he has suggested, one, that our biggest threat is actually space rocks, that it's not COVID, it's not climate change, but two, they've done these studies, these surveys now, and they're asking people, would you rather go to Mars or would you rather safeguard Earth? And people are saying that, and this is like 3-1, they would rather have air defense set up everywhere but it would be global. And it would be space defense. So instead of air defense artillery where you shoot down incoming missiles, now they're going to have stations set up all around the world to shoot space rocks down. So it does require global cooperation. But they're, again, diminishing expectations. Like, well, maybe it's better that we stay here and protect you from falling rocks before we try to go to Mars. Pete Shea says, I've been saying, what's the ultimate question to the ultimate answer? Okay, let's see what else. Flat Fact says, beautiful mind, never saw it. I would just read the Wikipedia. I wouldn't waste your time with any of this mainstream brainwashing, because entertainment's just a side effect. And if you don't need that, if you're not an entertainment junkie like most people, you can just read the wiki. They're going to turn people into vax junkies. That's what's coming next. Lloyd Miller says, traditionally, the left has opposed the space program. It's because they oppose progress, and the idea of the space program used to be married to capitalism. It used to be, hey, look, we're giving the money to this governmental program, but look, now you get Nikes, now you have shatterproof glass, wireless technology, wireless tools. So they're able to kind of make the argument that this is good for everybody, and that it kind of connects to this idea of progress, as in technological progress, which goes against the left, who are actually against technological progress. That's why they want you to live in shanty towns. That's why they want to get rid of your carbon footprint, stop you from breathing so much. But they are so smart, the long march through the institutions, they're so subversive, they knew they had to hijack that institution that had America as a leader and a winner, and they had to tear it down and repurpose it. So they repurposed NASA really just for save the whales, environmentalism, global warming mitigation. And they totally turned it into another stalking horse for the communist agenda. Oh, did any of you guys see the astronauts leaving the Dragon capsule and going into the space station? What a joke. No social distancing, no masks, and it was a hug fest. I mean, 6 adults hugging each other, one after another. It was like, I'm not really quite sure the emotion, but they were hugging, high-fiving, smiling. It was like, it was almost too much. It was too phony. Like they were fake smiles and everything. It's for the camera, I guess. But anyway, I was just kind of annoyed that they weren't social distancing and they don't have any masks on. I mean, didn't Elon Musk just come down with COVID? I know he took 4 tests. He seems to think that if you stop after taking a negative, you're good. And so he took 4 tests because first he got a positive, so he took another one, he got a negative, took another one, got a positive, took another one, he got a negative. Commenter says, you'll own nothing and be happy. That's the Great Reset meme. Well, if you remember back when 3/11 started, I said this is 9/11 all over again, but it's the biosecurity state, and now you're going to have to be patted down, not for bombs, but for viruses. And that they're probably going to get to the point where it's just inconvenient for you to have physical property. Why would you need keys? Keys have germs. Why do you need a physical phone? It's got COVID. And they're coercing people out of property. I think that's one of the primary agendas here. And it's working. Private property, land, air. Like, they don't even want you to have ownership. You don't own the air in your lungs. And they've been pretty naked and open about their agenda, if you ask me. They've been pretty nice about it. They wrote it in stone, the Georgia Guidestones. But the idea that you'll own nothing and be happy, the idea of, it's like, that's again, it's this rejection of modernity. Property is sin. The idea of recycling things that aren't sustainable, it's all just to get us to buy into this worldview that is very misanthropic. All right, thanks for joining. This is Space's Fake AF Chief Crow acoustic version. Subscribe below, get on the newsletter. Have a great evening.
I'm gonna play a song for you called Space is Fake AF, and we'll have a guest appearance by the Tractor in reverse in the background, and we'll have Waves of the Ocean done by big trucks and bigger trucks, GMC 4x4, 2x4, and a 5x8. Don't pit it, said the sky was not the limit. He'd fly to the moon in a nanosecond, but we haven't been back since 1972. Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake. Space is Hey, space boy, you broke this rocket man's heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery. Is that a piece of ice or a mousey? Cartoons, 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 doo-doo-doo. Cartoons, 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 doo-doo-doo. Space is fake.
Research Eddie Bravo.
Okay, thanks for hanging out here. I see you all in the chat. Yes, my channel just got nuked. It was the one that was just approaching 2,000 subscribers. So I'm posting this video on my other platforms to let everybody know where to go to. Flat Fact says, IPS channel deleted again. Smoke coming out of my ears. If you don't like his content, commentary, or opinions, go away. Yeah, exactly. I don't purposefully expose myself to noxious substances. I know poison exists, and you can't eradicate poison from the world. Many things are, in fact, poisonous, and it would be futile to try. So I just don't immerse myself in it to make a point. Oh, look how poisoned I am. Look how offended I am. Like, good for you. Good for you. You got scars now, emotional scars. But who knows? Whatever it is, the 24/7 stream continues anyway. We have redundancies, and I believe most of the content, if not all of it, is being auto backed up on my library accounts. So there's no real trouble or danger rather of being actually silenced or censored in any meaningful way. But you see, it's an attempt to disrupt our networks. And this is the 86th. It's the 86th attempt to disrupt this channel on YouTube alone. And we have, I think, another Hydra head right now regenerating. So as we speak, I already have another channel. Like I said before, I've got probably 15 or 20 more channels already verified. But I can only have 3 at a time on this particular Restream account. So this one's being verified. It'll be open by tomorrow. So if you want to have the link to that, just go to infiniteplainsociety.com. So if you come across any dead links, you can always find the archives just by going to that site. And no harm, no foul, nothing's lost. In fact, I'm going to be playing last night's stream. We had a couple of really great callers right after this. So we must have said something right. And you know what I just started doing, by the way? I just started the Flat Earth Report as a podcast. If you go to the flatearthreport.com, it's a 10-minute news brief, transcribed, and a newsletter. Everything related to that particular topic. And it's just a formulaic thing. I've had this going for about 3.5, 4 years now, but it kind of got pushed to the side for a little while, and I just started again. And I've been inundated with globe trolls who are basically church ladies. You know, they're like, oh, you're turning my cross upside down. Whenever you talk about their globe and you call it flat, it's blasphemy. They clutch their pearls. They fall on the ground. They go into convulsions. They click thumbs down. They call Susan Wojcicki, and they get the channel shut down. So anyway, if you've missed it, the Flat Earth Report, in fact, since we're here, let me go ahead and go through the news today. News from the edge of reality, or news from the edge of acceptable discourse, beyond the borderline. You know, you can't even see the edge from where they are. Everyone's faced towards the middle, towards a big black cube they all worship.
Ela é muito mansinha. Eu vi bicho, eu falei, gente, o que é isso? Põe na árvore, põe na árvore. Ela é muito mansinha, mas se alguém não vê, e eu com medo, eu falei, vou mandar pra todo mundo.
Maneirinha, né? Valeu, tchau.
Valeu, tchau. Olha
Tchau.
que gracinha, meu Deus.
Lá.
Olha que
Olha lá,
linda.
agradecendo.
Que gracinha, olha.
Olha só, cara, que maneiro, cara. Ela agradece.
Legal, tá vendo?
Maneiro. Obrigado.
We are at risk of having a flat Earth report of the housing community as to what happens.
Okay, this is the Flat Earth Report for November the 20th, 2020. I want to give a shout out to Rachel Maddow and Representative Swalwell for those sound bites, along with MVP for the track. Let's go ahead and start with this, a bit of cultural appropriation. Green Day has a new album coming out next month, and it looks like they have a song titled Flat Earth, which, again, we'll see what happens to them, but you're not supposed to use that word if you're one of these mainstream acts. We just saw Deftones get reamed by the media and by all the heavy metal magazines for mentioning Flat Earth theory in an interview on the Sam Tripoli Tinfoil Hat podcast. So I don't know what kind of blowback they're going to get for using the F word. And again, Flat Earth is not only just an inconvenient meme with bad virility, but it's dangerous misinformation that can actually kill the world. If you say it's flat, someone else listens, they catch that mind virus. It infects their mind, they fall down the slippery slope down into coronavirus denial. It's always the slippery slope argument. You're going to fall off the edge of flat Earth. So it's worse than a slippery slope. You actually fall off. And then you become a vax denier. Then you become a mask refusenik. Then you catch COVID, spread it to your family before you die. Every one of your family members gives it to 3.11 people who give it to 3.11 people. Exponential. Like dominoes with a bunch of human beings just falling over. And it all started with the F-bomb. So it's socially irresponsible and unforgivable for Green Day to appropriate that word from the Flat Earth research community, who haven't yet been locked up in their own FEMA camp. But that doesn't mean you haven't been FEMA camped. You know, there's this long, really kind of almost a cliche at this point, but there's this old conspiracy theory, it goes back a long ways, that eventually they're going to round up the dissidents and put them in FEMA camps. But when you look into it, it's like, well, what is a FEMA camp? It's just a way to keep a certain group quarantined. So it's about quarantining. Quarantining what? Well, ideas. Whether you're a radical Islamist or a conspiracy theorist, your ideas are thought to be catching like a virus, so you need to be physically quarantined so your ideas can't get out. I mean, that's really what COVID-19 is about. It's about quarantining ideas. So at this point, I'm noting that the media is doing everything it can to get people to self-quarantine, not only from misinformation sources like other news outlets. You know, every other news outlet but yours is misinformation. But now they're even trying to get people to distance from super spreaders of information, especially on Thanksgiving. You know, just the other day, Obama, and I think this might be in his 29-hour audiobook, he said that misinformation will be the death of democracy. That misinformation is actually impacting our elections in such a way that it's destroying the integrity of our elections. They become meaningless. So this is an article from National Review. Donald Trump has always been a conspiracy kook. 9/11, vaccines, Obama's birth certificate. And he came into presidency retailing a conspiracy theory, claiming that the 2016 election was illegitimate, that he'd won popular vote, but the electoral vote made it a fraud. Anyway, this is going on, and many articles like this, to explain that Trump has essentially created or cultivated a culture of conspiracy theorists, that QAnon is more or less a religious cult, and they just believe anything that demonizes the other side. And I kind of thought this was the case, especially when Hunter's laptop turned out to be a big nothing burger despite how it was hyped up. I thought it almost seems like it's too unbelievable that the blood-drinking pedivores would only be Democrats or only be Hollywood elitist types or leftist celebrities. It's way too partisan. It can't be that simple that Republicans are the good guys and Democrats are the bad guys. But that's how politics works. It creates a very simplistic view that you can emotionally react to. Orange man bad, for example. So one man's conspiracy theory is another man's, well, a best guess. You know, it's almost like it's too subjective to even use the term conspiracy theory. For example, how come conspiracy theories only happen on the right wing? The left wing's conspiracy theories like global warming or systemic racism aren't called conspiracy theories. So again, it's too subjective. Now, let me move on to this next article. This again is more kook than coup. This again is something just talking about how Trump is being brought into office by essentially flat earthers, if you believe the mainstream media. And this is all just an attempt to, again, smear one half of the population and make sure that nobody likes each other across partisan lines, which is probably going to be the end effect of all of this. Okay, listen to this. This is again from The Dumbest Coup. I've been writing about conspiracy theories for a while, how QAnon, the Flat Earth Gang, and every other conspiracy theory is in some part attached to every other conspiracy theory. They all overlap in part or entirely. So you have people criticizing QAnon conspiracy theorists because they're finding out it goes beyond just one questionable source, being QAnon. It goes into, if they doubt this, they really do find that these other conspiracy theories connect. That's why they say that's why they treat this like a slippery slope. Like if you look at flat Earth, you go over the edge, you believe everything. And that's not actually true. And that's one of the points of this podcast. It's actually quite the opposite. You're expected to believe everything on the mainstream news. Not believing it doesn't make you, by default, it doesn't make you a non-thinking, blind faith believer in something else. It means that you just temporarily kind of put a pause on what you're going to accept from the mainstream media. It's like, for some reason, and I think this is intentional, they've tried to create the impression that without the mainstream media, you would be lost. That without these experts, what would we be doing? It's like if we weren't told that there was a pandemic, if we weren't told to mask up, would we all have died? That's what they want us to think. And the truth is, without the TVs, without the mainstream media, we might not have had a pandemic, because I think this construct is only possible when everybody's hearing the same centralized messages. And it is the same. Media worldwide has essentially become a monolith, and that's not easy to dispute. So the thing is about the flat Earth, it's not that it's a slippery slope, that if you consider this topic, everything else suddenly becomes true to you. It's just that if it's true, then it does cause you to have to question other things as well, which is not necessarily a bad thing. You know, we're born into a box, and the four walls are actually just false explanations. Each one is just, this is your limit, this is your limit, this is your limit, and then the ceiling. So they give you these artificial limitations by giving you explanations that are supposed to suffice. Kind of like Truman in The Truman Show. Oh, there's no reason to go that direction. That's the edge of the world. So lies keep him from leaving the movie set that he's on. Well, we all live in a movie set. It's called the world stage. And you're kept on the world stage. It's a prison of lies. It's just words. They're not physically restraining you. I mean, you may look back at March and April when you went under lockdown. No jackbooted thug forced you into your house. You didn't have riot squads forcing people out of the streets into their homes. No, actually, people went in because of what they were told. It didn't require any force. So anyway, let me get back to this topic here. We're talking about mind control, conformity, the mainstream media, and how this flat earth topic is so controversial simply because it does require that the person who considers it reassesses a lot of other things. If true, then what? If it is flat, then what of the moon landing? What of evolution? What of the heliocentric system? And the thing is, for every question it raises, there's probably 5 or 6 other questions that follow behind that, and that's what makes it so uncomfortable. I think people feel vertigo when they're forced to address, or when they're confronted with questions that they have no answers for, that they're unprepared for. I'm constantly going on Twitter, and I'm communicating with people who are convinced that outer space is real, as they describe, and I point out frequently that no, actually, in my opinion, outer space is just the concept of heaven rebranded for a modern age, and it's a universally acceptable heaven, but that it's a metaphysical construct. But I come across people on Twitter who say that they can see space junk. Think about this. I have an actual, I guess you would call him an astrophotographer, who claims that from his front yard he can see space junk with his eyes. No binoculars required. And I'm just trying to imagine. So we're supposed to believe that there's orbiting pieces of, like spent rocket shells, bits of satellite, solar panels, who knows what. Just there's junk up there, 30,000 pieces of junk orbiting above. Now, the only way you would be able to see it with your eyes is if it were to reflect the sun. The problem with that proposition is you're looking up at a starry night. This means that you're in the shadow of the Earth. And if you're in the shadow of the Earth, well, then you have to ask, well, how high does that shadow go? Well, according to science, it goes 870,000 miles. So if you're standing in a pillar of darkness, a column of darkness, almost 1 million miles high, how are you going to see a piece of metal 100 miles above your head? What the heck is it reflecting? Now, I've never seen it. And if this were true, I imagine that a lot of people report seeing it. Oh, there's a lot of space junk up there. It'd be like looking over the edge of a boat into the ocean and seeing all kinds of trash. It would be disheartening. We look up at the night sky. Do we see a bunch of trash in the sky? I don't. But again, these are the experts who will stand by these claims, stand by their cartoons. And they are cartoons. I don't know when SpaceX actually landed a rocket on a barge out in the middle of the ocean last, but I'm pretty sure the last 10 or 15 launches have all been CGI. And it's so unbelievable when you look at the way that these rockets land that now they exaggerate the distortion on the camera. So whenever the rocket lands, it's pixelated. The whole camera, the whole screen is pixelated. I'm like, what? You can't get a backup camera? And this happens every time. After one time, that would be enough for me. You'd have a drone fleet recording this thing going down just for the scientific value of that footage. But no, the only footage we ever get of Elon Musk's rocket landing, it's purely pixelated. Makes me wonder if maybe they use some type of, I don't know, maybe they actually have pixels to pad the landing. I mean, space is apparently made out of CGI, so I don't know why you couldn't just bring some of those pixels down. Okay, speaking of, check this out. This is from John Walker from Kotaku.com. I cannot tell if this flat Earth simulator is real or a prank. So on Steam, there's a flat Earth simulator. Now, a couple of things about it. It's based on the azimuthal equidistant projection. It assumes quite a lot. This is not a flat Earth model because there isn't one. You know, the term flat Earth model is something of a misnomer. There isn't one. The best that we can do is try to use or rely upon existing maps, which we know, if it is in fact not a ball, we know them to be distorted, and they probably conceal more than they reveal. I'm not convinced that the 25,000 mile circumference ball doesn't have more than just 7 continents, Antarctica included. I'm not convinced of any of this. I'm not convinced that the North Pole is just ice or Antarctica. None of this stuff makes, really passes. In fact, what they're showing you is a straw man whenever they show you a flat Earth model, specifically when they have a disk in space, which is a hilarious proposition. Nobody believes that's the case. The very idea of flat Earth cancels out outer space. Nothing below, nothing above, as far as like things floating around. It eliminates that because we haven't even been there yet. We're making these vast assumptions about what's above hundreds of thousands, millions of miles, trillions of miles, light years away. And these are all assumptions. It's like we still don't know what's below more than 8 miles. I mean, the standard model would have you believe certain things, but we really don't know. And I'm not making the tortoises all the way down argument, infinite regress, because what I'm suggesting here is that it can be known, if it's not already known. So I'm not making arguments from ignorance, and I'm not suggesting any kind of nihilism here, that it can't be known, that it's not for man to know, it's beyond us. I don't take any of that mystification seriously. I kind of think everything can be known. A lot of people kind of give up halfway, and they come to erroneous conclusions by giving up the search too soon. If I had stopped examining bizarre coincidences in the news 2 or 3 years ago, I might have thought, well, I'm just noticing a lot of interesting coincidences. Now, I kept on noting and noting, despite people telling me not to pay any attention to the man behind the curtain, and I found that beyond coincidences, there is a definitive pattern. Not only a pattern, but there is actually a structure that gives you a predictive model that we have actually been able to reliably anticipate the events, the world events on the world stage as they're unfolding. And it's not that complicated. Netflix is literally a crystal ball. Watch everything on Netflix from 2018, 2019, and you'll know, or rather you'll see that you should have seen 2020 coming. You should know what's coming 2021. Dark winter's coming. So anyway, let me get back to this article. This is a flat Earth simulator based on a straw man. But regardless, John Walker, who's writing about it, says this. There's interactive recorded narration explaining the theory that posits that our planet is a floating disk surrounded by a wall of Antarctic ice beneath the dome of atmosphere. In this model, you can adjust the sun and the moon to see their effects and watch the flat disk of the planet rotate through its nights and days, and it's completely and utterly impossible to tell if it's a joke. So this is what I find most fascinating about this. This is the thing that brought me to this article. He doesn't find it laughable because it's a interesting construct to play around with, but I would posit that it's no more or no less ridiculous than the globe model. The disk in space is just as ridiculous as the ball in space. And flat Earth theory does not have a disk in space. That's what's so kind of laughable about this. It's like, you guys are laughing at yourselves. The globe earthers are actually the flat earthers. That's the weird paradox. When they use the term flat earther, what it means to them is not what it means to the people who are actually looking into the theory, and it actually represents a form of projection. Yep. Globe addicts are the true flat earthers, and they're laughing at a disk in space while they're laughing at their own model, their own oblate spheroid. The flat solar system is a ludicrous proposition. The universe is flat. I mean, it's just, to me, it's just they're told to laugh at something, so they do. They were told that this model is funny. It's a ridiculous proposition. Well, someone took the time to create a very realistic simulator, realistic to people who are used to outer space CGI graphics. But he makes an interesting point here. He says this: first and foremost, let's make sure we're on the same page. Mocking people for believing in flat Earth theory is cruel and unhelpful, even if mocking flat Earth theory is necessary and enjoyable. So that's a great point here. A great point is this: just because somebody has a different concept that they're exploring doesn't mean that you ought to make fun of the person. Hate the model if you want, laugh at the model, but the person positing it is actually engaging in a thought process, which I think should be respected and it should be encouraged. If you discourage people from going out on a limb and thinking for themselves, then by default they become believers. The ones who are goose stepping 6 feet apart wearing spacesuits already to protect them from the devil virus. One more article. This is from freethemedia.uk. Why is denialism so widespread? It says, by definition, denialism is a term used to define people's denial of recent and very serious historical facts that are generally accepted. There are those who deny climate change, COVID-19, the Holocaust, evolution, AIDS, despite the amount of empirical and scientific evidence to support these facts. Denialism in human behavior is a deeply complex issue to deal with and very controversial. Those who practice it, in theory, by definition, are skeptics, critics, rebels, and dissidents. And these objectives are somewhat positive, but denialism can take the form of something very different. Now, here's where they're trying to minimize those of us who are questioning the news. They're suggesting this, that we're so scared of the news that we're taking refuge in an obvious fake reality. Oh, the reason why we say the school shootings are fake, or the terrorist attacks are fake, or climate change is fake, or space rocks are fake, is because we're afraid of those things. It says, quote, they try from a psychological point of view to protect themselves from experiences that exceed their ability to face and process them. Regression. It's suggesting this is a form of regression, that we're escaping. You're an ostrich because you don't believe in this or that, or you don't fear this. So being fearless is being equated with being a denialist. And I would say it's actually quite the opposite. We are ruled by fear, and you can just look around and see the fact that they're shutting down the world over fears tells you something here. And the people who aren't reacting appropriately are being called denialists. When, again, we're talking about science as an objective thing, and then there's the subjective. There is left-wing science and right-wing science, and it's super partisan. Denying left-wing science makes you a denialist. Well, again, we're talking about left versus right partisan things that shouldn't really have any bearing on objective facts, but they do. And that's how you know a lot of this stuff is nothing to be worried about. If there was anything real about climate change, it wouldn't be partisan left and right. If there was anything to the vax, mask, COVID-19 debate, it wouldn't be partisan. The right wing would already be dead. the vax deniers would already be dead. The anti-vaxxers wouldn't even be here. See, the thing is, anti-vaxxers would self-eliminate the same way that people who don't look both ways before they cross the street. It's the process of elimination that happens naturally would preclude people who systematically refuse medication. It's a ridiculous notion that we're collectively sick and we have to be collectively healed. And I often liken it to sin as a construct. The religions want all the customers they can get. And if you don't believe you're a sinner, you're not going to make a very good customer for the priesthood. So they have to do everything they can to convince you of the error of your ways. So again, with the shape of the world being a conspiracy theory, well, look, the globe is a conspiracy theory. The flat earth is not a conspiracy theory. It's just the absence of the belief in this particular conspiracy theory. If anything, it's just a whole lot of questions. Flat earth is actually rejecting false explanations, not accepting false explanations. It's really been quite, I would say, a Jedi mind trick to shift the burden of proof from the promulgators of propaganda to the consumers. That's where the term conspiracy theorist actually has its advent. The CIA created the term to stain the reputation of anybody who didn't trust the mainstream news. So you're pre-convicted of being one of these theorists, which also has been conflated with racism. And that's becoming a bigger topic now, especially as we're dealing with a contested election. And this is the reason why I've been saying this is probably the specific reason why the term conspiracy theorist is given way to conspiracist, because conspiracist contains racist. Okay, one final line here. This is from freedomedia.co.uk. It says, questioning the moon landing or whether the earth is flat is relatively harmless, and it even comes to be fascinating to those of us who are Kubrick fans or have taken advantage of its heyday to revisit and discover that the theory of flat earth had already been rejected in the 4th century. The idea of a flat earth has been rejected, but there are other messages that question the foundations of science that are growing out of control due to the restrictions on movement and freedom that came with the coronavirus. Undoubtedly, the thinking of the majority is always potentially dangerous, but the scientific and historical consensus is necessary. So what he's suggesting here is that even though it could be dangerous when we have uber conformity and everybody thinking the same and a complete hive mind, it's important to have a, quote, scientific and historical consensus. And these are two interesting points here. Scientific and historical consensus. The idea that consensus somehow equates to truth, that 97% of scientists agree, therefore it's true. That's been one of the lines that's been repeated for decades about global warming. This argument from a panel of experts, logical fallacy. If there was anything true behind your statements, you wouldn't need logical fallacies to back it up. And that's, again, typical. Consensus says many people who have never seen the space station will claim that, well, so many people have seen it, I know it to be true. Not a valid argument. You remove the valid arguments, and what are you left with? And this is, again, why I really think that people back away from the edge. You find out that most of your answers that you've accepted are probably questionable, or they are questionable, but they're probably flimsy, if not entirely worthless. All right, thanks for joining. Go to theflatearthreport.com, sign up for the newsletter, and the podcast will be posted there daily.
alright, pop. Alright, pop. Still scanner. I don't know what the hell's going on. Maybe I called you minion. Still scanner. I don't know.
All right, thank you for joining. Today is November the 23rd, 2020. Go ahead and share this stream. I'll be right back.
I have been patching up some pretty significant relationship issues. And now that I have patched that up, I will spot some macking. Pop, 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 pop. Alright, pop. Alright, pop, 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 pop. Alright, pop. Alright, pop, pop.
All right.
Pop. Alright, pop.
Okay, now that's a track which you can hear on the link below. Any of the music you hear at Infinite Plane Radio, you can find by going to tinyurl.com/infiniteplaneradio, where we have a growing list of tracks and something new, which I mentioned the other day, but I'll go ahead and just bring it up one more time. On Thanksgiving, we are premiering South Pole Season 1, Episode 1. It's the latest project to come out of the IPS think tank. The art, music, deepfakes, animation, script writing, and editing all took place in the member Discord server. This week's episode features tabloid drama, violence, pandemics, black market vax dealers, and more, but I don't want to spoil it for you. So if you want to join us this Thanksgiving, go to infiniteplanesociety.com and make sure you sign up for the newsletter or join at patreon.com/infiniteplanesociety and you won't miss it. You'll get a downloadable copy. In fact, it's intended to be a weekly, and it's poignant and educational as well as entertaining. Okay, so let's go into this. There's so much to talk about, and just to be clear, someone showed me a picture of the Washington Monument from above, and I'll just say it's pornographic if you know what it actually means. The word obelisk means ball's shaft, or shaft of ball, the organ of reproduction. And you look at the design from above, and it's pretty obvious what it means. Just so you know, the world's run by the ancient fertility cults, as it always has been. Here's another question I have for NASA, because I've been noticing some things about their claims. Like, one of the things they say they can do, and I understand you can defraud people out of certain things, maybe scare them into paying more taxes to avert climate change, but this is like next level. Like I mean, it's pretty bad